fix this way. That's pretty good, right? Yeah. All right. Let me pause this before I hide this. All right, so stream has started. Welcome, everyone, to another glorious week. We have the typical glorious thing to do, which is to-do list management. So let's move on to that glory. Hey, Musa. All right, so this is the week of 1-4. It is now the week of 111. All right, so let's do this. Week of, yeah, all right. How's that back holding up? It's not great. Usually at the end of something like the weekend I just had, I come back and I'm like, yeah, everything's fine. And then out of the blue, something will just go wrong. Now I'm not totally better. So that's what this thing is. This is the strap to a heating pad holder, but I can't figure out how to work the strap. So I'm just kind of resting against the back of my chair. And it's quite nice to have this thing. Hey, Better Master. Expert Man, Avoid Dreamer. Thank you. Did I stream last Friday? No, I didn't. I went to the doctor instead. Doctor said, let me look this up. It was a thoracic muscle spasm. Thoracic spasm. Yes. This is what I was told that this was. I wonder what the images show. Yeah. Cool. So that's not helpful. Hey, Wouter. Alright, so roadmap to do week of 1/11/16. Hey, Nasimiko. Or should I say Inigo Montoya? So I want to move everything from this to-do list into the next one. There is the rest of this task. So let's take this up to here. Good. Let me put a bookmark there. Alright, so we're gonna... Wait, is this possible? This is possible. Post, yeah, blah, blah, blah. The UI is not getting updated, and yeah, so that needs to be done. Let's do that. Nope. That's not what I want to press. I want to press F2. I can't see what I'm doing. All right. I think I need to clean up my commit from last week. All right, let's go down to here. So in creating a bot bay on the REST server, we need to make sure we're returning the entire representation. Yup. Deleting bays, remove the manage bots button. Yup. And then the race conditions thing, which is definitely a problem, and it's also a huge bullet point. It looks like I should just copy all of this over there. All right, so let's put all of this here. Perhaps, no, maybe like this. I'm not totally sure. I think this all gets tabbed back one. We'll make part 2 public on the 13th, 4 months after the original one. 3 months, okay, cool. Uh-oh, where's my water? Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Okay. Wait, Wouter says that can't be. I made part 1 October 13th. It's possible that the way that this thing is measuring follow age is different. Yeah, I don't know. That is kind of strange. 2 months and 12 days. That would put you at the very beginning of November. I don't know. If you want, Wouter, there's that site, Twitch Tools. You can go here and you can check this out. Converts water to code. Water and food to code. All right. Okay, so that's done. I think this roadmap then is something I can cross off. So let's mark that as done and archive that. So there we have it. Next, there's filing away all of this stuff, figuring out the roadmap for this week. So we had create, fetch, and require them in game. It's still bot based. So this is going to be UI/testing, require them in game, and then and that's it. This is the focus. And I want to put in some extra time this week if I can and get this stuff done. I have been feeling incredibly guilty about having to take days off for back pain. Yeah, and the unfortunate part of this is if you work 4 days a week for 8 hours a day, or roughly 8 hours a day, you're working 32 hours. That's much more productive, I think, than working, let's say, 2 days a week for 16 hours a day. It's the same amount of time, but obviously you're not going to be that productive after 16 hours. So same thing, I want to try to put in like 9 or 10 hour days, at least just for a week, just maybe see how it goes. I don't know if this is the best week to do that, given that I'm still not fully healed yet, but we'll see how this works. Do I plan to upgrade to Windows 10? I'm not sure. I use it on my laptop, and I'm not happy with how my Wi-Fi's been acting up. I'm not sure. Whisper says, a Facebook post led me to this stream. Oh, wow. I think you're the first person who said that, Whispers. So, hello and welcome. I think most people came here from Twitch and not from Facebook, although we did just start another ad campaign. And hey, Sumeth. Spurt, man. Okay, so, yeah, this is the roadmap for this week. Now, these things, I'm going to take this off of here. There is still the goal that in a month I want to get all of this stuff done. No, wait, I take that back. That I want to get all of this stuff done, the highlighted stuff. Record a new how to play video at some point, yeah, whatever. This, change, special hardware, reclaim hardware, yeah, we can get rid of these things. Yeah. Alright, let's see, what's the news? Well, what is this? Tico. That's a Twitch link, or a Twitter link. What I meant to do is link you guys to YouTube. Or you know what, actually I could probably just go to this tweet. I hope this is my tweet. Yeah, weird. Okay, well anyway, here's the video I recorded this last weekend. So I'll put this into here. Can someone tell me really fast? On my page right now, because you guys are all looking at the page, there's a recap video that's posted. Is it a Tico link or is it a YouTube link? Because for me to go load that page would take longer than I'd like to admit. So recap number 17. Anyway, here's what the video should be. Wow, dude. Windows 10 is a virus. Updated Phantom Bot, that's no longer news. This I still got to do some things about. REST server's totally different. I think that's no longer news. And also today we are now past the 4-month mark of the stream. So I've been streaming for 4 months and 3 days. And accounts have been in progress for a month and 4 days. So it's true that people are getting crazy amounts of points yesterday. Yep. Okay, cool. So we're done with that. It is a Tico. Oh, okay. Well then I'm going to fix that. So yeah, this is how Monday mornings work for anyone who hasn't been here before. I do a whole lot of like to-do maintenance, and then we finally get to the point where I can start coding. So I'm still working my way through this, just cleaning up these miscellaneous tasks. Monday morning makes the most sense. There aren't that many viewers until 10 o'clock or so, and it's 9:03 right now. So I'm gonna just update this thing. See, this is what takes so long. I can't even pause this video, so I'm just gonna load anyway. Alright, Twitter, YouTube, here it is. Yeah, it is a Tico link, okay. Well, that's been fixed. And now let's give Wouter a point. Alright, great. So, make a script for creating the database entirely. Committing so I think what we're gonna do here is a miscellaneous finish from last week. missed tasks from last week. Hi, Captain. Add him in. Alright, so it's all of these things. Also, I believe BotBase now links to, so typing this command should link to BotBase, yeah. And then, okay, good. So that's still fine. And then I think I'm gonna just need to update to today. So update today, let's go do that right now. Then cleaning up the commit from last time is actually something that I should put here. Can I get points for submitting the links to the Reddit and wiki? Pretty please, I accept a mod as well. Also see a Petter Master. Yeah, I totally think that's reasonable. I don't think I should ever be the one to post the links to Reddit because it's my own content. So, yeah, totally. Points give Wouter 1. Let's get 2. Whisper says, when you get to beta, is it going to be open? Yes, it's actually open right now, and that's something I should have stopped, to be honest. But if you want to, Whispers, you can whisper Botland bot the word game, and by doing so, you'll get a password, and you'll be able to play Botland actually right now if you wanted to. So if I connect to the server, I haven't actually done this. Let me make sure everything's working. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'm the only one connected right now, and yeah, you could just start deploying bots. So I'll put something down. I'm not going to keep an eye on this or anything. So I'll just put down this pre-made script and just hit deploy. So there we go. Hey, Walshy. So cool. So yeah, this is working. This is already online. You can go play. You'd be playing against just me right now, assuming that this bug doesn't happen where you get slotted onto the red team. So it's not considered, it's free right now, yes. And I am probably going to change that at some point this week. In fact, let me write that down. I'll write this down probably here. Deploy, stop the game from being free. In fact, I might have to wipe out accounts when I do that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So anyway, update today. Here's what I'm going to do. So let's go into Phantom Bot, scripts, commands, and help command. And today, yeah, here. So Adam is finishing up some miscellaneous tasks from last week. Then he will be working on BotBase. Last updated needs to be updated. There. Cool. So now the today command will tell you what I'm working on, although you just saw me type it. Also, I have no idea how to stupid heating pack. I just want that glorious heat on my shoulder. Feels so good. Yeah, so my back is still in pain. The whole posture thing I really got to work on. And this is not helping, having to sit back, but I hope to get better, and then I hope to get back into an exercise routine. Exercise for like, yeah, anyway. Make a script for creating the database entirely. Yeah, so this is part of that miscellaneous task. In fact, what I should do, get rid of this, and probably go tackle this somewhere. These conclusions, what did I even do here? Do you have too much hardware? Yeah, are you trying to use hardware? Are you modifying your floating bay? If so, okay, so this needs to be done once I get to inventory. So I guess I'll just write this here. Whoops. Okay, there. So I want to get rid of all of this design stuff too. This stuff is fine. We'll eventually have an inventory, probably won't start with one. Serialization, that stuff's done. Code set up such that, yep, good. UI to create this. Flow to fetch bot bays for a user when we authenticate them. I need to do that eventually. Flow to require that you use only those bays. So this is something that's going to need to be done. And then ignore UI, anything I do. Yep, okay, good. So I can delete all of this now. And then add this to this list somewhere. I'm not sure where. Probably just here for now. Require that you use bot bays that you pre-configured. So let's do that. And then finally I can just make items out of this. So there we go. Oh, that's done. Okay, so I think the to-do list has been cleaned up. I think we can close out of this too. Yeah, that looks much better. Wow, dude. What did the doctor say? The doctor said it was a thoracic spasm and that I should go get massage therapy and then figure out what my physical therapy should be. Which I would have loved to do. I called on Friday and yesterday to the massage place and they just didn't answer. They never returned my call. So either they're not open on Fridays, which I find kind of weird, or they're screening my calls and there's a conspiracy against me. Whisper says user doesn't exist and then the screen just goes white. All right, let me take a look. I need to do this off screen because this will involve me. Oh, darn it. I gotta run pageant. And then I gotta close this thing out. All right, where does this take place? It takes place on the server. All right, and then I gotta add my key. All right, so let me do that. All right, almost there. I am starting up all of my SSH nonsense that I need for this. So let's go take a look over here and see. I will be able to show this on screen in just a second. There. Okay, so here we are. I am now on. Oh, whoops, that shouldn't be done. Darn it. Okay, well, where is Whispers in this? Add pre-beta user Captain Whispers. Okay, here we go. So Whispers, you do have an account. But apparently you can't connect. Huh. And I don't see a failure there. Okay, so Whispers, I sent you your password again. It should work. In fact, let me just try this. So if I go to play.bot.land and I try logging in as you, what happens? All right, let's copy paste your username in here. Connect. Oh, gotta check this box. Connect. Oh yeah, so then you gotta press join game. But when you play, yeah, you're able to join the game. So your account is valid. Did you click deploy? Works for me. Adam, 3 on red, 1 on blue. Yeah, I'm gonna look into fixing that today too. Fix the team imbalance issues. So clean up my commit from last week. That is the first thing on this list. Make a script for creating the database. Committing the same empty bay twice will make it 2 new bays. The UI should change the commit button. Yeah, that's true. And then committing a bay with super lasers 1 doesn't need work. Hey, the Dutch on. All right, let me get started on this. How do I spawn my bot? So, for some information on how to play Captain, you can watch this video. Let's see. You just need to make sure that your bot is valid, which pretty much means that you're not doing anything like let's say I tried doing this, a val 5. This bot can't be deployed because there's an error. So when I hit deploy, it's not going to do anything. So you need to make sure that your bot is valid. And the other way that you make sure it's valid is by not having, let's say, like too many pieces of hardware. So if you see a little exclamation point over here, oh, that would appear to be a bug. Yeah, I think that is a bug. But that's like a style bug. What's going on here? Strange. Yeah, this... Huh. I wonder if the CSS is being sourced from a different location or something. Because if I do this, this, and this... No, now it's working. That was weird. It must have just been... It couldn't fetch a style sheet or something. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, so how do I open that thing so I can end my bots? Oh, press B. All right, so cleaning up the commit from last week. I don't even remember what this commit was, which is why I should never leave my code like that. Oh, right. It was the whole make sure we make use of empty bot bays. Yeah, cleaning this up won't be that fun. Okay, well, whatever. We got to do it, so let's do it. So first things first. First things first is fix this stupid thing. Everyone says, did you see that new email? Yes, I did. And thank you very much for that. I have actually already copy pasted it into my Sublime Notes along with your email address 40,000 times. So here it is. Yeah, I just copy pasted what you wrote. And I don't have your email address there, don't worry. I would never do that. Not intentionally, at least. So I have Bayes and user ID now set up. See, so here's the issue. When I was coding this on, I guess it was Wednesday. When I was coding this on Wednesday, I was just trying to get this working as quickly as possible. Because there's a lot of UI stuff I want to get done here, and I don't want to spend a lot of time because it's not final UI. Once I do the final UI, yes, I want to make everything look great. But for right now, yeah, that's not the case. So if BayID equals -1, return REST client create bot bay, new hardware config, done creating a bay, catch problem and update. Okay, so I guess I'll write up something in here, 1018. So to do stop differentiating between empty bays and filled bays with an ID of -1. For now, this is how we know the difference between update and commit. But eventually it shouldn't be. And also I should make sure that I don't have any console. What is this doing here? Array of names, console.log. Oh, this is for the giveaway, which I've stopped using completely, which I should also probably get rid of if I stopped using completely. But now when we fetch a user, we get their database user, console.log, gotta get rid of that too, console.log, done. And then we do stuff with the set number of empty bays. We need to do more of this probably. So I'm gonna leave this in for right now. Is that the entire file? Yes, that is. All right, not too bad. Did you make your own Twitch bot? No, I did not. I've added to a Twitch bot called Phantom Bot, and I guess I kind of ended up making a second bot for controlling my lights and everything. But no, not entirely. Oh, everyone also says, all right, glad we got that figured out. We have a sugar layer above transactions that automatically changes all select statements to the select for edit. So got confused in that ambiguous documentation in our use case. Oh yeah, so select for edit. I'm not sure if you meant to type select for update, but I haven't heard about select for edit. I think, so I read briefly about this stuff, and I wish I'd had more time to do this. This weekend was also very crazy, and that's why I'm hoping to work longer during the week now. There is, yeah, I think you might mean select for update, and I'm not sure. Oh yeah, for update, okay, good. So wait, you have a sugar layer above transactions that automatically changes all select statements to the select for edit, or select for update. So once you're, interesting. You could just assume that everything's going to lock by default. Party King Adam. Well, there were a lot of plans, but I also just mean like me resting and just, I don't know. I couldn't be sitting at a computer for a while. So I was trying to research how to do this stuff for my phone, but I don't like using my phone for computer-y tasks, and researching how to prevent race conditions is a computer task in my opinion. It's not that you can't do it from your phone, but it's not fun. Yeah, if we select any data within a transaction, we're editing it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, and that's actually, it's typically how I'm going to be. All right, I'm gonna write that down. I'll say Juan as a sugar layer above transactions that will change select into select for update because they edit if they're selecting. I think the problem is in my computer. I don't know how because it runs TF2. Whispers. So let me get this straight. Let me go back up. Says user doesn't exist, and then the screen just goes white. Chances are, if it says the user doesn't exist, I think you'd be typing your player name incorrectly. I just changed all this flow, so I don't think I can get the same. Yeah, I don't think I can get this. Let me check one other thing. So if I go to the REST server, I can possibly show you guys this on screen. I kind of doubt it. In fact, I'm actually pretty sure I can't. Let me do this off screen then. So server, here it is. So checking usernames, credentials, successfully generated token for user ID equals 45. Weird, it got a token for you multiple times. Huh. Danico the gamer says, "Hello Adam, I really enjoy watching you while I sit and make a website." Well, thank you. When I push join, the screen goes white. Okay, Whispers, do you mind doing this? First, what browser are you in? And second, do you mind pressing F12, which is most likely the shortcut to go to the console for whatever browser you're in? So basically, if I'm in Chrome, just press F12, and you should be able to see the console in here, and it'll tell you any errors that you see. So anything that you see in red here. And then do you mind just pasting that into chat, or just telling me if it's a small error, like what it is? And then connects builder for update is what you're looking for. If you want, just add that to your notes real quick. Yeah, I will do that. Hey, Splinty. Mozilla Firefox. Oh yeah, so in Firefox as well, you can just press F12. It should open up, well, it'll be a slightly different UI from what I just showed you. But let me go get that actually. So I'll do what I'm asking you to do, although it won't show me an error. So yeah, if you then press F12 here, you'll see something pop up on your window. Click console, and you should see errors. All of this text that's in, like, what is that, light brown? That's a weird color. All of that text is just normal text. But anything with an error symbol or a warning symbol, yeah, you should paste bin that. And thank you for doing this, by the way, Whispers. I appreciate it, because this is the stuff that helps me make the game run smoother on people's machines. Also, what is taking up all of my CPU right now? Oh, not much. Okay, great. So I was checking through the commit. I'm done with main. Now I'm on to temp. Set number of empty bot bays. Sure, that's fine. I think it's the bot bay stuff that I'm going to be more concerned about. Yeah. Well, we're going to change this at some point. Are you hosting the game on your PC? No, I am not. I'm using two different VMs. They're both Azure VMs. Okay, so I could push fake bot bays for the... Wait, what is this? I could push fake bot bays for the empty bays with negative IDs, or maybe all of them have an ID of -1. Then in main, when I see an ID of -1, I treat it as creating a bay. Justification. This kind of hack is okay until I have real UI. Okay, cool. So fine, let's just write that. Until I have real UI, I'm going to make floating, or no, empty bays have an ID of -1, since they don't actually exist in the database on the server. What happened to pasta bin? We can't use bay.id because empty bays are hacks for now. Yeah, so meaning they don't have an ID whatsoever. Okay, that part's fine. What is this? This is the reducer code, right? Num empty bays. Fine. I'll put a comment here. Oh, whoa, interesting. How did that even... Oh, I see. Error during angle, OpenGL in it. Huh. I wonder if you have... It says your browser doesn't support WebGL. So, okay, that's a known issue. So Firefox enable WebGL. And this is something that I really should be doing for you. So let me take a look at whether I have this written down. I don't have it in my bugs. I'm going to do this here. If you don't have WebGL enabled, the game makes you go to the console to figure that out. It should display something directly in the page itself. It's strange though that you had to go to join game to have that happen. But anyway, I'll write when this was created. Okay, so in order to fix this, Whispers, you just need to enable WebGL. I'm not sure how to do that in Firefox. This is in beta. You know what? I'm just going to use Google for this one. Type about config and make the following changes. So let's go try this out on my computer. About config. And then go to what? WebGL dot enable force enabled. Okay. They say set this to true. Anyway, if you follow these instructions, Whispers, this should... I can paste this site to you. This should help you get this. Oh yeah, you'll just Google it. Okay. Well, I'll paste the site in anyway. But you could also just Google it. Okay. So one of the things I'm going to try to do today, and this is probably going to be really annoying for viewers, I'm going to try to keep this heating pack heated. So I'm going to go pop this in the microwave for a little bit. Trust me, this will mostly be a coding stream and not a back relief stream. I'll be right back. Okay. So I think I'm almost done with this commit. I have just modified bot bays, no, temp. Oh, right, no, I haven't. I need to update this. The number of empty bot bays you have. These will show commit next to them. Hey, Panda. Panda, I added this. May I hereby name thy heating pack Baccaroni? Sure. I shouldn't encourage you by laughing at that. Alright, so this .user, we're gonna go change this. This is the database object that you get from the REST server about your particular user. So what this ends up being is just an object. And then we set this in the next function, create and fetch user. So create botbay. I don't know if you'd seen that, Panda. That's why I ended up linking it in the chat. So create botbay. Yeah, this isn't really worth commenting. It's pretty obvious what it does. Creates a botbay for you. This is just a string. The serialized hardware config. If it wasn't to be, oh, if I want to be one of them cool, wait, what? I cannot read what you just wrote. What? Boy, Jerry, that's taking it a step too far. That's not even software. That's hardware. Your koala back pouch is male, right? Yep, you lost me. You totally lost me. Fetches your user information. Returns a promise. Did you look at the drill? No, I know. I see Vim written on it, but I'm like, what I'm thinking is, you can't just find things with Vim and then hassle Spurman with it. You gotta be more subtle. It has vim.org. Oh, vim.org. Wait, really? All I saw was Vim. It's really hard to read. No, it just says Vim. No, that's... I refuse to believe that. Say that Baccaroni doesn't want to be bullied for its name. No, I think... Oh, Ronnie. Okay. Would not have put 2 and 2 together if you hadn't gotten purged over that. Okay, what did I do here? So started to work on empty bot bays. The UI now shows, actually it already showed a commit button. I think it's just the commit button does something now, which is, yes. UI now shows a commit button instead of a create button, and then main.js knows how to differentiate between, I'll say hackily differentiate between empty bays and your floating bay. Also, something I should really do at some point. We decided that at the very least we're going to rename floating bays to research bays. So I should probably do that like everywhere. I don't know how I feel about that. Rename floating bay to research bay. Do this online too in bot bays. Alright, so the microwave's done. I'll be right back. Alright, so I got one of these things. Now we put this into this so I don't scald the heck out of my back. There. Now I slap this on my, whoops. Oh, darn it. Alright, take 2. This time we actually Velcro it shut so it doesn't fly out of the back. Alright. BRB pouch. Oh, see a Void Dreamer. Is there a reason that you're using Sublime 2 and not Sublime 3? So I bought a Sublime 2 license a long time ago when that was all that you could buy. And I never updated my plugins to Python 3. And now that's probably not an issue anymore. So I just don't feel like paying more money to use a program I already have. So this part's done. Fix the team imbalance issue. So let me get rid of some of these things. That I might want to keep, and this I might want to keep too. Let's just paste this all into here, maybe. Make a script for this, yeah. I can close out of those, and then that. Okay, so fix the team imbalance issues. What this is referring to is this. When I join a game, it's actually, here is the issue. We can see this very clearly here. It is, oh no, this is not an issue, never mind. There are 3 people, so one team is pigeonholed into having 2 people on it. But earlier we saw this being an issue. So I think I wrote something about this already. I have a screenshot, which I've since deleted, where the red team has 4 players, but the blue team only has 2. Yeah, I'm going to need to look into this. What is this odd shot? Oh, come on. Did you get a video of me dropping my heating pack out of this thing? Is that really worth odd shotting? Okay, fine. I'll look at this after the stream today. I can't believe this. This Hacer crashed. Oddshot has made it so that if I ever make even the smallest mistake, it is now like saved on the internet forever, and also highlighted, which I guess was already saved on the internet forever just by me being on Twitch. But it's the highlighted part. But I'm fine with it, as long as it's not something like super embarrassing. Then I'd probably ask you to take it down. But me dropping a heating pack is not the worst thing I've ever done in my life. So fix team imbalance issues. The place that teams are being assigned. Where are teams being assigned? I think it's Connection Manager. Next team ID? Yeah, here it is. So let's see. Player joined game. This is called after the socket's connected and a corresponding player has been located, which means they're ready to join the game. So we only assign a team to a player who has successfully authenticated. Okay, let's see if I can repro this bug on my own. Yeah, let's go do that. So I'm going to go into here, start that up. I'm going to go into here and start that up, and I'm going to go into here and start that up. So great. Whispers, I think that's all you have to do. What is PDFJS though? But yeah, I think that's it. Oh goody. More pictures of me on the internet. That's what this world needs. What's that? Oh. That's my lights showing through my hair. Alright. So team imbalance issues. First, I want to see if I can repro this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect here, localhost, and then just hit connect. Oh, this won't work because I don't have enough users here. Let's go open up Postman and then create a user. So all I'm going to do, here are the repro steps I'm going to do. Repro steps. 1, connect as player 1. Then 2, 3, 4. There, those are the repro steps. Now let's go create users. So get super token. Done. And then create user. So I'm going to make Adam 2, Adam 3, and Adam 4. Perhaps this should also create some basic users. And maybe bot base. Yeah, I think it should do that. Hey Wheatley, how is it going? Alright, so connect as Adam 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Let's try this out. So I connect here, join game, and I am on the red team. Great. Whoops, darn it. Okay, now I connect as Adam 2 and not Adam 1, so I screwed that up. I'm doing better than I was last week. I'm still not great. So you can see this thing. This is the strap for the heating pad that I'm using. Which actually, I don't know if this is a net benefit or not for me. Like, the heat is nice. Oh, good, Whispers, I'm glad. The heat is nice, but having like a lump behind my shoulder is probably not good for my posture. And despite that, yes, this is a strap, I can't actually figure out how to do this. I can code games, but if you ask me to put a heating pad on my back, I am baffled. So I'll connect as Adam 2, join. I should be on the blue team, good. I connect as Adam 3, I should be on the red team. Yeah. Okay, so then here's what's probably going wrong. Yeah, this makes the most sense, but I don't know if this is really the case. If I connect as Adam 5, which doesn't exist, and then I connect as Adam 4, which does exist, what team did Adam 4 get placed on? No, weird. This is totally fine. You can see that it's 2 versus 2. So why am I seeing what I'm seeing on the server? People take lots of photos before he turns rich. I don't know if I'm ever going to be rich from Botland, but I guess take lots of photos. Huh. So this does not repro it. Connecting as a fake account does not repro it. What about, okay, so let's take a picture of what we have now. We have, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, red, blue, red, blue. So let's reconnect as someone who's already connected. So if I reconnect as Adam, connect, join. Yeah, I'm still on the red team. Okay, wait, how is this working then? Or how is this, what's happening? Log off player 4, then reconnect. Yeah, so I just tried logging off player 1 and then reconnecting. I'm going to look through the code for a second, because this is all coming from game state next, where is this? Server, game state. Oh, shared game state has this. Okay, shared game state has next team ID, which I don't know why this is here and not in the client. That's kind of strange. Please write plugin for to do. It is plain tasks. And Whispers, you can press B to open up the window, but you should probably watch this video for how to play. I searched for self-heating backpack, and this is the first item Bing shows. It's a blank page for me. Oh, it's an image. It's not a blank page. How is this a demo? Right, yeah, this is an image. Okay. I don't know what that is, Walter. So the client apparently does make use of... Oh, maybe this is a client problem then. Could be. So next team ID, then we make use of that. Reset next team ID. So I'm guessing that just sets it to 0. Yes, it does. Okay. Then team ID would assign equals next team ID. We go through each online player and do that. Yeah, that part should be fine. And then this stuff should all be fine. So maybe this is a client issue. Although, what is any of this code for? This shouldn't be needed at all. None of this stuff should be needed in here. Game state next team ID. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing here. None of this is ever called from the client. Okay, let's fix that. That's not really a bug though. It's just code that shouldn't be located where it is. But it's not causing any functional issues is what I mean. So where is the team stuff? Here. This stuff should all be put into the server version of this. So I put this in here. Yeah, because we don't even serialize it. And then same thing, this thing should be... And number of teams, is number of teams even used? It probably is used. That part's fine. I don't care about that. But this should be moved. Okay. Can I later on change the bot's name? You can change it before deploying it. But once it's already in the arena, you can't change its name. And hey, Judge Bacon. Okay, so given the very small surface area where this code could possibly take place, I guess it's coming from the connection manager, because what we saw on the real server, if I go to play.bot.land, and I don't know if this is going to show necessarily, it also depends on how many people are online, but I don't believe there was a new game that had started. Yeah, this is to be expected. When I'm the third player who connects, I should be put on the red team. Or the blue team. It doesn't really matter, actually. Either team. So since a game hadn't taken place, that means that this was all coming from here. What happens after this? So we use the next team ID. We send it to the client. Yeah, I wonder if the server and the client have a disagreement. Let's... I don't know if this is happening on the server or the client. Okay, this is where I need to ask chat for some help here. Do you guys mind just signing up for an account really fast by just typing this? Just make an account and then just connect with that account, ideally in the next like minute or two, so that the game doesn't restart. And then, yeah, hopefully I see the bug reproduce, and then I can look into this really fast. In fact, I should be able to, let me see. So, REST server, first Azure VM. So if let's leave this open while I go take a look at this. So then, how do I check this? I would need to look at the team ID of each individual player. So I believe I have that information by doing this dot game server has an arena. Yes, it does. This dot game server dot arena dot. No, there's also has a player depot, right? Yeah, player depot. Okay, so this dot game server dot player depot, and player depot has, I believe, players by ID. Good. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do for var ID in, so var players by ID equals this. For var ID in players by ID, we're gonna say if, so var player equals player by ID, if player dot is online, yes. If player dot is online, then console dot log player dot get name. Okay, let me try all of this code. So I need to paste this into here and then join it all and then run this. So it says that there are 4 online players. Wraithy, myself, Walshy, and Panda. Okay, no, this is fine. Because the teams are balanced right now. And by the way, thank you for logging in. The teams are fine, so it's 2 blue versus 3 red. There's no more balanced way than 2 and 3 when you have 5 people, so. Debugging with a ticking timer, no pressure at all. Oh, I don't have Civ 5, Wouter. And if I did, I probably would not be playing against you, since it would mean that I'm a new player. And you'd probably say that you get moderator if you win. So what I could do is, I could wait for this match to end. What else? I mean, I know for sure that this bug is happening. Maybe I take offline players as well. Yeah, if players exist, I just do this. So if true or, all right, let's print that out. So yeah, now the difference is that Whispers shows up, who is not online, but had connected at one point. Yeah, I don't know why this would be happening. If a, Yeah, let me reconnect actually. Let's see what happens. So we have 2 blue, 3 red. Now we have 3 blue, 3 red. All right, let me reconnect and see if anything goes wrong here. Actually, does everyone see this who's online right now? Do you see 3 blue and 3 red? Do you see the same names that I see? Hey, Oweti. And I've got 44 hours so far. Wow. Is Euro Truck Simulator even a competitive game? It's a stupid question to ask. It's 3 versus 3 for everybody? Oh, man. Okay, so I don't even know what causes this bug to happen. Neither by looking through the code nor by trying to reproduce it. At the end of this game, the teams are going to be scrambled. Although not everyone's going to be online still, so it's going to change. Same names and same teams. Okay. In some brief attempts to repro this on stream, people saw the same names and teams after 6 people had joined the game. It isn't by far, okay. So then the next thing I'd like to see is, so in 1 minute the match will end. A minute after that, a new match will start. When the new match starts, it'll scramble the teams. I know for sure I had a screenshot of this. Like, I know it's an issue. It might only be an issue in the old code, and it could be something I fixed. That's possible. It may only be an issue to the deployed server, not the local server. Whisper says, I see 6 versus 4. You see 10 people connected? That's not good. What happens if someone disconnects? Is that when it occurs? 2v2, 2 blue, 2 red, then 1 red disconnects and it's 3v1? I don't think so, because if I rejoin in the next like 10 seconds, I hit connect, I hit join game, it's still a 3v3. I should be placed on the team I was already on. And that's code that I can point out here. Where is it? Team ID. Yeah, so if the player already exists, we just set them to the player that they had. So we don't even change their... Oh, here's the problem. Never mind. I found it. Okay. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, here's the repro. So it's 1. Player joins. They are assigned to the red team. All right, watch this, actually. Here, I'll just repro it from the very beginning. Thank you for the help, everybody, because I think this is going to do it. And yeah, Whisper, a screenshot would be helpful. All right, so check this out. I connect. I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen here. And it was silly of me not to see this. So I hit connect. I'll be on the red team. What is going on here? Is this a JavaScript breakpoint or what? Type error. Next team ID is not a function. Okay. that means that this is a client game state and that there is a problem. Oh, that's annoying. How is this a client game state? No, well, this is a different problem. But anyway, let me write down the repro before I forget. So Adam joins assigned to red. Adam leaves. Adam joins again. Because Adam is already a player, the team ID will be incremented but not assigned. So Adam is still red. Now Adam 2 joins. Expected Adam 2 is blue. Actual Adam 2 is red. So this is the repro. I'm going to test this out in a second. I helped the most. So in short, no bot bays on stream. No, I'll get to bot bays. And have I been to college? Yes, I have. And there is a brief description of my code journey. I'll send you a private message to your FB page. Whispers, if you just whisper me on Twitch, I think that would be easier. But a private message would also work. The other thing too, if you're concerned about any personal information showing, you can just crop the information and then just put the link directly in chat. But yeah, private message is also fine. I once was watching a Euro Truck Sim stream, saw a guy get an order from Berlin to Warsaw. Was prepared to enjoy a nice 8-hour stream. What a world we live in, where Sprintman can even say that. Was prepared to enjoy a nice 8-hour stream. Okay, let me go look at this. So in the simulation server, we apparently have... Wait a second, no, where's this code coming from? This makes no sense. I think, yeah, it is coming from here. Create AI players. Create AI players calls into here, which calls into this, which gets the next team ID. But this should be client server arena params. So I couldn't take out what I took out here? Well, why? The simulation server is a game server. It's a game server, and its game state is not the right thing. What's going on? This makes no sense. Unless I screwed up. So this .game state, this should be a client one. Okay, so let's just save that as like C. C equals that thing. Now this one we'll save as S. Does C equal S? No. What? Oh, this might mean the build didn't finish. Whoop. Okay. It took 16 seconds. Yeah, maybe that's a problem. That doesn't make any sense. Let's find out. Light control still working? Yeah, it is. Just no one's followed, I think. So I can just run a giveaway. Oh, wow. That was coincidental. Everyone says, I saw a Euro Truck stream. The guy had the camera to the back of his head. And he overlaid it like the stream was in the back seat and he was driving. Would you be okay with me linking it? I'm sure you would. Just double checking. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Well, your streams are also 8 hours. Yeah, no, that's true. Alright, this is still happening. I actually don't follow why this is happening because I have server game state here and then I have all the next team ID stuff. This game state get next team ID is not a function. So it's definitely, it's right there. It must be that I am calling this on the wrong kind of thing. So fine, let's do a quick check here. Do I have next team ID? I do not. Do I have any client specific game state functions? Get number of teams? These, what? That's not even correct. I don't have a client game state. No, I didn't do this, did I? Game state from /game state. Yeah, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here, because I don't fully understand this right now. Gameserver.js. Okay, what is this game state? If I step into this, this should be a server one. Aha, it is, and there's no code here. Wow, what a waste of time. What an absolute waste of time. Watch this. I hit space, I hit backspace, I hit save. And now here's what's going to happen. This thing's going to kick off a new build. We'll eventually see a green-blue banner. And then everything's just going to work. So that's frustrating. Well, it's not frustrating that it's going to work. It's frustrating that I had to do that. Oh, did it? Did it work? Yep, look at that. Now there's code in here, whereas previously there was not code in there. What a waste of time. Okay, well, whatever. That's fixed. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to connect. I'm going to hit join game. We will see that I'm on the red team. So see, my name is in red. Now I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to connect as myself. So I hit connect, join game. I'm still on the red team. Nothing changed there. But now when I connect as Adam2, I'm also going to be on the red team, and that's where the bug comes in. And so I know how to fix this. Yep, take a look. Bug found. Thank you, everybody. All right, let me do this. So here's what we got to fix. Connection manager. All right, so this can only be done in here. Yep, there. Problem solved. Okay. Remember, only to generate a new team ID if we're actually going to use it. Otherwise, we'll end up with team imbalances. Yeah, problem solved. Hey, Can. Hey, Smooth Dog. It seems every time I join, you find a bug. Well, this was a bug from a little while ago, actually. So I guess I'd found it, but I just hadn't fixed it. So now let's make sure that I fixed it. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect in two different browser windows. Actually, I don't need to do that at all, do I? Okay, so I connect as Adam, hit join, I'm on the red team, yep, good. All right, I reconnect as Adam, I'm still on the red team. Then I connect as Adam2, and now what I finally should have fixed is I'll be on the blue team. So yep, still on the red team. All right, now here we go. Here's the real test. Adam2, connect, join, be on the blue team. Yes, ha 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 ha. Plot twist, you caused the bugs. It's all Can's fault. You should change your name to Can't. Alright, we're done with this. In fact, I should check this in as two separate fixes. One is just the connection manager, and then the other is the refactoring that I did here. Yeah, I want to do that as two separate fixes. I don't like it when that happens. The thing just closed. Adam, I heard those brain boosting devices are mandatory for modern JavaScript devs. What is this? What? Do people believe in this? Brain boosting? Is there some sort of electrical current going through this? Also, she looks kind of like the actress who plays Britta on Community. Savage, can't. Oh. Okay, so Whispers just linked me the picture. And Whispers, you're looking at 6 bots versus 4 bots. I was talking about the number of players behind those bots, which is 3 players versus 3 players. So this is actually fine. But the other thing is, you actually hadn't joined the game yet. So I'll talk about this in a little bit. As long as... Okay. Watcher's linking weird things again. Alright, well, whatever. Okay, so Whispers, here was the issue. There are 2 things. One, And I know this is not obvious yet, and I really need to do something about this. This will eventually be done. But if I connect to play.bot.land, so what you did first is you pressed connect. That part worked totally fine. But then the game, you're not actually in the game yet. All you're in is this staging area where you still have to press join game. So when you do press join game, you'll finally be with real players. And if you hold tab, you can see the players who are connected. And then you can see that there are a couple of bots. These are owned by just one player though. So what team am I on? I'm on red. So I'm going to deploy my, let's just load and see whatever this loads up. This is my melee bot. Alright, fine. I guess I'll deploy a melee bot then. Let's deploy this to the left. There we go. I saw an Amazon question on a mouse pad page asking if it was compatible with Mac. Oh my. I wonder if there's any way that you could make it so that a mouse pad is not compatible with a computer. Like, what if the computer generated so much heat that the mouse pad melted? Then it wouldn't be compatible, right? Anyway, fixed a bug where teams could be imbalanced because I was generating a next team ID even though I wasn't assigning it. In the case where a user connected and already had a player object. I think this one is more your style. What is this? What is that? That looks like there's a CPU in this guy's no, weird. No. Is there a discount on game access? Yeah, it's free right now. Okay, so I don't know who subscribes to the theory that those things do anything. Maybe this is one of those like classy, or no, not classy, sorry, cheesy sitcom moments where it's like, oh, it turns out the confidence was in me all along. Do people use that and then they say, wow, I got a lot done today. It must have been because of that thing. There were those foot pads, I think. I don't know who sells them or anything, but there are these foot pads that are supposed to detoxify your body. And apparently the only way it works is like as you sleep, I guess your feet sweat. And when these pads come in contact with moisture, they get dark. So what it looks like is happening is that, oh, all the toxins from your body are leaving. But wouldn't you feel different if you, I don't know. I guess people can convince themselves of anything. So refactored some server-only code out of the shared version of GameState. No, I know, it's just a placebo effect, but yeah, you can see his lifeless eyes. When you do too much JavaScript, you just become an Android. Well, to be fair, the problem I ran into was not a JavaScript problem just there. It was a build problem. So I have a build that runs, and I just didn't wait for the build to finish. That would be an issue with any programming language where you have to wait for a build. So I could have run into the same problem in C++ and wondered, why is my script not working? All right, I'm going to take this off for a bit. Although I want to put it back on because my shoulder is in a lot of pain. But I fixed that stuff. So let's move on. So this is done. Don't worry about this. Make a script for creating the database entirely, just for dev purposes. So yeah, this is something I definitely want to do. I think in order to do this, I first need to extract the environment variable setting code so that it's reusable. I think that's the first thing. Wait, what have I done? What have I done? I'm seeing a lot of kappas on the screen right now. Look at this. Kappa, 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 kappa. Nope, that was not kappa. Kappa. You need to wait for a build for an interpreted language. Yeah, well, it's a transpilation step. It's not really a build, I guess. Why is shoulder sad? You want the Swede to come heal you? What? I feel like this is a Swedish conversion ritual. And by the end of it, I'll have an accent. and I'll lose my identity. All right, so the central server run is closest to what I want here. I want to do something like this, except at the end of it, instead of doing run with PM2 or don't run with PM2, I guess I want to have it set up the database. I could just hijack this script. Yeah, I could just say maybe instead of doing run PM2, I have run DB, which will, what'll this even do? Run the database init script. I don't know. I need to use the bathroom, so we're not going to figure this out right now. I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then I'm going to do this. By the time you notice that we were doing them ironically, okay, yeah, I must have missed that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to just use the bathroom really fast. All right. Hello, Phil Collins chat. Well, actually, I think it's lunch BRB, but since enough people have made that mistake, I'm gonna just fix it really fast. So I believe it's in here. Lunch BRB. No, it's not. Where is this? Commands? Lunch command? Lunch command. Lunch BRB. So we're gonna say this or BRB lunch. There. Walshy, you unfairly got about like 50 points or something that one day where the growth rate was totally wrong. So I guess that's like 2 free lunch BRBs. Okay, so here's the thing. I can have this code, sure, and then this can set up the database, and I can call connects migrate and whatever else. But I probably also want to set up the database. So init database, this is a production script. This is pretty necessary. But then there's no populate database. Yeah, maybe that's what I want to do. So yeah, I need to do these steps. Make run.cmd, take in a db command, have it ask if you're, no, not have it ask if you're sure. It's only a Windows command, so it is only used in my dev environment, and thus shouldn't ask if you're sure you want to do that. Next is to run init database, then run connects migrate. Is it connects colon migrate? No, it's migrate colon latest dash development. Then make populate db.js. Run that script too. Botland bot is mean. Whisper says, are you going to go Kickstarter? I don't think so. What's migrate? He's moving to Sweden. Migrate. So what migrate does, it's a connects concept. There are migrations that you can do. So let's say you released V1 of a game and your users table looked like this. There was like an account name and a number of logins. And then you're like, oh, wait a second, V1.1, we forgot. We want our users table to also have, I don't know, like a cool factor. Okay, so then you're like, wait a second though, we actually, in V1.2, we want to remove number of logins. So what the migration is, it will let you say, going from V1 to V1.1, here are the changes, which is add in a new column. Now going from V1.1 to V1.2, here are the changes, remove a column. So I don't need to migrate necessarily because I don't have a V anything. I have like a V0 basically of I don't even have a database. So all this does is set up the database how I want it to. Eventually, like I said, it might be that, oh, I stopped saving token in there. So I make a new migration script that'll run after this that removes the token column. That way setting up a server will be much easier. Oh, this is a longer thing than normal. Weedly sent this. How did I get quotes on that? Hey, Kalyan. Movie's not missing too much now. Just had to animate the outro and some other small things. Okay, good. Did the voice clips work for you, or do you need me to record anything else? All right, let's start to work on this, by the way. So here's what I'm going to do. If this equals db, then we're going to say run db init setup db. There, great. All right, so setup db, echo, setting up the database. Go to EOF. So let's figure out what I can do here exactly. I want to run init database, which is this command. Is this going to work? I have no idea. Okay. Calling init database. Done. Next, what would it do? It would run connects migrate latest -- development. Is that how this works? BLCE connects. No, that's no. That is not how this works. Connects migrate : latest. Connects help migrate. That doesn't work. I think it's -- environment. I think. Or -- development. Oh goodness, I don't remember this. All right, fine. Let's look at migrate latest. I think I wrote this in the code somewhere. Next time I'm in Sweden, I have to try this. What is this? Oh. This is snooze. Are you going to remember us when you get rich? Thank you for the confidence saying when and not if. I don't know if I'll get rich from this. Oh, it's --env. I was totally wrong. So far the voice clips are all fine. Let you have it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Read my previous message. Oh, no, I know. I saw that. I thought it was funny. Migrations are for people who are afraid to execute SQL manually on the production database. Yep, it's for scaredy cats. Spurtman is totally right. So this is --env development. And this is what I need to run next. I don't think this is going to work. Because yeah, I don't think this is going to work. All right, let's drop the database because I love dropping the database. So we're going to connect with root. And I'm going to do this. Drop botland. No, drop database botland. All right, so now let's see how this would work if I were to do this correctly, which I am almost certainly going to screw this up. Let's just resign ourselves to that harsh reality and then get this to work. So running connects migrate latest. All right, here goes nothing. Run DB. Oh, that failed. Oh, that failed too. Okay. Well, we are accurate fortune tellers. So I think what I need to do is this. There. Now I call... this isn't going to work, is it? How about we do this? Set start dir equals %cd. And now before we go to the end of the file, we do cd start dir. Oh, very smart, Adam. Okay, next, let's try running this again. Run db. Database root password's not set up. You filthy lying script. I'm pretty sure I never did this correctly. So let's just do this. And now we're done. Look at that. Now when we go to run db, everything's going to work just fine. Yeah, I kind of didn't expect that to happen, but it did. And we're done now. By the way, I changed my gaming setup this weekend. Had a TV. Oh, is this going to be like a 7 monitor picture? I bet it is. That's close to 7. Is that... What's producing the light in your computer? There's like green, yellow, and blue in there. Or maybe I'm just... Wait. Wow. Well, your setup's way better than my setup. Oh, also, what is that keyboard? Is that the, oh, what's that thing called? The Optimus. What kind of keyboard is that? Let me heal your PC. Okay, this worked. Next, I need to do this. I need to make populate_db.js. So I have init_database.js. Now I need the populate version of this. So populate_database.js. Is this a bad idea? I don't know if it's a bad idea. So this script is responsible for populating the database for test purposes. It will set up some user accounts. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So command line is just to run this thing. Ugh, why can't I? There. All right. So populate database. Now I need host, user, name, and password. I do not need root password. And I need to check all of these things. Connect with host, user, password. What's the thing I'm missing here? Name? Is it just name? Is it just name? Where do I even do this? Where do I do a connects connection from database wrapper? Name colon. No. User? Where do I? Maybe in central servers main.js? Ah, here we have it. In this. Host user password database. Yes, I was wrong. So host user password and then database. Database. Database name. Alright, we got it. Deathstalker Ultimate. That's quite a violent keyboard name. Wow. Still a way better setup than mine. You people in your monitors. How many monitors do you have, Spur, man? In augmented reality, you can have a dynamic amount of monitors. If you hire enough people, you can have a dynamic amount in real life too. Someone can just come over and show you something different. So I don't think we're gonna run a raw script here. I think here's what I'll do. I'll do connects users dot select dot then resp stringify resp. This should return nothing. Got an error from... This is not even the right function I want to call. Export this. Oh goodness. No, I don't like any of this. I'm going to make this just run when you call into it. Yeah. Much better. There are no exports from this anymore. So now we have that and we have this. Oh, and connects.destroy. We need that too. So let's use this code. Console.log destroying connects. And we can say got an error. There, done. All right, so this is going to do nothing, and I'm totally fine with that. Let's try this. Node E requires. So how does a init database even work? It never calls any functions. Oh, it does, because the exported function is what I call here. Oh, that's smart. Let's do that again. That's a good idea. Function populate database. I'm the one who wrote that code too. I just didn't remember that. Module.exports equals populate database. Good. And then in here, all we do is populate database. Echo populating the database. A laptop and a monitor, but I mostly just spend my time with the laptop. Yeah, I think I'm much less productive with one monitor, and I've never had 4, and I think it'd be really cool to have 4, but I don't know if I'd be more productive all of a sudden. But I do think I notice a difference between having 1 and having 2. Just being able to arrange windows and not have to struggle with the even like 2-3 seconds every time you want to just do something. It's nice not to have to worry about that. So I think this should work. It won't do anything, but it should at least not fail. So let's drop the database and let's run this script. Oh, wait. This isn't good. CD starter didn't work. CDing back to this to starter. That is not good. Let's try this out. What happens here? Yep, that's a problem. Wait, what? What is going on here? Do I need to say call node? Is that how any of this works? Do I not know how? I don't know. Let's try this again. This is gonna fail. What am I doing? Yeah, populate database actually ran this time, but root password doesn't exist, which it shouldn't because I never defined it. Yeah, and this needs to check for errors now too. So instead of going to EOF, let's say finish and exit. And then this is what should happen here. And then EOF should be changed out with this every time. Yeah, let's do that. What am I missing in chat? It whispers, I care. Every editor needs power mode, including MS Word. As long as power mode runs okay without like lagging everything, I think it's pretty cool. But as soon as it starts lagging, I think it's a big waste of time. Okay, let's try this out. I think this will work. Run DB. All right, it'll initialize everything, it'll set it up, and then it'll, yep, perfect, it worked. Okay, so now here's what I need to change. I need to make it actually create users. And the only way to get that to work is to go into database wrapper. Where do I create a user? Where do I create a user? There it is. So I insert a user into the database. Then I make a bot bay for them. See, this is where I should be using the database wrapper. It's a bad idea. It's a very bad idea. Yeah, I don't like that. This needs to make use of the database wrapper. And if it's going to make use of the database wrapper, that means that it needs to be ES6. What that means, it needs to be ES6. Okay, well, it's doable. It's just, no, it's not. No, it's not doable. No, the only way this would be doable is if the calling code was ES6 as well. What do I do here? For me to make use of this, I think the calling code needs to be ES6 as well. That means that I need to transpile populate database.js. Whisper says, can I ask you something? Why do you have a camera on your keyboard? He just wants to show off. I don't know. People asked for it, and I thought, all right, I'll do it. Okay. Does anyone? All right. Let me straw poll this. What are your thoughts on the keyboard camera? I love it. It's kind of cool. Meh. And I don't like it. I guess I don't care one way or the other, and I don't like it. So this is like strongly for it, kind of for it, not for it. Yeah, let's do this. Oh no, I actually am curious because I don't think I've ever taken a straw poll on this. I just want to see what people think. I would expect that one of these two, it's kind of cool or I don't really care. But I don't think anyone would actively say like, you're taking up an inch of screen real estate. I think you should get rid of it. A, it's weird. Hey, the Mr. Banks. Okay, so if I wanted to do this, let's go take a look at the central server. Is it the gulp file? Is this currently working on the database directory? It is not. How does any of this work? How do I write code? How is Babby formed? If we go into database, I am apparently not doing anything with the init database here. No, that part's fine. Okay, no, I'm stupid. This is in source, that's why. Oh goodness. All right, so it's there, but it shouldn't matter. I should be able to, I guess, run this on populate database. Is that a bad idea? I'm debating. I wonder if there's an ES5 way of requiring an ES6 module. I could just maybe call require. But anyway, source is definitely in here. It's taking database wrapper, which means it's putting it into dist, staging, central server, source, database wrapper. So we have this. This is the transpiled code. Now, as far as exports go, define exports.default equals database wrapper. Yeah, maybe we can just require it. All right, let's try this out. This can't be stupid, right? Node var test equals require dot slash dist slash all this stuff, right? Dist staging central server source database wrapper. Oh, that actually does work. What? So I can make a new one of these? A equals new test. Object is not a function. How are you supposed to instantiate this from ES5? Maybe just A equals test? Wait, it's an object. Yeah, well, what's in this thing? Default database wrapper. That's, oh, test.default. Oh, new test.default is going to call this code. Oh, it worked. Wow. Wow, this is going to be very fragile. Well, so we do require a whole bunch of nonsense, which is this code. And then we just call this. And we're all set. Wonderful. Hello, Mr. Back Problems. Long time no see. I know. I know. My back is still not better. In fact, it's been hurting pretty much since the start of this stream. I'm going to go heat up that heating pack in a sec. Keyboard camera would be much cooler if there was fire when you typed. Anthony K. It's going pretty well. When you do export.default, you have to specify the default object. Yeah. And this is the transpilation that's doing this, which I'm fine with that. I say this is flimsy because something's going to change at some point. All right, so here's how people feel about the keyboard camera. I'm probably in the it's kind of cool boat, which is that like, if you look at it, you look at it. If not, who cares? I wonder how much better it would be if I did something like this. All right, this is going to take at least like 3 seconds. Oh, there we go. If I had a light on it so that you can actually see what I'm doing. I don't know. Oh, this is what happens when you wait on a straw poll. Someone's like, oh, I hate it. I do not like this. There's too much wicker in this room. So I'm going to try this out. In populate database here, let's do this. Var database wrapper equals database wrapper. So ES6 export that I'm importing from here because this script is ES5. I did not bother typing any of that correctly. So then I take this string, and that's not even correct. This would be running from database, so dot default, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. So now we can make a database wrapper. Now, how do you make a database wrapper? What an excellent question. It takes connection information. So I've got to do this. Var connection information equals blah, and then put this here, take all of this stuff out of here, paste, tab back in, and then make a new database wrapper. So var database wrapper equals new database wrapper connection info. All right, and that should be it. Now we should be able to call some functions in here. Let's try that out. If this works, then great. This is incredibly great for us. Let's create a user, database wrapper, dot create user Adam password, and that returns a promise. So dot then function resp. Actually, we don't really care about the response, do we? Maybe, I don't know. Console.log created a user, and then the catch and the finally, I guess we could also put in here. Well, we can put this here at the very least. Yeah, let's put all this stuff here. So catch got an error, and finally console.log in finally clause. Actually, I'm not even going to do anything in here. So there, great. Okay, let's test that out. All right, we should take bets on whether this code's going to work or not. So I'm going to drop the database. We're going to try running this again, and I'm going to recheck. You quickly get sick of the crazy colors. Oh, so I think, yeah, so this keyboard can't light up. The mouse can. I don't know if you guys can even see that. I don't think it's on camera, is it? No. Anyway, the mouse is changing colors all the time. Ooh, so cool. Yeah. Nice password. Yeah, it's a great password. This is JavaScript. Yep. All right, so populating the database, throw error, cannot find module. So this is because I'm in the database folder, and when I search for something, I search up one, then in dist, then in staging, then central server. I made a typo. All right, we gotta run this back. Let's try again. Oh, all right. Well, thanks for joining, Whispers, and take care. Hope you come back. Oh, hey, it worked. Look at that. So now if we do this, we go into headers and we go to get user 1, send. We should get Adam and password. We did. All right. This is pretty good. Oh man, I'm causing like irreparable damage to my body sitting like this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna heat this thing up again. Which is this. At some point, I will be an intact person. But until then, I'll be right back. I'm going to aim for a few things this week. One is streaming for longer than normal, and 2 is resting for longer than normal. Okay. So now that we can do this, now I can populate the database with a few people if I want to. So I want to create, I guess, what's the best way to do this? I guess running all of the promises at once. Let's just create a few users. I don't actually need this to be anything crazy good. So create Adam 2 and create Adam 3. I know this is the terrible way to code this stuff. I don't really care for right now. I just wanted to have some basic setup script. And that means that I should be able to get rid of this. So let's try that out. No. Whispers. So Udemy course is on sale. Today is the last day. $10 per course. No, that's fine. I don't mind if you say that stuff. I think it helps people code. So this is not how you'd use this from here, is it? Yeah, no, it is. All right, so then I think we can check this in. And now I have a populate database script. So if oh, this never finished. I don't destroy connects, do I? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I looked into this. So there's a connects and there's no destroy call. So I need to say like close or destroy or something like that. Close is a function where we do this.connects.destroy. And once this happens, we need to throw an error probably, or keep in mind that this was closed. Let me look into something. Init database, this also calls destroy, right? Yeah, connects.destroy. So after calling this, you won't be able to access the database. However, this is needed by test programs or setup scripts that want to exit the program after finishing, but can't because connects hasn't been destroyed. So we're good with that. And now we can call this from inside here. So in here, we want to do database wrapper dot close console.log. Let's say closing the DB connection. Let's try running that. So I'm going to drop the database one more time. I'm going to do run DB, and this should work from start to finish and give us 4 users. And those 4 users should be given some basic bot bays as well. So we have this done creating a user with ID 1, 2, 3, 4. So now if I do use botland, select star from users, we should see 4 users in here. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go get that heating pack now. I'll be right back. So after this, I'm going to move on to fixing those other couple of bugs, and then I'm going to get to the point where we're finally working on new stuff. Darn it, there's already one odd shot of this. I don't need more of these. This Velcro is very weak. This pouch was sold by a store that I believe no longer exists, which just goes to show you how old this is. everyone is different too. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna check this in. It works. I'm very happy with that. Now I have a much better way of running this stuff. So let's see. I should put a comment in here saying if you specify PM2 as the first argument, then you'll start the central server with PM2. If you specify DB as the first argument, then you will initialize and populate the database. Can I do this? Does this work? Yes, it does. All right. Yeah, looking good. And that closed, right? Yes, it did. Wonderful. That is a pretty good script, I think. Database wrapper now has the close call on it. Yep, that's fine. And then populate database. I'll just write here to do. Eventually, this should be made a bit better, but it's just a development script. So the code doesn't need to, well, I'm not even gonna write that. Yeah, so this is not a production script. So modified the central servers run.cmd so that you could specify DB as the first argument, which would let you initialize and populate the database. That way I can do drop database botland whenever I want without having to mess around with Postman for tens of seconds setting up users / bot base. Hooray, we're done with that. So I can close out of this stuff and this and probably that, and I don't even need this anymore. Maybe I do. Maybe I'll keep that. We'll keep that part, yeah. All right, so all of this is done. If I could just mark these things as done. All right, and get rid of all of this. All right, cool. So bug committing that. Okay, so we're finally back to sort of real work, which I'm happy about. Yeah, so first I'm going to fix this bug. Let's repro it so that we can all be on the same page for this. So I go to localhost. I'm going to try sitting back again so that this thing's pressed against my shoulder. All right, great. So I connect as Adam, press connect. I see all of my bot bays here. So what was the bug that I'm trying to fix here? Committing the same empty bay twice will make it 2 new bays. The UI should change the commit button to delete. So I think this is just a UI problem. So if I were to do select star from bot bays right now, I should have 4 there. Good, and they're all empty. So if I were to do this, let's go to lasers 1, commit. So now I should have a 5th bay, lasers 1. And now if I were to change this to like lasers 2 and hit commit and then rejoin completely, here's what's going to happen. It's going to show 2 different bays, lasers 1 and lasers 2. Yep. So that's how this should work. The UI needs to get changed immediately though into a delete. How do I want to do this? I think the problem here is not returning the representation of the bay that I just created. And by not doing that, there's no way to update the UI. Yeah, without fetching the bays again at least. All right, let's look through the code here. Casey said, "How did you get into programming?" So I was always interested in game development, and I think I started by making some just really basic games. By really basic, I actually kind of literally mean basic. It was coded in BASIC, but the games were menu-based or text-based. There were no graphics. I didn't do any graphical programming for a very long time, I think. It wasn't for probably, I don't know, actually, a couple of years at least. It's either that or jail time. I'm on probation. I got a code. All right, so let's see what happens here. I go into botbay.js, and I go to the commit button. So when you commit, it calls onUpdate bay, which is back into client main, which has update bay. So in here, what I do is I create a new bay. This is the commit button. Now I get a response apparently. What is the response? That's something I really should have looked into. So here's where I gotta do this again. No, wait, this is why I have this code here. Delete from bot bays where ID greater than 1. That's not entirely what I want to do. Where is floating, this is what I want to say. Where is floating equals, can you just say equals 0? Yeah, I think you can do that. Then update users set num empty bot bays equals 2. Yeah, let's run this SQL. So now if I do select star from bot bays, I have nothing in the bays other than the floating bays. That's totally cool. Where did I start learning or how? And hey, Roving Eye, I have a brief snippet of how I did this stuff. And yeah, my back is a little bit better. It's still not great. This whole thing is just bothersome. The back pain, I mean. I wanted to work on Friday. I wanted to. I woke up and I thought, okay, I said last week that this is one of the few times I think I misrepresented things. I said the week before this, like, oh yeah, I think I'm going to go to a doctor. And I didn't end up going to a doctor. So this last Friday, I finally went to a doctor. She does some checks and she's like, oh wow, yeah, I can like feel a muscle spasm in your shoulder. So she referred me to a massage therapist, and I haven't been able to make an appointment yet. They haven't returned my call. So yeah, I don't know. I also got muscle relaxants, but I'm not using those. Apparently those like knock you out pretty readily or make you just groggy. I don't think I should code with muscle relaxants. Okay, so committing the same empty bay twice will make a new bay. So what is the response that we get back? That's the question I have now. So if I refresh this, I go into the console here. All right, so let's clear the console. Clear this too, actually. If I type lasers1 here, what do I get back? Commit. That's weird. Done creating a bot bay should be called. Oh, it is called. It's called with the number 7 as the response. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. So the issue is that the response I get back from the database is simply the Bayes ID. Well, if I know what commit button is that's a stupid way of doing things, I think. I should just fetch all the information again. WPM might go to a number conceivable by humans. I don't know if I've ever had a muscle relaxant before. Because I think it's only when your pain gets pretty severe that you're supposed to use those. If you get Flexeril, they'll make you sleepy. Or at least it did for me. I never even looked at the capsules that I got, so I'm not sure what I got. But yeah, I only want to use those if the pain gets bad. So the time this happened in November, it was really bad, and that's the whole reason I even filled the prescription, is because I thought if it ever gets to the point where it's that bad again, then yes, I would like to have these on hand. So yeah, the issue is the response I get back from this. So this is, I already wrote this down here. And what is this? The UI is not getting updated or committed, even though it does persist the information. The commit needs to be cleaned up. So the commit needing to be cleaned up, I got done with. In fact, this is something I think I'm going to put down on this list. This is it's a continuation of last week, but it's not worth settling as part of here. And then this is something I think I want to do at the end of all of this, because we can just look through the word floating and fix it. The only time you'd use the word floating in programming and not refer to this is probably in floating point numbers. Okay, so how about this? Committing a bay with superlasers1 works. So that's a problem. How does this work? Commit. It does work. Why does that work though? That means this isn't validating the hardware config. So if I change my floating bay to that, update, it says problem. That is very peculiar. So I'm calling create bot bay. Oh, this must be, okay, let's take a look. So REST client create bot bay. this calls into Baze and it posts. So if we go into server.js and we look at our routes, we have Baze, where is post? Here. And that calls into create bot bay. Oh yeah, that's the problem. We just have a hardware config and we don't validate it. Okay, well, that was easy. So I need to do what I do in the other section here, where I take the hardware config and I do some validation on it. Where is that done? Here, right here. Okay, so yeah, anywhere you pass in a hardware config, we need to make sure that it validates. And yeah. Okay, that should fix this. Let's go take a look. So if I restart the central server, wait, it said deserialize. Oh no, I know what that is. Okay, so I run this. Whoa, 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 that's not good. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, I screwed up big time. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a mistake. Alright, we gotta say go to run without PM2 here. Okay, I gotta go check that in. That's actually a pretty bad thing. So can I just amend the last commit? Yes, I can, but I need to make sure I don't check in a file I shouldn't be checking in. Okay, so run and server. So server.js should not be checked in. There. Okay, good. Alright, next up, let's call into this. So I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to hit, come on, connect. Yeah, here. So if I hit update, that fails. Great. Now if I connect as, I forgot that was already working the whole time, so that was not a valid test. If I connect as Atom2, good. Problem in update bay create route. Invalid hardware config. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. That bug is fixed. There really should be middleware for that. In fact, I'm going to do that next, I think. So fixed a bug where committing a bot bay would not validate the bay. So you could commit and it would work. Alright, so this entire list is done. We're going to archive this. That doesn't work. I guess I do it this way. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the next thing I want to do here is refactor hardware config routes to use middleware. So I believe there aren't very many of those routes. If we go into server.js and I search for hardware config equals get this stuff, let's see what happens. So there's 1, and I'm validating it, 2, and I'm validating it, and that's it. There are only those 2. So let's, where's the rest of my middleware? Here, extract user ID. So I think I'm going to make an extract hardware config, or validate hardware config, extract and validate. Yeah, extract and validate hardware config. Rect res next. So in here, I'm going to do the same thing that I did with this stuff. So I want this code and I want this code. And I want that all up here. So we get the hardware config. And a name, I don't think we can validate the name here. No. So make sure they're updating. So no, this is not good either. So REST SM 400. So no hardware config found. Okay, good. And then we don't return next. We just return. And then here too, it's the same way. And then we can call next here. So if it exists, we don't need to check this anymore because it's the else of the other statement. So if it exists, then we just deserialize it. And if that worked, then we can go into here. And if it didn't work, we send an error back. Okay, good. So finally, what are we going to get as a result of this? I guess we need to save this off. Underscore dot set, or no, this dot set BL info, rec, slot configuration, user ID. No, what am I doing? All right, got it, finally. I did it. Now we need to do two things. In routes, I need to set those two routes so that they make use of the middleware that I just did. So let's find out which routes those are. Patch bot bay and create bot bay. Yes, patch and create. Okay, so patch currently has no middleware. Let's give it some. So I'm going to do this, and then we're going to expand this out into this dot validate hardware. This. Good. And then there was also create. Where's create bot bay? Here. Okay. So those two parts are done. Next up, I need to take out hardware config from here. Or do I? No, I don't. I don't take it out. All right. What do I do then? I say this dot get BL info rec hardware config. And then I can get rid of all of this. It's so much cleaner. So then there was also patch bot bay. I need to go edit this too. There. Now I still want this in here. If the name doesn't exist and no, this needs to be changed too. Yeah. Yeah, that part can stay there. The part that can't stay there is this. Okay, next, there's one last thing to do, and that's to not set slot configuration to whatever I set it to. Or to set it, but to also set this part right here. Yeah. Okay, I think that's that. So this function will take a hardware config param from the request body. I'll just say take hardware config from the request body and validate it. It can be deserialized into a proper hardware slot configuration. Res next, don't need any of that stuff because those are all the same parameters as everywhere else. Okay, I think that's it. And I think this should work totally fine. So let me try this out. And let me also try running the test. So here's what I do. I connect as the same user I just was, and I make sure that I can neither create a bot bay nor update a bot bay with invalid information. Now this is a bit disconcerting, which is that nothing is showing here. Why is that the case? Oh, because I'm user 2. Right, I don't have any bot bays. So we hit update, that does not work. Good. We hit commit, that also does not work. And now we try a real one, lasers 1. That should work. And yes, now we have lasers 1 here. Okay, cool. That's all working fine. And did the test work? No, it did not. Uh-oh. Oh, right, because it's called rest test. I gotta stop forgetting that. Although that shouldn't have failed either. Gulp test doesn't work. Yeah, alright, well let me run this test. There's definitely a problem there. Is this working? I won't know until it's actually connected. Refused. Okay, that connected. Oh, good, it worked. Okay, so the only problem then is I can't run the regular test. But that's a different issue, so I'll just file that down here. Bug cannot call run.cmd from the test directory. Right. Well, this part's done. I think this is fine. Now, this is something that I would have liked to be a little bit cleaner. Maybe it's because I added comments that I removed. Well, I added 10 more lines than I removed. Let's take a quick look. Oh, part of it is because I split this from one line into like 5. So that accounts for what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, 5 of the lines came from that. And I guess you could say 5 of the lines came from that comment there. But then there's also get and set, and that still needed to be done. Either way, I have refactored this code, and I think it looks nicer. Refactored the hardware config validation into middleware on the REST server so that there wasn't duplicated code. That part's done. Next, can I call run.cmd? Yeah, why is that happening? This fails. So the only way for this to, oh, I know why this is failing. Because this needs, okay, yeah, this is not very difficult. We just need the polyfill here. Done, and now that should work. Unexpected reserved word. Oh, why is that? Oh, I know what's happening. All right, I'm calling this from a dist folder now. Dist staging test source test main. I gotta call that from here too. Gulp test. All right, so where is this coming from? The test gulp file, and there's the test task, and this needs to be changed. So instead of source, it has to be dist staging test source main. Let's try that out. And I think the polyfill needed to be there as well, because if not, this wouldn't know how to run. Cannot find module. Oh, darn it. No. I need the client code here, and that's not there. Is that what's going wrong here? Central server, game server shared. Yeah, there's no client here. I wonder if I can just make a link to the client. I have a feeling that won't work. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Because it won't have been transpiled. Yeah, okay. Well, we got to just include the client then. Except for that's not how the client even works. Oh, joy. What utter joy. Client public JavaScripts. Is that what I'm doing in the client gulp file here? What does this rely on? Public shared game server, but not the vendor code in there. And yeah, okay, that's what I need to do then. So we take client public JavaScript. All right, there we have it. Now we need to figure out which one of these wires to cut. Probably this one. Yeah, close this out. Alright, so now I need to run the test one of these. So we just right click there. There, it started. Red wire. The red one is the central server. The teal one is for test. Oh, that didn't work. Invalid glob argument undefined. Did I? Yeah, this should have been .. slash. Should not have closed out of that thing. Is that gonna work? Are we getting any closer? Yeah, apparently we are. It didn't say invalid. Oh, no, it did. Undefined line. Where is this coming from? It's coming from here. This is apparently not valid. Is that what it's saying? I don't see this coming from my gulp file though. That's the part I find a little bit strange about this. Oh, here it is. 126. But that's the wrong one. Yeah, this is probably what's wrong. I don't know why. No, this can't be what's wrong. Okay, let's run this back. Where's this running from? Dot slash source slash star. So it should be the test directory. So we're in test. We go up one to client, public, JavaScript. Yeah, weird. What did I do wrong here? And it's saying invalid glob. It's not even saying it can't find it or something. This is just improperly formatted. One of these is. And I would assume it's this one, although this is following almost exactly the same pattern this one is. Do I have any more information about this? All right, let's run this in here. What's on my clipboard? Take this out. Take all of this out. Oh wait, rootdir. Whoa, 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 how is any of this stuff happening? Rootdir would have to have been set from here. Where am I? Oh, I closed it. Oh. Okay. All right, this is what I'm going to test. So if this fails with the improper glob, I'm going to just try commenting things out until I figure out which glob it is. And if it doesn't fail, then I think I know what happened. And it was an undefined error because it didn't have rootdir was gone. I think this is working. The only way for us to know for sure is to run the test. And it's going to take a little bit of time before we even get to that point. But even before we get to that point, we should see a client folder appear here. And it looks like that's starting to happen. Yeah, it finally is. Okay, this is processing through the test source now. Then it's going to go into shared and then the central server and whatever else. So when it finally, syntax error. Unexpected token on line 1314. Is that real? No, this is not real. Oh, no. Oh, I'm in bad shape if this is happening. Maybe I can just ignore it. That's not good. All right, let's try this. Does it work? I am kind of sick of these gulp issues. And I think a lot of it has to... Oh, wow, it did work. Wow. Well, a lot of it has to do with how I'm using it. But part of it has to do with the complexity of this. What is this? Okay, so here's the issue. The issue is that this is always going to fail on anything to do with React because it doesn't know how to parse that stuff. And to some extent, that's fine. Because the client does something different from everything else. What does the client do? Shared, gulp file, watch. Yeah, it runs Browserify. That's why. So let's just write that this is what happens. And then we just never do anything else about it. So I got to rerun this. So we go back into BL, more, watch all. We take rootdir here. We paste all this stuff in. And then don't run that. This is going to error. I'm going to write wide errors here. So note this will cause errors because we don't run the React code through Browserify. So JSX can't be parsed. However, we also don't test any of that code. We don't need to test any of that code yet. So we can safely ignore those errors. Yep. So we just had to ignore those errors, the ones that are popping up on my screen left and right. There were 4, then they're going to go away, and another like 3 or 4 will pop up. Yep. I don't see anything on my screen, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha, we just ignore this and then run the tests and everything works. Run. They did all pass. So I guess bug fixed. And then at some point I just wildly changed my build procedures. Yeah, this is working. Hey, Tech Attack. You should definitely invest in something that fixes that. Yeah, there's the easy way out, which is to just make a glob that ignores all of those files. And then the hard way out is to probably get this to build correctly. And remember, all of this is because of transpilation. If this is all ES5, I would just point at the file and say, hey, go run that. And it would say, I know how to run that. I'll go run it. Yeah, sure. And it's done. There's not a standard way to build with React in ES6. There probably is. I don't want to look into it right now. There are so many other problems right now that I want to get to that. I don't know what quote you're even trying to find, Walshy. Okay, let's check that in. At the very least, the tests can be run now, whereas previously they could not be run. But I agree that this would be very alarming in all other cases. So, committed some terrible programming sins in order to get the test framework to run again. I had broken it. How did I even break it? I had broken it once. I'd removed the Babel core from the code. So test main.js, yeah. So test main.js could not be understood since it had ES6 in it. To fix this, I included the client code as a requirement for the test, as a dependency for the test code, but now I have to ignore a bunch of build errors because I don't run Browserify on the client code. So JSX is unexpected. So monadic bind, I do think the way I'm handling this is subpar. Those particular files, so anything that has React in it, is something that displays on the client. And I'm not testing any code that displays on the client right now. I'm running tests for anything that can be automated easily, like at an API level. So it'll come back to bite me eventually, and then I'll need to fix it then. But I don't think it'll cause any issues for the existing tests. So what I'm trying to get at is when I eventually want to write UI automation, I'll have to fix this bug. And I'll know that I have to fix it because I won't be able to run the tests at all. Gulp makes auto tools look like a dream. Yeah, Gulp. Like I said, I don't know if it's Gulp that's bad or if it's me that's bad. And it's most likely me that's bad. Put in handling for empty bot bays. Let me go do something really quickly. Okay. All right, the UI is not getting updated. When creating a bot bay on the REST server, we need to make sure we're returning the entire representation. I think this is written twice on here right now. Remove the manage bots button. Allow users to delete bot bays. Yeah, so let's go find out. Throwing in my own catch. Go verify is bay empty. Rename floating bay. Deploy. Require that you use bot bays that you'd pre-configured. The REST client. Well, I could have sworn I wrote this somewhere. Apparently I didn't. Okay, well, I think that's all I need to do in order to fix this problem. Gulp is objectively a leaky abstraction. The plugins are the way to go for JavaScript now. It's the way of the JavaScript future. But yeah, I'll need to fix this at some point. And I don't think now is that time. I think hitting this deadline of February 8th is the most important thing. That's what I care about. So we're going to do whatever it takes to get to that point. And if it's hang Gulp up by its ankles and let all the change fall out of its pockets, then that's what we're going to do. So this is the next step. Where does this happen right now? The REST client calls update bay, create bot bay will post to a bot bay. So server.js, we have a post. Where is this thing? Create bot bay. Yeah, here. So this is the issue. Create, yeah, it's in the database wrapper. Is there any better way to do this? What's that deadline? That deadline is for the first vertical of Botland. It was intentionally 6 months away from when I was hoping to get like a beta out, which is not possible. None of the other deadlines are possible after this. This is the only deadline that's possible. My original other deadlines, let me just close this. I'll just put this in here. So 2/8/16, that was when I wanted to have first Botland vertical done. Then something like 8/8/16 beta, and I put that in quotes because it's more like alpha. It's all game mechanics done. You know, UI is like some graphics are in. Most UI is there, if not polished. And then something like 3/8/16 was release, which is really just beta. So I don't think these are possible, but whatever. So, but what is possible is the February deadline. So that's why I'm working toward that. Then I think for maybe a week, I might just go into some stabilization where I just fix a whole bunch of things that are wrong. And yeah, maybe that's what I do after that. But anyway, for this, so here's what I'm wondering about. And if anyone's ever made a REST API, let me know what you think for this. But basically, what I have right now is pseudocode. So pseudocode looks like this. Insert into bot bays table, and then return. So this is current pseudocode. Return the result of that, which happens to be an array of IDs. Okay, and what I want is to insert into bot bays table and have it return a representation of the bot bay. So here's what I could do to fix this. So proposed pseudocode could be this, which is to insert into the table and then select from the table and return the result of the select. So is this the best way of doing things, or is there some way? I don't think there's any better way of doing this. But then this would all have to be in the same transaction, I believe. Alternatively, actually, here's the other thing I could do. Alternatively, I could fetch the updated bot bay after the transaction. But then something else could have interrupted it, which that's not really a problem because this is just reading data. And if the data is slightly out of date, how would it even be out of date though? Would that matter? I guess it would only hurt you if you did this. You join a game server and now you're using a bot that you no longer have because you updated it, but you wouldn't have access to the updated bot. I don't know. No, I don't think this is an issue. Don't let deadlines get in the way of paying off tech debt early. Yeah, I think that's good advice. I think that's why once I get to this point, because here's part of what I need to keep in mind, and this is the reason why I have the February deadline. So God, I can never type February. February deadline is because this is the first vertical of Botland done, and part of the reason for that is, let's say we decided this is not going to work. Like, this game is just, we've got some good ideas, but we need to steer this in a different direction. Then we need to start the game design conversations as soon as possible so that those can be pipelined with whatever development I'm doing. Whereas right now, we can't design too much more. Well, we can, but every step we go in the direction we're going, if we later find out that this direction is wrong, then we've wasted a whole bunch of time. So I've said this before. This is all just a very big balancing act of how much time do I spend as someone developing new content, how much time do I spend as a developer fixing old content, how much time do I spend designing things, like working on polish, and where is my time best spent. So, long story short, I have come to the conclusion that my time is best spent working toward this first deadline. Then yes, I think I should go into a stabilization phase or something for a little bit. Is this bad? So if I do that, then it's possible that another transaction could have run before it. Thus, you'd be returning the up-to-date representation of the object, but not exactly what the object looked like after you'd updated it. I don't even know if that's a problem. I don't know what could possibly go wrong there, because this is only about fetching a bot bay. The only things that even fetch a bot bay are you and the game server. The game server is so that it tells you which ones you can use. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be a problem. I think this is what I do. So, all right, let's go fix this. So I get the bot bay ID. Then in here, I would just select by the bot bay the ID, which I don't even think I have code to do that, do I? Fetch bot bay, get bot bay. Oh, I do. Wow. All right. So I say return this database wrapper get bot bay ID. Then in here, I would have gotten whatever this thing is, bay. What is this that gets returned though? Let's go take a look. Return db_resp0. This is not a user object. Return the bot bay object. Did I write that anywhere else? User object. Those two things are fine. Yeah, this one was not. So return the bot bay object. So all we do is we get a bot bay from here. This is actually, that should be it. Yeah. Okay, let's try it out. So I restart the REST server, which is here. Restart this. Then I get a super token. And I call what function was I even in? Create bot bay. Okay, so create bot bay for user ID 3. Actually, I should do things this way. There. Yeah, and it returned the bot bay now with a 201. All right, so that's good. Now the problem is patch bot bay is does not know anything about this. Yeah. So it's still returning a 200. That needs to be fixed. All right, let's go into patch BotBay. So how does this work? We just send a 200 back. Yeah, that's not okay. And this shouldn't have even been written here. This should have been written here and then tabbed in this way. And this is totally wrong. So let's just do this. We have the Bay ID, so we return here. And then we return this. All right, cool. I think it's done. Is it done? Have I fixed this? Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll try running this and then we'll find out if it worked. So if I were to select from the database right now, I see, let's just take BotBay 1. So it has lasers 3 in it. Let's change it so that it's got missiles 3 in it. Hit send, and I got the updated Bay. Okay, good. Yeah, that works. So is it the best way of doing things? I don't know, but it works. All right. So here's what I got to do next. Besides just get warm, because I'm freezing in here. What I need to do next is I need to make use of this updated Bay. It shouldn't be too hard to do. Wait, these strings are totally wrong. No, all right, I'm not even gonna fix that. Let's let that. We'll have to bother everyone on stream. That one string's longer than the other. So in here, now the response that I get is going to be the Bay that was created or the Bay that was updated. So this is not RESP anymore. This is now BotBay. And with that Bay, I can. Oh no. Okay. Well, this is where this is coming back to bite me. Every time I save main, it's going to give me a syntax error in the test code. So, not good. Not good at all. Alright, fine. Add this to the list. Bug. The test framework spews errors on React code. Need to figure out how to build it or have it ignore the React errors. Alright, well, I will need to do that. Right now, this should be working. Let's find out. Select star from BotBay. So which user has, so let's do select star from users. Let's figure out which user actually has bays I can commit. Num empty bays. User 4 has a lot. Okay, so let's connect as Adam 4. Yep, I have empty bays. So when I hit commit here, lasers 1, I hit commit. I should have gotten back a whole bunch of information about this. Done creating a BotBay, undefined. I know what's happening. Create BotBay doesn't know how to use this. It gets a response back and it gets a Bay ID. That's not even correct. What is this? It gets a BotBay back. Response.bot got BotBay. Alright, so we again see an error pop up on my screen. Rebirth says, why are you storing the total number of bays in MySQL? Shouldn't it be a constant for all the players? No. So you can, so let me link this page. You can purchase BotBays. Did I even write that on here? You only have a limited number of BotBays available to you at the beginning of the game. There are more available for purchase. So yeah. You start with 3. You can work your way up to 8. That's the current numbers we have planned right now. Maybe that changes in the future. But whether or not you purchase them, that's something we're pretty sure we're going to have. So this should have rebuilt. And weird. Yeah, okay, let's try this. So I go into here and I make a bay, missiles 1, I hit commit, and what do I get? I got the bot bay in return. Okay, good. This is what I needed to happen. So now the bot bay that we get back from this is going to look something like this. Let's format this as JSON and paste this into here as JSON so that I can see this pretty clearly. So we have an ID, we have, I don't care about the cosmetic stuff, we have is floating. So the important thing is we got an ID out of it. We know where this came from. I think the easiest way to update these bays, yeah, this won't work. So let's say you modified your third bot bay and we get the response back. And then what do we do? I guess we say the one that you pressed commit on is what's going to need this update. Yeah, so they all need their own negative bay ID. Oh, not fun. All right, let me write this out. So problem, you have 2 empty bays and you press commit. We need to know which bay you pressed commit on so that we can update the UI appropriately. Right now, the all identified by the number -1. So solution 1 could be identify empty bays by some other ID and the fact that they're empty. This alone, actually that should just work. Right now there's no telling 2 empty bays apart. So if I just give them any identifier, then I know which one is which. And then what happens is I call into main update bot bay and I have original bay, new hardware config, new name. I would also, I guess, keep track of the ID so that when I dispatch into Redux, I can handle this bot bay reducer. What did I call this? It's not bot bay reducer. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Bot bay reducer. Here we go. So set number of empty bays. So set bot bay is what I would use at that point. Action.id. Yeah, but all of these IDs would have to be negative. Otherwise, I can't store them in the same place. And empty bays are stored in the same place as filled bays. Filled bays can have IDs, can only have non-negative IDs. I don't even know if that's eventually going to be the case. Some other ID. I can't do this. This is not how this would work. So identify empty bays by unique negative numbers. So that's solution number 1. Solution number 2 is start storing empty bays separately from filled bays. Then each bay can have its own ID of any type whatsoever, since we're only using it to differentiate between the empty bays at that point. So that's solution 2. Are there any other solutions to this thing? Oh yeah, solution 3. After creating / updating any bays, go fetch all of them just like how we do at process launch. A smelly bat. So the third solution might actually be the easiest because I'm already doing that to some extent. Is it the best solution though? No, it involves more bandwidth and just more accessing the database. Yeah, so this is probably the easiest to code, but it takes more bandwidth, and I already get back the modified bot bay anyway, so I really should just make use of that. Now if I were to start storing empty bays separately, then botbays.js needs to change a bit. Right now Oh, I'm not really storing them separately. Interesting. So maybe solution number 1 would be the best. So let's try this out. How about I do this? So there are empty bays, and I say that the ID is going to be -1 minus I. Very weird way of saying things. Yeah. Okay, so assign unique negative numbers. Hey, Digite. So assign unique negative numbers. Now that we have it, when we go into botbay.js and we hit the commit bay button, we also pass in the ID of the bay that we edited, which is saved here. Now this is now less than 0. This is so stupid. This is not a good idea. All right, fine, whatever. That's been coded now, so there's no uncoding it. Yes, there is. Now I'm gonna go bay ID. I'm gonna save that there so that if bay ID is less than 0 with negative IDs. So I create the bay, then I say done, and then after having created it, it is no longer considered empty. So I would update the UI by, I guess, just doing a store.dispatch here. So where do I do this in the first place? Store.dispatch set botbay. Yeah, apparently that exists. Let's go find out what that is. Set botbay. ID, hardware, name, and is floating. So ID is going to be botbay.id. Hardware botbay.hardwareconfig. Name botbay.name, and then botbay.is floating. What am I missing here? This can't be all I have to do. Is it? Then I wouldn't even need an ID though. Duplicate declaration bay ID. Original bay.id. Oh, I was already passing that back. Oh, interesting. Well, that was stupid. So then I go back into botbay.js and I change this stuff. Didn't need that ever. But where did that where did this comma come from? I must have added that. Yeah. Z Ultralord says this would be much better in C++. Hey Z Ultralord. I was wondering if you'd come back. Welcome back. And hey Reed. Okay, well, let's try it. I'm gonna just totally drop the database. There we go. Call me Butterfingers. Next, I'm going to run DB here. Hey, Grill Artist. Okay, so now we'll have a bunch of empty users. They're hollow inside. And I'm going to run this. I'm going to press the commit button, and we're going to hope that something happens. I don't know if something will. So lasers 1, I hit commit. Problem, invalid hardware config. Is it laser 1? No, that's not invalid. Well, let's just try missiles 1. Invalid hardware config. No. Serialized config is not a string. Excuse me. Me IRL. Better than fish memes. Good God. Okay, so I have probably not updated some part of this. Original bay ID is less than 0. Then create the bay, and then we say done creating the bay. So then I have a pretty good feeling that this screwed up because what color is the client? This. So I think it screwed up because of the argument order. And that error is going to get annoying. No properties to manage. A user is nothing. They have no identity. They have no name. There's no fetching them. There's no setting them. All right, here goes nothing. Connect. Lasers 1. Oh, it kind of worked. I forgot to set the number of empty bot bays 1 lower. Other than that, it actually worked fine. That's pretty cool. All right, so then we just need to set it lower. When you create a bot bay, we store.dispatch set num empty bays to whatever it currently is -1. So const num empty bays equals, how do we get the reducer? Store.getState dot something reducer. Bay reducer dot num empty bays. And then we just set that to 1 lower. All right. I think we're done. I think I did it. Let me put this over on another window so I can see what's going on there. It's still running. That part's a little strange. If I refresh this page, whoops, I think I refreshed too soon. Darn it. No. Refresh again. There. Okay, so if I refresh this page and I connect, I should see lasers 1 as one of my bot bays. Connect. Yeah, there's lasers 1. Now I type in missiles 2 and I hit commit, and all we should see is that this should turn gray and this should say delete. It worked. Oh, perfect. These buttons don't do anything. That part I'm not expecting to happen because all it says is delete bay clicked. I didn't make them do anything. And then this I should be able to edit at will. So if I say artillery 1, that should be in the database now. Let's go make sure. I almost dropped the database just there. Almost. Select star from bot base. All right, so there's artillery 1. Now if I modify this again to, let's say, have cloaking 1 on it, hit update. Should have gotten updated. Good, perfect. Okay, we're good. I think that's that for now. So, what was I working on here? This. Yeah, so this is done, and then this is done. So where I left off, I'm gonna say just clean up code, then commit, then work on delete. So I need to go use the bathroom. BRB bathroom. Simon says, what's the program called? You might be talking about Sublime, but I'm not sure. But I'll be right back, and then I'll answer all your questions. Be right back. All right. Trying to sponsor his trip. Not allowed to do that yet. So Simon, I don't know. Was that the program you were asking about? Is Sublime, or was it my console, or was it the game I'm making? Because people have asked about all of those things, so I don't know which one you might be referring to. Now, let me just jam this into my hoodie now. All right. This is called hunchback coding. It's a special technique. The configurated code on? I am actually not totally sure what you're referring to. If you're talking about this, so this is Sublime Text, and the to-do list plugin that I'm using is called Plain Tasks. So that might answer your question. Okay. Cleanup code, commit, work on delete. So cleanup code, let's look at that. There were a couple of things that I changed here. So one is the server now returns the full bot bay representation when you post or patch to /base. So this is so that the client can eventually make use of that information and update the UI, which is not the case yet. Things got Armor 2 config that need to be done. Oh, I see. Okay. So that was one part of this. This is another part of this, and these are very minor changes. So I don't think this is that bad. Yeah. And that's it. Then the rest of this was all client side, so we can actually not check those in and get those in a sec. Now I am going to push this code because I haven't done that at all today, and I don't want to lose any progress here. So let's do that. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that needed to be written. All right, next we push the client part of this. This is probably going to require some cleaning up, or at least a little bit of it. So yeah, I'm using negative IDs. I actually never needed to differentiate between these IDs. There was no reason to use unique IDs, which is actually pretty nice. Yeah, okay, great. Let's just cut this all out, put that back to how it used to be. And unexpected token. That's not coming from the real. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's just ignore that. I'm gonna fix that bug next, I think. So done creating a bot bay. You get the bay back. You set a lower number of empty bays. I'm gonna comment that in here. So no, we don't need to know which bay we just emptied. Only that we emptied one. This will this is going to result in something that's a little bit strange, I think. I only just thought of this now. If I modify this bay, I hit lasers 1 and I hit commit, it's probably going to go up a row. Bot bay does not exist. What? Wait a second, what? Oh, no, I know what happened. Never mind. Okay, hang on. That probably is a bug, the way I just said it, but I need to fix something else here, which was, darn it, this is not good. I need to fix this. So I do this, and then save, and then wait for it to build, and then get back into this, and it's going to be screwed up now. How big of an issue is that? Maybe it's just something I fixed later. Okay, so the build is finished. I refresh this. I connect as Atom2 because Atom2 has not made any bots yet. Good, and I type lasers 1 into here and hit commit, and now I think this is going to jump up a row. Oh yeah, that's not good. There are actually 2 bugs there. Yeah. All right. Well, let's put this here. So bug editing the, so committing your last bay instead of your first bay causes some UI issues. For example, the bay will not be filled in. Yeah, I should just disallow this for right now. Repro, make a new user entirely with 2 empty bays, then commit to the last bay. Yeah, if nothing weird happens, then the bug is fixed, but weird stuff's happening. So I'm going to put this back to how this used to be. I'm going to leave that the way it is. That part's fine. But this part, these don't need negative IDs, negative unique IDs. And then here we're also fine. So really, I changed very little. I'm now just doing something with the response that I got, but it can't be done in this fashion in the future. So if I were to connect as Atom2, I would see the bay that I edited. That is now Lasers1. That's there. And if I modify this to say Artillery3 and I hit commit, that works totally fine. The problem is only when you commit your second bay and not your first bay. So if I were to type this here, cloaking1, then yeah, that screws up. But then I type in here melee2. That part worked fine. So now this should say cloaking1. In fact, maybe that's all I should do here, is just make it say cloaking1. How does that not work? Botbay.js. So when you make a bay, you set this.state.hardwareconfig, and that's there, which is taken from the props bay.hardware. How is that failing? Huh. I am not actually sure about this. So in client main, I do dispatch set botbay ID hardware name and is floating. I wonder if, yeah, let's just put a debugger in there. How do I want to do this? I guess I dropped the database again, which is kind of annoying to have to keep doing this, but oh well. Okay, so now I should just be able to restart this. And we don't need to wait for that to finish. As long as it creates the Atom user, then we're fine. Yeah, there it goes. So I hit connect. Now what I'm going to do is type lasers1. And before I commit this, let's go set a breakpoint where I need to set one. So I go into main.js, and this is going to come from set botbay here. So we put a breakpoint right there. I hit commit, it breaks in, and I take a look at what we got here. So botbay.hardwareconfig, does that exist? It does, and it's set correctly. So let's find out what this is doing. This is going to go into the reducer, the botbay reducer. It's going to be here, and then we're going to go into botbays as a result of that and modify this. Okay, so let's hit play. It's going to hit the reducer first. Good. So now our new bay should have hardware in it. Action.hardware is lasers1. Okay, good. So by the end of this, when I say return object.assign, what if new state equals undefined? So what new state should have dot bays object1 object5. That's fine. And object5 has hardware. Yep. Okay, good. Cool. So that's done. Now we get into the render function here. And let's take a look at what we have in bays. Bays is not defined. Oh, it's called botbays. And there are 2 objects, and this has lasers1. This one should have nothing. Okay, that all worked fine. Very, very strange. We pass in the bay, so let's go into botbay.js. Put a breakpoint here. This gets hit. What is this dot props dot bay? ID -1. The empty one got rendered first. Yeah, that makes, well, that could be the case. I don't know. What's the next one though? That's it. Oh, that's it. That's not good. What was the name going to take screenshot to save it? Simon, I put it in chat. It's Sublime Text. I'll just tag you in this. And then Digite says, what are you trying to add at the moment? So what I left off with last Wednesday was that you could type in different bot bays here, but then when you press something like commit, it wouldn't update this button and it wouldn't update the bay. So that's what I'm working on right now. And let me go update the today thing again, because I am back to working on bot bays, which is good. And I don't think there's too much left to do here. I think there's still some stuff, and then there's a lot of like bugs to fix, and that's gonna take a decent amount of time. So I'm gonna say Adam is back to working on bot bays. Last updated there. Juicer Gaming says someone else having issues with Twitch buffering. Hey, Dash on it. Yeah, no problem, Simon. So, okay, the weird thing that I just noticed is that the render function here only, the constructor only got called once. Wait, what happened though? The state changed, that called into there. Yeah, I guess I don't understand that. When I call something like missiles 3 and hit commit, that gets called, sure, that makes sense. That gets called. Yeah, and bot bay should be of length 3 at this point. Length is 2. What? Num empty bays. 0. Yeah, what? How are there only 2 then? Something's weird. Hey, this got called a second time now. Now it's 3. Oh, I know why. Okay, that makes sense. But then this should get called. Yeah, this.props.bay.hardware. Missiles 3. And that's it. So what's showing on the UI right now? Yeah, missiles 3. So for some reason, setting the bot bay is not triggering this correctly. Does this make use of that state? Bot bay reducer, yes it does. So when that changes, then this should get triggered. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Alright, Adam 2. So, yeah, this render I don't really care about yet. Let's just mute breakpoints for now. It's when I set this, that's when things start acting weird. So all I care about is when this gets hit. So I gotta wait for that to get hit. Don't care, don't care. Okay, so finally, so this gets hit. This is getting hit with the right hardware. It's lasers 1, good. Now I should get into the render function here. That this is not happening is very strange. Yeah, so this. What is in bot bays right now? 2 objects. How is this failing? ID2, ID7. So ID7 is where things should work, and they're not. Right here in map. I can't put a breakpoint there, apparently. That's not good. I want to put a breakpoint there. The key is the index. Yeah, I want to put a breakpoint here when the index is, I don't know, 1. This is not good. Can I look at the non-source map version of this? How would I do that? No, I just want to do this. Can I just search for bot bays.js? I guess I could turn off source maps. Well, yeah, if I can't do that, then I can't figure out what's going wrong here. Like, this render should be called 3 times, and apparently it's not. So there's 1, but it didn't call the constructor, so it didn't recreate this. This.props.bay. Yeah, fine. It's called a second time. Oh. Oh, it's just that it's not getting reconstructed. Oh, because all I did was set this. Oh. Weird. Alright, so that's the problem. When I set a bot bait to something, it isn't triggering the constructor. So I don't have a chance to update the text box. Kemkoi says that keyboard looks so weird. Yeah, it's an ergonomic keyboard. Huh. What do I do to fix this? So I think this is a React thing. I just need to figure out what paradigm they'd want to use for this. So this is, the constructor's not getting hit, so I don't have a chance to save off the hardware config. But the hardware config was getting updated. Maybe saving it off in the render function is okay. That sounds stupid too. Weird. I wonder if anything else in the React life cycle gets hit here. All right, let's go take a look. React life cycle functions, life cycle events. This. Get initial state, get default props, mix in statics. Component will mount, component did mount, component will receive props. Invoked when a component is receiving new props. This is not called for the initial render. Ah. Oh, well, then I just need to do this. One common mistake is for code executed during this lifecycle method to assume that props have changed. To understand why this is invalid, read A implies B does not imply B implies A. This is probably interesting, but I'm not going to read this right now. There's no analogous method. Component will receive state. Okay, so I need to call this, and we get next props from here. And if next props contains, all right, let's just do this. Next props. This dot state. So I guess if util.exist next props dot bay, then object dot assign. Have I used this anywhere in here? I haven't. All right, user temp object dot assign. Okay. And then we set hardware config equal to next props.bay.hardware. So if this works, and it might, then I fix this. So let's wait and find out. So I got to refresh this page. I'm going to mute all of the breakpoints. So let's just hit mute on here. Done. I'm going to connect to Datum 3. I'm going to modify this. And what we should see happen, and so there's one weird thing that's going to happen. When I press commit, it'll jump up to here, but we should see this typed out as lasers1. We did not. So that did screw up. So then I wonder if this function is even being called. And every time I modify this, I need to go, oh man, okay, fine. So bot.bay.js, I guess I could just unmute the breakpoints. You should return an object from... Do I need to, hang on, let me check something. Let me take a look. Oh, I never set this thing. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I just need to do this dot set state. Where is the React stuff working? React and Reduct. So I don't care about temp. Botland app. Yeah, so I guess I forgot to do this dot set state here. All right. Thank you, Lepko. All right, let's delete the database and try this again. Drop, rerun. Give Lepko some points. Okay. So that's done, and now my client build is finally done. So those two things are finished. Let's try this out again. Connect as Atom. Okay, that's fine. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Don't care about any of this stuff. In fact, let's just remove all the breakpoints. Because now that I've gone through my initial set of assumptions, I'm going to set some new ones here. So we're going to set one in component will receive props. Alright, and then let's do this here. Lasers 1, commit. So this got hit. Next props dot bay. Don't care about that one. This one we should care about. Oh, that's the empty one, never mind. Hardware is nothing. Why did this get called so many times? Oh, that worked. Okay. Cool. Set state already does the merge. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, wait, why do I do that then? Let me go take a look at that. React set state. So it performs a shallow merge into the current state. There's a primary method you use to trigger UI updates. First argument can be an object. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize. So I should just be able to say hardware config that, get rid of this, then make that update pretty much everywhere. I'm going to write that on my like eventual to-do list. So there's no need for a React set state object.assign. That, well, I should rephrase this. There's no need for object.assign inside of React's set state as it already performs a shallow merge. Just search for object.assign inside the React and Redux folder. Alright, so the weird thing about this, and I'm not too concerned about fixing this particular part yet, but if I close this, so let me connect as a new user now. So Atom2 is a brand new user. Connect. The only weird thing is when I hit commit, this is going to jump up a row. So yeah, it goes up to there. But then when I commit on this one, it's totally fine. So whenever you commit on the first in a row, you're okay. When you commit on the second one, you're not okay. And I'm not probably going to fix that yet. I think I just marked that down as a bug. Did I already write that down or no? Where did I write that down? Bug. Committing your last bay instead of your first bay causes UI issues. Yeah. So I'll write this down here. Repro. Make a new user with 2 empty bays, then commit to the last bay. You will see that the commit worked, but it will show as your first, as the first originally, no, darn it, how do I say this? It'll show as the first bay. I'll just say that, that's fine. When I try this out, I'll see what it means. Alright, so I think I fixed this bug insofar as I care about fixing it, because there's still that little side effect. So that part's done. This part is, I guess I should probably comment why this happens. Will receive props. It's coming from here. This is called in the life cycle when props will be set. They aren't necessarily any different from the current props. I use this because when you commit a bay, this will eventually be called with the new content, whereas the constructor will not be invoked again. Agven. Alright, so next props is an object. We don't care about the return value of this. I think that's fine. So let me take a look at this now. We have just these 3 files still. I mostly modified that function. Here, I'm not so concerned with that. Those are the negative IDs. Eventually, I will need to make use of some kind of identifier there. And great, that closed Tortoise, which I did not expect to happen. So when you commit a bot bay, the UI now reflects the bay that you've committed and updates the commit button to read delete, as you can no longer edit non-floating bays. There is one small bug where committing your second empty bay when your first is still available to commit will act as though you committed the first one, but that's minor and I'm going to ignore it for now. Alright, now we just need to make sure that that was clear in here too. Committing your last bay instead of your first bay, and here's the key part, when your first bay is also totally empty, causes some UI issues. It just acts as though you'd committed the first bay. Let me get this stupid heating pack out of here now. It's no longer hot. Alright. So allow users to delete bot bays. I'm a little concerned about the ordering issues that I had before. So that bug I just commented on about why this thing is jumping around. Oh, whoops, did I? Oh, man. This isn't even true. I want to get rid of this. Is this different code from what I had before? There's a little plus there. Alright, if this is the old code, then I'm actually happy with this. This is fine. So we can just get rid of that. Alright, and let me just save this one more time so that this definitely worked. Alright, and we can ignore that error because that is this bug. So allow users to delete bot bays and then remove the manage bots button. Actually, the remove manage bots button is something I should just do right now. Where's that coming from? Botland app? Manage bots. Yeah, just get rid of this. Alright, let's check that in. I mean, I should test this, so I'm going to do that, but I doubt anything broke. Remove the manage bots button since it did nothing and was confusing users who played pre-beta. Let me save this again. Alright, now I just wait for this to finish building. So the manage bots button is this. When I refresh the page, it should hopefully just be gone. I don't know if it'll ever come back in any capacity. We're going to flow the UI in such a way that you're probably like always managing bots if you're not doing anything else. So I hit connect, it should be gone. Yeah, it's not there anymore. When I hit join game, I should join a game. Good, yeah, everything works. Okay, so this is done. Just an easy thing to cross off the to-do list because that was what? 30 seconds of coding? This remove. Okay. So letting them delete. Then the race condition thing. This would probably take the entire afternoon. Not because of fixing it would take the entire afternoon, but I want to write a test framework to make sure that it's happening so that when I fix it, I can run the test framework again and then make sure that I fixed it. Hey, Zans. Now, I do want to spend a little longer every day this week streaming. I don't know how good of an idea that is. I want to do more work than I've been doing. I don't like that I've missed days, but I also don't want to hurt myself anymore with stupid back pain. So if I do feel like I can't sit at my chair any longer, then I'm just gonna go. But yeah, for right now, I'm planning on streaming for an extra hour today. And what we should have done by the end of today, assuming that that's good, is like down to no, just down to here. So if I got done, if I'll actually write this down here. If I get to this point by 1/11/16, I'd be happy with the progress. Because then the next step is requiring that you use those bot bays. That might not actually take too long. But anyway, this is where I'm aiming to get to. So I'll put a little space there. And the reason why is because there are a couple of issues that are going to be kind of hard to fix. So This part's next. Allow users to delete bot bays via the UI. So this is right now, when you press delete, all it's doing is just console.logging that you press the delete button. So I never intended for it to do anything originally, and now it's going to do something. So let's go figure out where that's coming from. Botbay.js and delete. Delete bay does nothing. Console.log. So we need to call into the client. So yeah, let's just put this here. So this dot props dot on delete bot bay. This dot props dot bay. That's actually it. That's all we need. Cool. So now we got to go modify everything else. So let's start with client main. We have update bay. That took in an original bay. So we say delete bay. And this takes in, this should just take in the bay ID, to be honest. I think that's fine. Right, is there any other thing I need to keep track of here? Is bay empty? No, I think that's it. Everyone says, the test for that race condition is super easy. Just make 2 client connections. On one, do the initial read in a transaction. Do a set timeout for like 10 seconds. And then do something with the second client. So let me read this again. 2 client connections. On one, do the initial read. Yeah. Yeah, actually, something I hadn't considered is not writing a real test for this. So the way everyone described this is I should kind of just modify the code and test this stuff out. So I'm going to write this in here. When writing the test for this, I could just use delays in between promises and not a real test framework. Yeah, that's true. Actually, it has to be from 2 different clients though, so that it makes 2 connections. Otherwise, you can only have 1 transaction at a time, which won't allow deadlocks or won't allow race conditions. Zen says, tried ibuprofen. That can also help with fixing it. I've had some back pains myself, and I noticed I started walking and sitting funny, and that certainly didn't help. I did try ibuprofen, and it has helped a bit. It's not so bad now that I feel like there's going to be an issue today. So I have now completely stopped exercising, which I don't like that. I don't like that. I didn't like that I couldn't work on Friday. So both of those things really bothered me. I want to get to the point where I feel like my shoulder is totally fixed, and then start doing everything again. But I do appreciate the suggestions, Zans. Okay, so deleting via the UI. So I have this coded. This is just going to take in the bay ID, and all we're going to do right now is just move the console.log from before over to here. So we know that this data is flowing through correctly. Then in here, when I have on update bot bay, I'm going to change this to on delete bot bay, and we're going to put this into main as well. Those errors are going to continually pop up. This is going to be delete bay.bind this botland app. Then we go into here on update bot bay. Great. Put this in here too. Good. Finally, bot bays. This is the weird thing about. Wait, where's botbays.js? On update. Okay, so that's everything. And we finally just need this. Because I saved at so many points here, this has almost definitely screwed up all of my build system. So I'm going to save this one again, and then let's just see if this worked. So what I'm waiting for now is for this thing to show just blue-green. And then once that's done, we can refresh this page. There. Now the only thing that should happen is it should say pretty much the same thing it said before, like deleting bay ID 6. What? Is that what I wrote? Oh, apparently it is. Okay, good. So then we're in good shape. So now this needs to call into the server, and now we do the workhorse part of this function. So that's what I'm gonna do. Do I have anything in client REST client for deleting a bay? Of course not. All right, well, that's fine. Delete bot bay, bay ID. So deleting a bot bay is similar to this. So we're going to say delete bay URL is bay's bay ID. Then we say hitting it. That's fine. Put that in there too. Patch changes to delete. The body to send is nothing. Actually, how does the body of this work? Delete bot bay takes in a password. I don't think it should take in a password. Yeah, it shouldn't take in a password. And you also shouldn't be able to delete floating bays. How does this work right now? So if I copy paste this into here, paste, send. Good, not allowed to delete a floating bay. So bays 1, 2, 3, and 4 are floating. So bay 5 should be deletable. 200, okay, yeah, that worked. Okay, we're done. So then body to send is nothing. We don't send anything. So delete all of this. Get rid of that. Yeah. All right, there, that's it. we're done. So I can call this function now. So I want to say this dot rest client dot delete bot bay id dot then console.log deleted bay id dot catch is going to be just window alert that there's a problem. Problem in delete bay, get rid of this stuff. There, that's it. Oh no, that's not it. Oh no. The next thing I gotta do is call a store.dispatch set bot bay. And your number of empty bays needs to go up. Well, we were close. We were close. All right, it's basically just this code. So num empty bay is going to be +1, and then this is not the right code to do this. There's no way to delete bot bays right now. I need to go into reducer temp and figure out, do I need to make a new action here? Let's take a look at the bot bay reducer. I don't think I ever wrote the word delete in this function. I never did. So yeah, there's no way to do this. Well, time to do it. We change set bot bay to delete bot bay. We go into here, set bot bay. That's not the right one. Go into this one. Export function delete bot bay ID. And we do return type ID. All right, good. Next up, go into client main. We want to dispatch a delete ID on bay ID. Done, 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 done. And then set bot bay, we change this into delete. So then in action temp, we need to grab this too. We basically just ignore all of the errors that are over there forever and ever and ever. Update this, and then set bot bay is where we go fix this over here too. All right, good. So case set, we just do delete new, no, not new bays. No, this is not how we do things. We do things this way. Clone the IDs that existed, delete new bays, action dot, what's it called, bay ID? No, just ID. Action dot ID, and then set the bays. Now new bays has a duplicate definition. That's actually probably a real error. So I need to go fix that. Unless reducer temp, does it say what line that's coming from? I don't see a line number. The only place, so new bays is defined here. These are two different things. I guess because of how this gets transpiled, this is not going to work. Unless maybe I put like a block statement here. Anyway, I will just do, I could just change this to var or even let. That still probably wouldn't work. All right, let's change this to this. I'm gonna say, no, I want this to be new bays. Let's just define this up here. block statement around the case should work. Yeah, I thought about that. In fact, I think that's probably a better solution here. I never liked how that looks though, because it usually ends up with something looking tabbed in more. So I think I'm going to go with this. And I know that the way this is getting transpiled anyway, this is what this code reads no matter what in ES5. Because all you have access to is var, and var gets hoisted to the top of the function anyway. Making new functions for these things is another thing I could do. So yeah, I do appreciate the suggestions. I just probably will not actually use them this time. Let's try this out. So I hit connect. I hit delete. Oh wow, I think that's it. I think it just worked. Okay, so deleting bay ID 6. So now if we select it from the database, use botland, select star from bot bays where ID equals 6, empty set. Okay, good. So now if I delete this 2, what did I just delete? 7. So it's 7 there. No, 7's gone. So now I should be able to commit these things. What's something we've never used before? Regen 1, commit. And what did that make? Bay ID 8. So let's select Bay ID 8. Good, it exists. Now we delete it. Delete. And now it doesn't exist. Cool. All right, I think that's it. I don't think there's much else to really test here. I tried using a previously committed bay. So, okay, I can finally demonstrate this. You don't have an inventory yet, but imagine if you did. So let's say your inventory contains, this is going to be an exercise in imagination. So your inventory contains lasers 1 and cloaking 1. Hey Nick, yeah, I'm working on bot bays, and so for what bot bays are, you can go take a look at that. But I'm actually going to just explain it right now too, for anyone who doesn't feel like clicking that website. So here's what this UI looks like right now. It's pretty terrible. You have to type in a string for the bot bay. Eventually you'll have a UI like this where you just say, okay, I want lasers 2, I want artillery 2, and I want cloaking 1, and then it figures out what you want, what the string should be for you. But I don't have that yet, so can't do that. The first bay that you have here is what's going to be called a research bay, and it's what I've been calling a floating bay, but we're going to change the name of that because a floating bay is the stupid name for this. So this is going to be your research bay. Your research bay is where you can take something from your inventory, so lasers 1, let me put that here, so lasers 1, and you can hit update, and now it's set. And it didn't really totally take it from your inventory, it just sort of copied it. So let's say you wanted to take this out of here and you hit update. Great. You now have it back into your inventory. So you haven't consumed it by doing this. But let's say I wanted to put this into here. I want to put it into not a research bay. And I hit commit here. Now it's committed. I can't go edit this. And it's also not in my inventory anymore. So if I want to deploy this bot, I'll have lasers. But if I later hit delete, like, that's it. I just lost lasers. I do not have it anymore, so hopefully I had a duplicate or something. So that's why you want your research bay. Your research bay is so that you can test out bots, see if they work in a game. Maybe you tried something crazy like lasers 2, cloaking 2, regen 3, and you say, all right, I want to go test this out. So now the database is like, okay, great. You've got lasers 2, cloaking 2, regen 3. And that's in your floating bay, which I don't know if you guys can see this. You can see the is flow part of this. But anyway, this says is floating, and it's true. So that's in your research bay. And if you want to change this anytime, you can. As soon as you say, all right, I want to commit this, you put it here, you hit commit, that's it. Like, you're locked into this bot, which is fine because you tested it out, you saw this is what I want. This serves as an item sync for our game. And it also makes it so that users aren't changing their bots every single game. You've got some identity, you feel a bond with the bots that you've made. And this will be a little bit clearer as the game goes on. Right now, the way that you've all been playing the game is that when you saw, oh, that enemy's using lasers, I'm going to go make a reflect bot. You just put reflect on a bot and then hit deploy. And there was your reflect bot standing there doing nothing because I told it not to do anything. No, that's not it. Where is it? It's Jenkins up there? It's probably Jenkins. And that's not how we're going to have the game work. And that's part of the reason why I want to make it toward this February deadline, to see, do people like the game this new way? Do they not like it? Are they really frustrated by the concept of inventory management in the game? So I want to figure all this stuff out, and that's what we're working toward. So if any of that did not make sense, feel free to ask me. I think the BotBays site that I linked in should do a pretty good job of explaining this. And it's pretty short too. And you can ignore cosmetic items for now because those don't even exist in the game. So a BotBay is really just, what hardware do you have? It might be a name, it might be some code, but those things aren't static. Only the hardware is static. And then we talk about committing a bay down here. So that's it. So deleting a BotBay is now possible. So now we just had to commit this, go through all our code. So delete BotBay, delete bay. This is in main, client name, delete bay. This is called when you try to delete a BotBay through the UI. This is a number, the ID of the bay. What markdown converter did you use there? So what did I use? Something in Sublime. Yeah, I did use something in Sublime. So if I just say hello world here, if I just hit Control B, I think it produced a new HTML page with, yeah, hello world in there. Yeah, so I don't know what plugin this is. I can find out if you'd like. Remove package, markdown. Yeah, it's called oh, I don't know which one of these it is actually. It's either Markdown Preview or it's GitHub flavored Markdown Preview. So one of those two. I don't know which one. So we don't need this here anymore. I guess I could say this. I guess I could say deleting BotBay with ID equals that. All right. So good. We also need to get rid of the console logs. I forgot about that. These should be, oh, what happened there? Logger.info. Okay, good. So that part looks fine. Now temp, we added in delete BotBay. The file name should have never been temp on this thing, but alas. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. These are not really substantial changes. Yeah, this part I'm fine with. I put the let up there, I mentioned earlier, just so that I didn't have to wrap this in a block or a function. And then delete BotBay in the REST client. So that I should go comment. We're going to say deletes a BotBay that you own. Bay ID is a number, and this returns a promise. All right, we're good. All right, it is now possible to delete your committed BotBays. Let's run everybody's favorite program, the linter. I don't know how long it's going to take, but let's just let that do its thing. Okay, that's great. So now, race conditions. This is not the kind of thing I think I'm going to handle before lunch. In fact, I don't know if anything is the kind of thing I'm going to handle before lunch at this point. I had a protein bar this morning, and that was it. So it's probably lunchtime. I think what I'll do. Well, what? Commit bay clicked. Why did I? That should be gone. Unexpected console statement here too. This is. Well, I'm just going to ignore this, but I'm gonna. What I mean by I'm going to ignore this is I'm going to tell the linter to ignore this. So we're going to go into, where's the place where this happens right now? There is, I don't remember what the command for this is. ESLint disable something something. ESLint disable line no console. Yeah, let's use that. Okay, good. Whoops, deleted that stuff. Okay, that's done. Next, we have a whole bunch of this stuff. close, close, close. I've heard about linters. What do they do exactly? So linters, I think in their most like strict form, are going to tell you whether your code is correct. Now, code correctness means any number of things. However, linters in a more general form will also tell you if your style is good. So when you do a kickflip off a ramp, how many points do you get? That's what a linter is going to tell you. So basically, it's going to say this, linter warning or error, you're using double equals instead of equals equals equals. So this is something a linter might tell you about. It might say, hey, you're using double equals. Are you sure you meant to do that? Because that's also going to check this, for example, whether it's equal to the string 2. So it might say something like that. It might say linter warning, like expected tab indent of 4 got 0. So this would probably be an error the way that most linters are configured. This would be a warning. There might be other things. So this sort of thing is code correctness in that you might not have even meant to do this. This is code style though. JavaScript does not care one way or another if you put 40,000 spaces here or if you put 0 spaces there. So code style versus a code correctness kind of thing. And other code correctness things could be, and this seems a little bit weird, but is definitely true. If you say something like 1, 2, 3, these two things are equivalent. Putting a trailing comma and not putting a trailing comma, except on old browsers where they did not handle trailing commas. So this is actually a code correctness thing, and if you have trailing commas, you might break on like IE6. I don't think any modern browser is going to care if you have a trailing comma now, but it was eventually, it used to be the case, I think, where it mattered. So yeah, that's what a linter does. So as you see me go through these issues, it says, okay, unexpected trailing comma, just talked about that, I can delete that. Great, I can delete this one, great. So those two things are fixed now. So those are those. Great. Unexpected trailing comma. Yeah, I just apparently copy-pasted a lot of trailing commas. This is... Wait, did I fix that one? No, I didn't. Okay, so that's done. Missing semicolon. So yeah, missing semicolon is an example of a code style thing that could possibly be code correctness, and that's where you sort of blur the boundary between the two. Found unexpected statement after a return. What? Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is wrong. I mean, it's also not really needed. Biggest thing I like from JS linters is functions inside loops. Ah, yes. Some compilers will care if you put 40,000 spaces online. That is actually true. And it's true in a very weird way. So there was a blog post I read somewhat recently where they had like 4,999 characters here. So not literally written like that, but they had like some lorem ipsum text like that. And then they had function foo. And then they had the same thing here where it was like 5,000 characters written, and then the exact same function foo. Apparently the way that V8 works is it will, I don't know, I don't remember how this worked exactly, but basically the comments before a function can actually impact the function in V8. I need to find that blog post on how exactly that works. But it's a case where it'll never happen in the real world because nobody leaves comments in their JavaScript. They minify it out, so it would be gone. But it's a weird thing where if you ever did leave it in and you were running on V8, then yep, that's your code wouldn't run as fast or something like that. I don't remember exactly what happened. I think it would try, I think it tries optimizing very small functions, or I don't know, there was something it would do. So BOP is defined but never used. Apparently that's correct. Okay, cool. Well, get rid of it. BOP is defined but never used. I probably do this all over the place. Yep. And BOP is defined but never used. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so those things are all fixed. So let's rerun the linter on the ones that had errors and then find out, are they still broken or did I fix them? So I'm running out of water. Okay, so success over here in the central server, done. And over here, also after running the linter, it's a good idea to run the test just to make sure I didn't screw up any code. So let's let that run and I will check this in. Fixed linting issues. So that test finished. Now let's do rest test. I don't expect this to break if the other test worked. Yeah, Zans. So what WebStorm is actually doing is it's linting your code as you run it. Nope. Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, I know why this failed. Rest test main. So Bay ID did not match. That's because this doesn't return Bay IDs anymore. In fact, this is just something I should fix afterward. Fix rest test so that it doesn't expect Bay ID as a result of the APIs. Create bot bay and patch bot bay APIs. It now returns a bot bay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? This should not be there. Revert. I left a hello world. I think I'm actually gonna go through this now. Otherwise I would have just checked that in. Next time I uploaded, people would have been like, why do you have hello world there? So did that other linter finish? It did. Okay, good. So fixed linting issues. Done. All right. I am gonna go get lunch. So when I come back, this is what's on the schedule. We're going to fix some bugs. We're going to fix the race conditions that I have. We're going to test that we have race conditions. I'm going to fix this thing too. And actually, yeah, look at that. Then we got bot bay management pretty much done. The management part. I mean, sure, the UI is not there. So take a look. If I connect, I can see the bot bays that I have, and I can delete them. I can commit new ones. It doesn't let me type in things like lasers 50, which doesn't exist. So great. And by the way, this is the kind of thing that I talked about a little bit in the last recap video that I recorded. So if you haven't seen recap number 17, which was the 3-day week from last week, then yeah, you can go check that out. So when I come back from lunch, I said I'm going to be streaming for an extra hour. So I'll be back for, I don't know, like 4 hours, I guess. So today is long from being over. I'm gonna go to lunch. Let's figure out how I add these people to my lunch BRB. I never actually removed the people from last time, I think. Did I? Walshy, Weedley, Lulong, Spurman. Walshy, Weedley, Lulong, Spurman. Yeah. So now it's Weedley, Mr. Silvermatch. Yeah, so those are all the people I have to remove. So let's do this. Join. So BRB lunch, 45M. Actually, I don't need 45 minutes. Let's go with 40 minutes. And maybe I'll take a snack break later in the afternoon. All right. Thank you all for watching so far. I'll be back in a bit. Gonna go get some food. See ya. All right, I'm back. I gotta read through the chat. Just gotta scald my back again. All right, let's see what's going on in chat. Okay, cool. Well, I'm back. Hi, everyone. And we're going to see what we're going to do here next. So fix rest test so that it doesn't expect Bay ID. This is probably the easiest thing to fix right now, so I think I'm going to go with that. And yeah, let's go into rest test main. So everywhere, creating a bay and updating a bay no longer return a Bay ID. So I guess what we need to do is we need to change this to, what is it called, bot bay? I don't remember. I think it's bot bay. I'm just gonna go with bot bay. So if I heated up the heating pad way more this time than last time. My shoulder is actually very warm. All right. Bay ID is what I had before. So now we got to change it to create bay dot bay ID. Then there should be a patch response as well. Patch a user, patch a bot, patch users. Okay, let's try this. This might work. And if it doesn't, I'm really not too concerned. I'll just fix what's broken. Oh, whoops, I ran the wrong thing. All right, whoops. All right, this might work. All right, that broke. Broke on 337 of this. Yeah, but where did that come from? Nobody knows. Okay, Bay ID does not match. Bay ID does not match. So, oh, is it here? Bot Bay, that's Git. Create Bay resp dot body dot. Okay, I'm gonna need to look into this. Hey Zaynman, I'm doing pretty well. I had to take Friday off because of back pain, and then I went to the doctor, and I now have a heating pad that I gotta wear, which is why you see this strap coming out of my hoodie. But yeah, it's not totally better yet. I gotta go to a massage therapist at some point. So I also want to stream for an extra hour today. So normally I'd only be streaming for 3.5 hours. Now I think I'm gonna be streaming for 4.5 hours still today. So let's hope that, you know, I build some momentum and good stuff happens, and we'll see. So I'm gonna do this, get super token. We're gonna take a look at here. I want to see what bays I have. So I'm going to patch bay 1 to have lasers. So patch bay, actually this is already set up to do that. Yeah, and it returns bot bay. So then, that's not good. What is the expected in the actual here? Actual is undefined. So that means, oh, it's ID, not Bay ID. Oh, whoops. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. But then patch needs that as well. All right, let's just test this. All right, it's gonna fail to connect a second time probably. Oh no, it worked that time. Oh, perfect, everything passes. Okay, I'm gonna check that in. Like I said, that was the easiest fix of all of them that I could do. So when I'd updated the REST server to return bot bay instead of bay ID on patching or creating bots. I'd forgotten to update the test to reflect this change. I have now made that modification. Oh, all right. See you, Zainman. Yeah, cool. All right, close out of those things. Hey, Risa. Welcome back. Okay, so now it's either race condition or fixing this test framework error spew. Both are really important. Let's flip a coin. So if we get 1, we're going to go with the error. If we get 2, we're going to go with the race condition. Now let me run randint on 5, 6 just to see, can I get both 5 and 6 as a result, or just 5? Why is this taking so long? It's like oh, there we go. It says inclusive. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do this. Randint 1, 2. So if 1 wins, then we work on the error first. If 2 wins, then we work on the race condition. It's 2, so we work on the race condition. In hindsight, that was a bad idea. I should have just worked on the error thing first. But I will let random numbers dictate my life, so we're going to go with this. Is my back okay? Well, yeah, I actually just commented on this before you got back. It's not fully okay yet, and I'm working on what it takes to make it get better. So yeah. Splinty says, wow, you're still going. Yeah, I'm going to be online for another probably 3.5 hours. Wait, did I say? Oh, no, I meant 4.5 hours. Yeah, I'm going to be online for another 4.5 hours. Can I buy pre-beta access for the smaller price? It's free right now, so you can just buy it for free. Yeah, you will eventually need to buy it again. That's what I'm going to do at the end of the next deploy. I'm going to make it cost points again. So basically, anyone who wants to have access for the rest of this week, actually, I shouldn't even say that. Yeah, I'm going to make it cost points again. I might delete all access that currently exists. Anyway, race condition. So I definitely have this, and this is what I asked everyone about, and everyone said this. Start a transaction, select the bot bay count as an update. It'll lock the ID like I mentioned. Do your edits to the bays and make sure that you edit the locked ID column, otherwise it'll be locked forever. Then either commit or roll back. So now you're doing locks, make sure you don't introduce any deadlocks into your stack. Don't query any locked resources that are required by the initial lock. It's essentially a no lock win scenario. Let's take a look at this. Does that randint have uniform distribution? If not, it's a mulligan and reroll required. It probably does. It's just Python's random. So you fixed the bots. The bots what? So, okay, I haven't deployed any fixes from earlier. So I've made fixes to the server, but they're not online yet. Don't let bad random dictate your life. Yeah. Wait, what did this link to? Locking read. A select statement that also performs a locking operation on an InnoDB table. Either select for update. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. The bot's speed. Oh, you mean responding? Yeah, that's fixed. And also, so is its memory usage. It shouldn't be using anywhere near the amount of memory it used to use. Yeah, it's using like, not memory, I meant CPU. It used to use about 8%, now it's using about 0.4%. That's pretty good. All right, select for update. Lock in share mode. So if you use for update with a storage engine that uses page or row locks, rows examined by the query are write locked until the end of the current transaction. Using lock in share mode sets a shared lock that permits other transactions to read the examined rows, but not to update or delete them. What is this? Locking reads. All right, I should read this too. So anyway, in addition, you cannot use for update as part of the select in a statement such as create table, new table, select from old table. If you attempt to do so, the statement is rejected, cannot update while a new table is being created. This is a change in behavior from MySQL 5.5 and earlier, which permitted create table select statements. I shouldn't have a problem with that. I don't need to make tables on the fly. So following select, yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's read this, and then I want to test this stuff out. How are you going to test payments? I have no idea yet. Oh, see you, Splinty. How I'm going to... So there are two parts to testing payments. Part one is the actual payments themselves, i.e. remove money from account A and put it into account B, then give the user something. So this, I don't know how you test this. Presumably there's some way to do this, or maybe there's like a fake credit card that you can allow and have it seem like it's doing. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do that. But then the second thing is like game design testing of payments, which is sort of the balancing test. So this is, should X cost $1 or $2? Sorry, I don't know why I say things that way. It's a very programmer. Should something cost $1 or $2? Should you be able to get to blank by spending $10? So something like this. This is testing I can do beforehand without even needing the payment system in. So I think we are going to get to this point long before we get to the point of the actual payments being tested. And this is something I hope to get to by February 8th. So that's part of this deadline and part of why I'm working more now. And yeah, so we're going to get all that stuff done. So let's take a look through this article, and then I think we have enough to be able to write the test framework and then just kind of try this stuff out. So if you query data and then insert or update related data within the same transaction, the regular select statement does not give enough protection. That is true. I know this now. So other transactions can update or delete the same rows you just queried. InnoDB supports two types of locking reads that offer extra safety. Select lock in shared mode and select for update. Yeah, so we just read what lock in share mode is. They can read, or they can't modify or delete them until your transaction commits. If any of these rows were changed by another transaction, your query waits until that transaction ends and then uses the latest values. Okay, so for index records, wait, what? For index records, the search, for index records that the search encounters, select for update locks the rows and any associated index entries, the same as if you issued an update statement for those rows. So locks the rows and any associated index, same as if you issued an update statement for those rows. Other transactions are blocked from updating these rows, from doing select lock in shared mode, or from reading the from locking even in shared mode, or from reading the data in certain transaction isolation levels. Consistent reads ignore any locks set on the records that exist in the read view. Old versions of a record cannot be locked. They are reconstructed by applying undo logs on an in-memory copy of the record. These clauses are primarily useful when dealing with tree-structured or graph-structured data, either in a single table or split across multiple tables. You traverse edges or tree branches from one place to another while reserving the right to come back and change any of these pointer values. All locks set by lock and share mode and for update queries are released when the transaction is committed or rolled back. All right. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, Risa. Sending fake payments. If only you could do that in the real world. Just buy things for free. Suppose you want to insert a new row. So I'm pretty sure I read all of this. I did the other day. And I still had some questions about this. So there are transaction isolation levels, which they mention in here, and I don't know if they link to an article. They don't. All right, well, MySQL transaction isolation, which is a search I also did yesterday. Yeah, these repeatable read committed, read uncommitted, and serializable. I believe this is pretty similar to Postgres, and I wrote a bunch of notes on this. There are three phenomena that could be caused by concurrent transactions: dirty read, non-repeatable read, and phantom read. Oh boy. Okay, there's a lot of information I'm gonna need. So I'm gonna read through this article, and I think I'm gonna write the test that makes sure that this is really a problem right now. I'm sure it's a problem right now. I just need to make sure that I have a test that also knows the same thing, so that when I fix this, I can verify that I fixed it. So this statement specifies transaction characteristics. It takes a list of one or more characteristic values separated by commas. Characteristics set the transaction isolation level or access mode. All right, great. So you can set transaction characteristics globally. Yeah, I would probably want to set them globally. I don't think I'd ever want to do something per session. I guess that's for if you're going to do maintenance on a database or something and there's some rule you just want for the maintenance session. But anyway, a global change to transaction characteristics requires the super privilege. Don't care. Yeah, don't care. I want to read more about the levels. To set at server startup, don't care. Don't care. Yeah, none of that matters. So let's get into the levels. Each of the transaction isolation levels described here using different locking strategies. You can enforce a high degree of consistency with the default repeatable read level. So this is the default. This is what I'm on right now, repeatable read. Is this the same article? It is. So that I just had to scroll down to find, oh yeah, there it is. All right, well anyway, let's read it. So this is the default isolation level. For consistent reads, there's an important difference from the read committed isolation level. All consistent reads within the same transaction read the snapshot established by the first read. This convention means that if you issue several plain non-locking select statements within the same transaction, these select statements are consistent also with respect to each other. For locking reads, update and delete statements, locking depends on whether the statement uses a unique index with a unique search condition or a range type search condition. Locks only the index record found, not the gap before it. Interesting. So if I have a unique index with a unique search condition, so this is like searching users by ID. All I'm going to end up doing is locking that particular ID. But it sounds like for ranges, which I don't think I'm going to be using for a while, that might be different. But that's, okay, what do they write about consistent reads here? This is as you do future reads in the same transaction. A read operation that uses snapshot information to present query results based on a point in time, regardless of changes performed by other transactions. Okay, I understand. Query data has been changed by another transaction. The original is reconstructed based on the... All right. So I believe this is what I have written down here. I have non-repeatable read written here. A transaction rereads data it has previously. Oh, so this is the thing you want to prevent, and that's what their default level is repeatable read. That's their isolation level. This is what I wrote in here. Remember that read committed is on by default, which means that the same query performed multiple times in transaction X can see changes, insertions, and deletions from concurrent transactions committed. Oh boy. Yeah, this is a lot of information. I don't know if repeatable read is different between MySQL and PostgreSQL. I should be keeping notes on this stuff, but I need to understand the difference too. Anyway, that was one of the levels, and I jumped down there from here. So let's see, default repeatable read. For operations on crucial data where ACID compliance is important. Or you can relax the consistency rules with read committed or even read uncommitted. Bulk reporting where precise consistency is less important than minimizing the amount of overhead. Okay. I don't think I'm ever going to want less consistency. Serializable enforces even stricter rules, mainly used in specialized situations, such as with XA transactions, in troubleshooting issues with concurrency and deadlocks. A standard interface for coordinated distributed transactions. Wow. Databases. It's crazy. All right, so I think we can ignore this. I don't think I have such a specialized case where I need to read about that. And serializable, whoop, I didn't mean to click that. Where did we come from? Here. Yeah, so serializable is what I have written in my notes for PostgreSQL, which is that none of these phenomena that I talked about earlier are possible. So no dirty reads, no non-repeatable, no phantom reads. And it's because serializable provides the highest level of, I guess, certainty that you're not doing one of these things. But it also takes longer. So I guess you wouldn't have that on all the time. For full information about how these isolation levels work, see the InnoDB transaction. So I should probably read this later then. How long is this section? Lock models, consistent non-locking reads, locking reads, avoiding phantom problem. Yeah, all right, I need to read this. Definitely need to read it. The following list describes how, okay, so let me just read the rest of this article and then I'm going to get started. And it might be that I don't have enough information to tackle this yet. So I might need to read more while I'm on stream, but we'll see. DBAs are on a whole another level for me. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure for a database administrator, they already know all of this and they would be able to just tell me like, yeah, just do this. But I need to know this stuff too so that I understand what's going on. So let's see, read committed, a somewhat Oracle-like isolation level with respect to consistent non-locking reads. Each consistent read, even within the same transaction, sets and reads its own fresh snapshot. So what it sounds like is as you do updates in a transaction, your later selects will see the update you did. I don't know if I ever even need that. But then again, I don't know. Read uncommitted. Select statements are performed in a non-locking fashion, but a possible earlier version of a row might be used. Thus, using this isolation level, such reads are not consistent. This is also called a dirty read. Now, I believe in PostgreSQL, read uncommitted, dirty read is not possible. I think that was the default level. It's read committed, yeah. So you couldn't get dirty reads. And then this is like repeatable read, but implicitly converts all plain select into select and lock in shared mode. It therefore is known to be read-only and can be serialized if performed as a consistent. Yeah. All right. Risa says, I just can't think of someone experienced like Adam use easy-to-use tools such as GameMaker. I don't think GameMaker is bad or anything. I think it's just, so GameMaker is a game engine that lets you make a certain kind of game. Actually, I don't even know if that last part is true. I'm probably thinking of RPG Maker. And it's, in that sense, it's not different from Unity. At some point, you might get to an area in your project where you want more control and the engine doesn't give it to you and you don't have source control for the engine, so you can't just modify it yourself. And then you say, I just can't do this thing. I mean, imagine if I gave you like a get pixel and a set pixel API, you could reconstruct my entire screen right now. But could you do it quickly? No, probably not, because you've got to set like pixels manually and it's probably not optimized and it probably doesn't send anything to the GPU. So if you wanted a fast game using just an API like that, it's probably not possible. You probably just can't do it. You wouldn't use an engine like that. So what you would use it for, and so I don't know what GameMaker is particularly good at. I haven't used it, but it's got its uses. It lets you make games, and if you're happy with it, then yeah, totally keep going with it. Let me look up GameMaker. I just want to see what their interface looks like and everything. Okay, so this is like a 2D game engine thing. I wonder what they say their features are. They probably have a physics engine built in at this point, and they don't have a features list. Alright, well, I'm not going to spend a lot of time looking into this. But anyway, like I said, you'll eventually get to the point where either you're making games that you love, you know how to use Game Maker, you know its shortcomings and what it does really well, or you get to the point where you say, well, I do want more control. I'm going to break out of Game Maker and go use either a different engine or write your own. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. All right, so transaction access mode. Transaction access mode may be specified with set transaction. A transaction takes place in read-write mode where with both reads and writes permitted to tables using the transaction. That's probably what I want, read and write. I don't need to explicitly say it, I bet, because it's the default. If it's set to read only, changes to tables are prohibited. This may enable storage engines to make performance improvements that are possible when writes are not permitted. It is not permitted to specify both read, write, and read only in the same statement. Okay. In read-only mode, it remains possible to change tables created with a temporary keyword using DML statements. I don't know what DML or DDL is, but I don't think I'm going to be using temporary changes. The read, write, and read-only access modes may also be specified for an individual transaction. Using start transaction. Okay, so cool. Read-only could be helpful for some things. So my big questions now are, well, what don't I know? But yeah, let me keep a list of questions. Questions about DB. So if I specify that a statement is select for update, then I have what exactly granted to me? Where's this written down? This is the whole, it will create a lock on anything that, yeah, here we go. Locking reads. Locks the rows and any associated index. The same as if you issued update statement for those rows. So nothing else can update it or even select using lock and shared mode or from reading. Okay, so then no other data definition language and data manipulation language. I think sans. I think I'll need to read more about that. Lou Long says, hey, how's your back? It's doing better. It's not fully healed yet. So I'm going to try to focus on getting a lot of sleep this week and also feeling better about just the work that I've been doing. I don't like how I had to take days off in the last couple of weeks, even if it was for personal health. I just don't, it's not helping the deadlines at all. So the no other transactions are permitted. Well, okay, here's the exact wording. I don't need this exact wording in here, but locks the rows and any associated index entries. Other transactions are blocked from updating those rows. So if I specify that as a statement and select for update, then no other transactions are permitted to update / delete those rows. So my questions are, is select star from users by default a transaction? I don't think it is. If I do select star from users without something like lock and share mode, will I get the value of, will I get the rows that I'd locked with select for update from another concurrent transaction? Is there anything else here? Reading the data in certain consistent reads, ignore any locks set on the records that exist in the read view. Man, hey Dibs. Adam, this has been weighing on my mind as a fellow programmer. Do you drink any caffeine? No, I don't. So I stopped several years ago because I found myself like getting a soda or something before I went to a meeting, and I thought, soda is just empty calories, and requiring caffeine before I go to meetings is a bad habit to get into. So I just totally stopped, and I haven't had it for many years. And then you run into another problem. So if you don't have caffeine and you're tired during the day, you have really just two options. You And it's not a good thing. It's just not a good thing. I had taken a nap in my office once at one of my jobs, and someone came into my office, just knocked and just opened the door, just didn't care, just came in, started talking to me. It was like 4 p.m. Didn't say like, "Oh, sorry for waking you." It was just like, "Hey, where's that work I asked you to do?" I felt so bad. I felt so bad about it. But yeah, that's what happens when you have caffeine. You get tired and then you just, yeah, you either go to sleep or you just suck it up and deal with it. And then hope you get more sleep the next night. So, I don't know. God's ups and downs. So yeah, the real question here is, do I just apply for update to the select statements where I make modifications, or do I have to change all select statements? So yeah, I don't know the answer to this, but maybe it doesn't matter right now. So all right, here's where I know I have this problem. If we go into server and I go into create bot bay, here's where the issue is. So in order to create a bot bay, the very first thing I have to do is get your user. So I get your user and then I check how many empty bays do you have. Do you have greater than 0? If you have an empty bay, that means you can create a bot bay. So what I'm unfortunately doing right now is I'm checking in the REST server. Oh yeah, okay, you have empty bot bays, so we'll let you call create bot bay. Well, the problem is, let's say this check succeeds, and now this thread stops executing something like here. Well, now another thread can pick up and also get to here and say, yeah, he's got an empty bot bay, and then stop executing for a little bit. And now the first thread picks up and it calls into create bot bay. Create bot bay no longer does any checks. So both threads are going to get to the point where they create. So if this number of empty bays was 1 and you had 2 threads running here, you will end up with -1 empty bays, which makes no sense. That's an error state. We let the user do something they shouldn't do, and just generally the code is bad. So I've gotta address that. That is what we're getting at right now. That's maybe one of the few pluses about having ADD. No matter how tired I am, if I need and want to, I can focus like crazy. Hint says, what is this running in that JS has threads? So that was just an example. This is Node, and so Node is single threaded, but I will be running multiple of these processes. So each process will have one thread executing all of this stuff. To give you an idea for the architecture here, there is the game client. Obviously, that's just one thread that's running. There's the game server, and then there is the REST server. And this is a wrapper over the database right now. So the layer that I'm talking about is the REST server. This is something that is going to be, there will probably be multiple REST servers and multiple databases. So, and there will be replication between them too. So in that sense, there's concurrency without there necessarily being multiple threads in the same process. But it's a good question, Hints. Okay, well anyway, this logic needs to be removed from here. But before I even do that, like I said, I want to come up with a test that will make sure that there is a bug here. So how do I come up with that test framework? So write test to verify that I have a race condition for, what is this API? Create bot bay. For create bot bay. So the basic thing is, it's going to have to do something like this. Like 1, set up an account with 2 empty bays. Then 2, no, let's say 1 empty bay. Only needs to be 1. 2, start 2 connections to create bot bay. 3, put a delay in create bot bay so that it, after checking the number of empty bays. Now this is a contrived test case in that it's not the kind of thing where you just run something for like 3 minutes and just have to keep pegging your API and then finally find out, oh yeah, there was a race condition. This is me knowing where my race condition is and just testing like, is this a race condition? Which I already know is the case. So this is probably not worthwhile at all, unless I do this the right way. Lurker Mike says, so you want to check the database for the number of bot bays the user has, and then if they don't have any, make one in the same transaction. Something like that, yeah. So what I keep track of is not how many they have, but rather the number of empty bays they have. So as long as the number of empty bays is greater than or equal to 0, then you can create one. So this means you can create one. So yeah, so I can do all this inside a transaction. That part I'm fine with, but I need to make it so that now two transactions can't interfere with one another. And that's where I need the transactions to use locks, and the select for update is what I can use there. And I just need to make sure that all this works, but that I have a test in the end that will make sure that this actually worked. So is there a way that I can come up with a better test framework for this? So I guess that each test would have to do something like this. Make a bot bay for user one. How do I do this? Maybe I make a user with I'm not sure how I do this. Okay, what if I did this? Before all tests, make several thousand accounts with only one empty bay. And then each test would try to make a bot for a random user. And then if I ran that test enough, we'd eventually run into collisions, or maybe, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, I need to think about how that's going to work. Set up an account with one empty bay. Start two connections. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. So this is, I'm going to just delete that. I need to make sure I'm running this from many connections. So then how would I start multiple processes here? Let's see, I have the connection info. I could either do this at an OS level or at a node level. Not sure what I want exactly. Lurker Mike says the for update stuff will work. I think if you have newest MySQL, there's actually a way to do read-only transaction that locks tables as well. Yeah, and I was just reading about that, and I should have it. Yaki says, hey Adam, I'm just wondering what kind of server you're running and how you acquired it. So I'm running on Azure, and it's all thanks to the BizSpark program. So this is what startups can get access to that gives you a lot of Azure credit every month. And so thankfully, it doesn't cost me any money to do this, and it's for 3 years. So 3 years of free stuff. I really only cared about the Azure cloud. I mean, you also get access to like Windows or Microsoft Office or something like that. I don't need any of that. I just needed Azure. So yeah, it needs to be less than 5 years old, your startup, privately held, both those things are true, and earn less than $1 million. That is overwhelmingly true. I earned 0 times that amount. At the end of your 3 years, you keep all the software you downloaded at no cost. This is kind of a strange stipulation. I'm not going to get into this. They have a whole bunch of terms of service, and it just doesn't make sense how you get to keep that because of their, whatever. Hey, Alvays Dev. Okay, Lurker Mike has linked this. Start transaction, commit, and roll back. And there's read only and start transaction. Yeah, so I think I have access to this. Is there a way for me to test this really fast? If I go into MySQL and I just say start transaction, and then what, I have to say read only in the same line? Read only. If I say this line, yeah, that worked. Okay, so then I can commit the transaction. Yeah, we're done. All right. Seems like you have to quit your server soon then. I hope so. What was it again? 4 million monthly? 1 million annually. I'm not sure if you're making a joke about my earnings or a serious question about the BizSpark program, but yeah, it's 1 million yearly. Okay, so yeah, What will spin up the processes? Should I do this from Node? I think I should. Using something like PM2. I wonder how fast PM2 can start this up. Node start hundreds of processes. I wonder if there's some library for this. I don't really know what the library would do. It just needs to start a new process, but it needs to do so quickly. I'd rather pay for a tiny VM than use Azure for free. So I was paying for a tiny VM, and I did not want to do that because I needed, in the end, I'm going to need probably at least 3 VMs, definitely more in the ability to expand. And I was paying $5 a month as it was for one. So I would have needed to pay at least $10 a month, but more like 15. And yeah, the extra $100 to $200 a year is just, I could spend that money on art or something like that, and I'd rather do that. All right. So yeah, what I'm going to use for this is actually a very good question. Yaki says, can you tell me the specs of that $5 monthly VPS? Yeah, if you go to DigitalOcean pricing, where's the pricing thing? Nope, there was, no. Anyway, it was a half gig of RAM, 1 core of a CPU, 20 gigabytes of disk space. What is this light stuff? Cipro asked, it's when you follow me, you get a link to control my lights, and you can just change my lights around if you want. So if you got a whisper about that, then yeah, it's totally fine to click that. Yeah, so this is what I was using. And by the way, you run into a weird issue if you're using Node. Node, by default, assumes that it has something like 1.5 gigabytes of memory. And this machine clearly does not have 1.5 gigs. It has half a gig, of which you only get however much because the operating system takes some, right? So I had like 480 megabytes of RAM. Well, Node doesn't garbage collect when it's about to hit the actual limit on RAM because it assumes you have a swap file or that you set your defaults correctly. So I ran into issues for like a solid day because I thought I had a memory leak and it turns out I didn't. The new hot stuff is RAM Node. What is this? Yeah, but what's the plans and pricing? Wait, 15 per year. RAM 128. $5 a month. Huh. That's actually not too bad. Wow. OpenVZ KVM. All right, well, anyway, it seems interesting. This is sponsored by Random. So I've never heard of it. I wasn't doing that, at least. Let's take a look at what does it? The REST test. So I start up a process, and I don't want to have to make all this stuff. Promisfied PM2 start. Start takes in a script location, sets auto restart, a whole bunch of other stuff. Do I want to do this? How do I verify that something's screwed up? After all tests, select star from users where num empty bot phase is less than 0. And yeah, I'm okay. So when I compared all the different VPS sites and VM sites, I was mostly looking for how much am I going to pay. I didn't want to pay any more than $10 a month. I ideally wanted to pay nothing, but I couldn't do that. And then I also wanted, what were my other requirements? I think that was it, actually. Just money. I didn't really care what kind of VM I got. But what if you make a new account and get Azure? So the BizSpark program you actually have to apply for, and there are people reading over the applications. And so that's not something you just make a new account and you get a whole bunch of money. Oh yeah, and the positive reputation part, that was another thing. DigitalOcean, enough people had recommended it to me where I thought, all right, I'll try it. Okay, so I want to do this. I'm going to need to call connect. Connect is what? Just promise if pm2.connect. So this is what starts PM2 if it's not already started. And then here's what starts the process in it. All right. Do I want to do this? I just don't know. All right, what I'm worried about here is that I'm going to end up with this other tool that I need to maintain and do whatever else for, and even just, I'll just make it. I think using PM2 is fine. Can kill all of the resulting instances very easily. Seems kind of strange to have a column called empty bot bays versus figuring out how many empty you have programmatically. Is there a special reason you do that? I figured it would be, also I missed more in chat than just that, so I'll go back and chat out in a sec. I figured that in order to, so empty bot bays, approach 1, have a column indicating how many are empty. And approach 2 is compute how many are empty based on how many total you have, and then reference the bot bays table. So I figured since you need to know how many you have empty on basically every single login, just checking a column is much faster. And then when you want to update, when you actually go to create or delete a bot bay, which it would be probably pretty infrequent, that's when we finally reference 2 tables. We both make the bay and then we update your user table. So I figured it was just a speed thing. That's why I chose it. So what else did I miss over here? Hint says, are you just trying to get it so an insert fails if a user has too many bot bays? Yeah, I am. But it's, so doing that, given the information that someone else suggested about just make a transaction, select for update, that sounds fine. I also want to make a test that will verify that I never regress on this. So that's what I'm looking into right now. What else am I missing in chat? Okay. All right. So setting up this test. Let me kind of see what it would take to do this. If I go to commit this, I shouldn't have any outstanding code. Good. So I feel like this would go in here somewhere. But then anything I modify. Should I make this its own tool entirely? No, it's test code, so it should go in the test folder, I think. Well, all right. So this would be something like db race condition test. Okay, yeah, and enough people are talking in chat where if you need my attention, just put my name in it in a message. You don't need to private message me. You can just tag me in it. So I would want to make use of this code, which means there should be a library for me to use here that I should write myself for this, which is frustrating. Okay, let's just copy paste all this code over here. Because the very first thing, whoops, what am I doing? Let me take this file over there. So this is going to be called, not rest test main, I guess db test main. That's fine. Hey, capital R. Okay, so path create. Oh, that's another thing I didn't think of. Oh, man. I guess since this is a test of the REST server, I could modify this and put in a task that calls into Mocha in such a way that I don't need to make a separate file. I wonder if that's a good way of doing this. I'll try that out, I think. Yeah, all right. Let's do that. Get rid of this. Also, I realize I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. I'm going to need a... This is really stupid. This is really stupid. How... Yeah, there's... All right, I gotta stop. I gotta stop like paralyzing myself here and just write what I'm gonna do. So I'm going to butcher the REST test to get it to the point where I can test out race conditions. Later, I'll refactor the code if I need to, so that I can have both tests in their own files. That would probably take the rest of today. Yaki says, I tried using Node.js for the first time ever and really enjoyed it, but when the project got bigger, I didn't seem to quite love it as much anymore. Yeah, I can't comment too much on that, because I think not liking it comes down to a lot of things. One can be something that's inherent to the language or the framework or any architecture, and two could be the interaction with it. So I've used languages before where I think they're not great, and it turns out that I'm just using it wrong via some paradigms. And I haven't been using Node long enough. It's been maybe, what, a year or two? A year? I don't know. I've been using it for about a year, and I feel like it's good. I like it. Okay. So if I'm going to butcher this code, then I need to just get rid of this test entirely. Just say done here. So that test is going to do nothing now. Now let's get into an actual test. So I set the timeout for this to something incredibly high. 150, this is 2.5 minutes. 2.15 minutes. So I'll have the REST server started up. After all these, I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to close the one ID that I'd started. See, this is the part where it's like, see, why I need to do it this way? Couldn't I just do this in a smarter way? But like I said, I'm going to butcher the code. I should just do that. That way I get a test working here. So launch REST server. Here's where I'm going to start changing something. Let's say that we wrote a script that the individual script, maybe that's a better way to start this. Make several thousand accounts with only one empty bay. Do we have a database connection here? Can I just run raw connects? I apparently have that. So if I wanted to here, I could go down to this and I could just, let's say, I don't want to truncate all the tables after this. Let's get rid of this. I want to add 1,000 users. So I could either do that through the REST server, or I could just do it here. I think doing it through the REST server is a better idea. If I'm going to do that, then I got to be pretty careful about this. Oh man. All right. Let's get a super token and make this a coroutine, I guess. Goodness. It's going to be annoying. It's going to be very annoying. So I get a super token, and then I can create a user with that super token. So what I want to do is I want to create 1,000 users. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's just make 100 for now. In fact, let's just make 10 for now. I don't need this to take too long. I just want to test this out. Oops, that's not how that works. So creating user number plus I. All right, so we create a user. super token username and password. The username, let's just do this. Const username equals user plus I. Password equals password. The password doesn't matter for any of this stuff. And then the user ID, we get a response from that, and we can say that we created it. All right, so yeah, let's just do that. Next, we also need the error handler that we had before here. We call done here, or we call it up there. Okay, yeah, we want that. Okay, so this will create 10 users for me. And then that's it. It'll just be done. So let's go try this out. This doesn't really test anything, but, well, test to make sure I made these users. Are you using timeouts to ensure that the program is finished adding 1,000 users? I need to, okay, so these timeouts are by default something like 2 seconds, and I need to expand it just so that these are asynchronous APIs, and it's possible that something hasn't started or isn't ready yet. And so it could expand beyond that 2 seconds. Now, making it 1.5 or 2.5 minutes, the reason I'm doing that is because eventually I'm going to have this run for something like 2 minutes and just keep hitting this API over and over and over. And then if there's anything that goes wrong as a result of that, I'm going to log an error. So this is the kind of test that would run for 5 or 10 minutes at a time, I think. Okay, so what failed here? Creating user 0123569, and then something happened. It said fetching super token after that. Oh, does this need to return? That shouldn't have even run. That's weird. Well, let's try that again. All right, so this should create those 10 users. Okay, perfect. So we created the users. That's all I wanted to do first. How long did that take? 404 milliseconds? Well, anyway, next, after doing that, I would want something. So that was this before all tests. Then each test should try to make a bot for a random user. Well, the first thing I need to do is after making the user, set the number of empty bays they have to 1. So this is now yield connects.raw. That's not a good idea. Let me just go into the database wrapper and look at what I did there. So there's update. Where do I say user password? This is fine. We can just copy paste this. So yield connects users where ID equals. So we can get the user ID here. User ID equals create user response. Now, what does this respond with? I don't actually know. Body.userID. All right, so we get the user ID. Now we update that user, set num empty bot bays to 1. Good. Now let's try that out. Now, if the first one took 404 milliseconds, granted that number is not set in stone. I could run it 10 times and it could vary wildly. But if it took about 404 milliseconds, let's see, does this one just take more or less? And again, this doesn't really tell us anything definitively. It took a little bit longer. Okay, great. So now what we should have, if we go into the database, let's do show tables, show databases, use botland rest test db, select star from users. So I have 10 users. Their number of empty bot bays is all set to 1. So that's the important part here. So now that they all have this set to 1, I need to start something like 10 different processes and make them just randomly go modify users and make bays for them. And that's the annoying part. Okay, well anyway, here's what would happen now. Now that the users are set up, go start 10 X test processes. Hey, Jack. So in order to start however many test processes, I need I need, where do I start the server? This. So I need a generic way of starting a script. So I'm just going to copy paste this, make it specific for right now. We're going to say launch test process. So first it connects to PM2, then it starts the process. What does PM2 connect do? PM2. Documentation. Does this, apparently can't do that, PM2 API? Can I find connect in here? PM2.connect. Yeah, but what's this for? Connect, consideration, connect method connects to the local PM2, but if PM2 is not up, it'll launch it. Okay, so hopefully that doesn't take very long. After connecting, I want to start a test grunt, test worker. And the script that I start, now this part's interesting. So I was starting something from the central server. I now want to start something from, let's say, test worker startup script. So this is going to be in the current directory. And yeah, let's just do that. Let's call it rest test, like race condition worker. .js. Do we need the JS? Darn it, this won't work. This won't work because it's got us. Wait, yes, it will. Test source rest test. Yeah, this will work. We do need the JS probably. Yeah, race condition worker. Sounds good. Now we need to go make that file. And also I need to do test process. So this is going to start this script. Auto restart false. Environment. What's it going to need to do? It needs to connect to the REST server. So it needs, oh man, this is annoying. It needs the host, the port, and the super token password. Host, port, super token password. Yeah, REST server host. How did I think I hard coded this. Okay, well, whatever. I hard coded it because it's not something that was supposed to be configurable. The REST server host is, I guess, just host. Right? Is that what I want? Host should be localhost somewhere. REST server host. Oh, I actually called it that. And port, I should also name it there too. Port. Yeah, REST server port. So does port appear here anywhere now? Yeah, no, it doesn't. Just in a comment. So that part's fine. All right, next we go into back into this function. So we have the host, the port, the super token password. I think we're good at that point. Then we call into what exactly here? Save the ID of the process. I don't even know if I want to do this. First app. So I guess I could just say console.log started PM2 ID is going to be this. Yeah. All right, got it. Now I can call into this. I'll say yield launch test process. This doesn't actually return anything. And the script doesn't even exist yet. So what did I want to name this? Launch test process? No, it was up here. It was called like race condition something or other. Race condition worker. Race condition worker.js. All right. Here goes nothing. Console log hello world. Hello world from race condition worker. All right, let's try that out. That's a friendly little script, right? Oh wait, PM2 logs. Yeah, we gotta do that first. All right, well that's working. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Do we see hello world anywhere? I don't think that worked. Host is not defined. Yeah, no, really. I thought I renamed it. It's supposed to be rest server host. All right, let's try that again. Oh, so once we have the test for this done, then I make the fix to the original code. I run the test again. We make sure that none of this stuff fails. So do we see hello world? We do. But there was only one of those. Oh yeah, because I only coded one of those. That was stupid. And then, wait, what? Why did this not finish after that? Launch, oh, it did finish. Okay, but then nothing killed off the test worker. All right, so what we should have this do, we should have this return, yeah. Here's what we do. Yeah. We return this, then down here what we say is const test proc IDs dot ID equals that, and then we keep track of which ones we started. And how do we do that afterward actually? We wouldn't be able to do anything there. We need a very specific test handler here. All right, whatever, let's just test proc IDs. IDs dot push that. Then at the end of this, we've got to close all those down. So I have an after all, which does promisified PM2 delete of a name or an ID. So we just need to call that. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's say const num test procs equals 10 for let I equals 0, I is less than num test procs, I plus plus. We're gonna make a new test proc. Yup, great. Get rid of this. Put this up here. Yep, cool. So then at the end of all of this, we're going to delete all of these. So this would just be num test proc IDs I. Proc ID. Okay, we gotta kill PM2. Hey, Jinx. J-N-I-X? J-Nix? I don't know, there are a lot of ways to pronounce your name. You should tell me which one you want. Alright, so that kill logs, RPC socket closed. That's probably fine. So let's write this down. Console.log killing process I slash test procs. Then this should be like 1 out of 10. So we do that. And then here we can say launching process. Okay, and then in the ID that we return, so launch test process, we got to get rid of this. Like, right, this is just spammy, isn't it? Creating user, PM2 started one process, the ID. I don't think I want that. Okay, let's try running this. JNix. Got it. Let's write that down. Never forget it. Pronunciations. JNix. All right. All right, here we go. Here goes nothing. So at the end of this, what we should have hello world print 10 times from here. So we saw it once before. We should see it 10 times now. We should see no processes left alive at the end of this. That was bad. Cannot read property PM2env of undefined. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, so PM2env. Did I screw this up? I did screw this up, but how? Did this start 0 processes? Oh man, fine. Error shouldn't be set if we're in the then function. PM2 kill. Let's try this again. All right. So I expected to say that it didn't even start one process the last time. Yeah, it started 0 processes. Cannot read property PM2 undefined. So why did this fail then? I tried starting a process and it said it couldn't start one. How does that start? Maybe because the name already exists. Maybe I just pick a random number to put at the end of that. Let's put a proc name. Yeah, proc name. Then in launch test process, let's pass it something that we know is going to be unique. So test worker plus I. Maybe that's why it failed. So if this works, then we'll have started the... Oh, good, it did. Okay, now the only problem is that this is incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. So now our log should have hello world from all these things. You know, the best way to do this would be to start all these processes, have them wait for some message, and then kick off their test routines. Oh boy. Oh, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, maybe PM2 has interprocess communication. Who knows? And if not, what I could do... No, it doesn't look like there's anything like this here. Wait, cluster mode. What's this? What I was hoping is that they install some sort of PM2 intercom. They install some sort of event handler on some special thing. Simple interprocess communication for processes managed by PM2. Oh, look at that. Wait, there is process.send. Huh. This looks pretty easy. But I need PM2 that's greater than 16. I have 15. Can we just update it? I don't think it's going to work because I think when I write PM2, I'm really using the globally installed version. That didn't even work. Okay, I don't know. But process.send apparently exists. Let's go take a look at that. Send. Child.send message send handle callback. When an IPC channel has been established between the parent and child, so when using fork, child.send method can be used to send messages to child process. Parent got message. And we can do a send as well. Okay, so this will be a nightmare unless I is there a better way to do this? So what if I return the test process? Okay, let's try something out. What if I did this? Can I do process.onTest function data console.log in test handler json.stringify data? All right, then calling into it, I would need a process object, which I would probably get from this. I get an app. I don't know what's in it though. PM2env. Okay, let's search. This came from PM2. So if we just look through their code, we should be able to figure out what else they provide us. PM2 ID name. The other thing I could do here is I could just run it and examine all of the keys, because it looks like this is going to be a very slow way of finding this. Okay, fine, let's examine the keys then. For var k in for, oh wait, I don't need to do this anymore. I can just do this. Stringify underscore dot keys first app. Let's run that. Oh, darn it. I should have done something else here. PM2 list. None of the test processes should have been running. Test worker 1. PM2 kill 1. Oh, I cut off the... this is not good. Okay, so hello world, I'm getting a bunch of those. I don't care about that though. What I care about is this. So I got domain events, closes needed, closes got connected, spawn file, PID, process. Process. What if that's what we need? I don't know what's going on anymore. So we would need to say test proc ID equals whatever this stuff is, PM2 red val. I don't know what they call this. App? Let's just call it app. Sure, app. Great. Now we have a process. So let's do this. Let's say app.process.send test hello world. This is gonna be the coolest thing I've ever coded. Hey, Purple Flurple. What am I missing? Purple Flurple says process.env.nodem. I don't follow why. Undefined is not a function. Oh, darn it. No. Process.send is not a thing I can do. Okay, well, I wanted to figure out where does this, let's go back to the PM2 docs. So is there a process handle that I even get back from this thing when I do PM2 start? Where's their API? PM2 API. You have full access to process env. Oh, so I'm not trying to get access to the process environment. I'm trying to send a message to the process. So when I start a process, what does this return? Huh. Wait, send signal. What is this? What does this do? Send signal to process name. Yeah, here, process.on and then process.send. But where did they get the process from? Oh, process.send is its own thing, and I specify a... Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I need to look this up. It's probably Unix signals. Yeah, so let's see. PM2 process send. Let's just see if there's something else over here. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Got it. And by you, I meant Lurker Mike. So the question is, I started a process with PM2. How do I send a message to it such that in its message handler, it will have access to the message I sent it? So this is apparently possible. I'm just not sure how to do it. So I get an app here, yeah. Using HTTP. Maybe this is something. I wonder if PM2 is implicitly using the global process. I don't know. I would need to check the keys on this thing. Let me do that. Let me do the keys of first app.process. What does this thing have? And then that PM2 intercom could be interesting, but it would involve updating PM2. I don't know if I want to do that. Although that is exactly the functionality that I want. So what do we have here? Cannot read property process of undefined. What did I screw up? I'm returning app. Okay, I don't know. I think I'm going to just try the intercom route. Oops. Because otherwise, I don't know how long it'll take for me to do this if I don't test things that way. Because I saw the first time this ran, it had what? It had a process object, right? Yeah. So these are the keys in first app. That's this stuff. In fact, I could put this into its own. Let me format this. Yeah, there we go. I don't care about the closing thing there. So these are all the keys. I had process in here, right? Yeah, here. And I wanted to see what was part of process. And apparently this printed nothing. Yeah, I don't even weird. Oh, it started 0 processes. Oh, I know why this happened, I think. Because PM2 list probably still has the test process hanging around. Yeah, it does. PM2 kill. All right, that's why. Then maybe this would have worked, and I just screwed it up by not cleaning up after the test. Let's find out. Also, hey, Danthus. Aha. It has a PID. Okay, so that's all it has. Just a PID. That's not helpful. I think I'm going to go get intercom. So I wonder, how are you supposed to do this? Is it not, whoops, not PM2 upgrade, PM2, NPM upgrade. PM2.send data to process ID. Send data to, oh, interesting. Type process : message. PM2 bus dot on. Oh man. Wait a second. First of all, did I just? No, I still didn't screw it. I still didn't get that working. I apparently don't have access to this because I'm in 15.10 and I would need 15.11. All right, so no matter what I do, I have to upgrade. That's what I think I'm getting out of this. Elga says, are you guys funded? I don't know if you're talking to me at this point, but no, we're not. Nor do we plan on looking for funding. Okay, so I have no problem updating PM2. I just wanted to see if I should be doing that. So what was that thing I got? NCU? Node check updates or something like that? This should point out PM2 to me. Yeah. PM2 apparently has a version 1 now. Interesting. And Promise Retry has a version 1. Okay, let's upgrade, I guess. This could be me shooting myself in the foot. Also, you need to pass a globals flag to NCU. Okay. So wait, this upgraded. All right, good. So then NCU help. I have a feeling that does not do what I want it to do. Ah, there we go. So is there a global? Yes, there is. So NCU-G. Let's upgrade, I guess. Famous last words. Well, they have been my famous last words before. NPM. NPM can be upgraded to 3.5.3. Wait, but what about all the other things I installed globally? Like PM2, for example. Where PM2? Yeah, this is calling into npm list PM2. This should work, right? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to use this to update the global one. NCU-G should have found that. Unless, oh, you know what I should do? Okay, let me go check this out. Program files, actually this one, node, modules. I should have PM2 in here. I don't. What? Oh, is this because of how MVM works? Oh god. Do I have MVM on here? Oh, 0.12.5. So this is stored in some weird location. Where's NVM? App data roaming. App data roaming. Oh, whoops, that is the path I want. Node. Aha! PM2, I found it. Okay. So this is where I wanted to be this whole time. So yeah, this is the wrong version. So I wonder if I can run this from, let's do this. NVM use NCU-G. I don't think this is gonna work. If it doesn't work, will you cry? Yes, just profusely. Don't upgrade to npm 3 if you have node 0.12. Yeah, I guess I could run this command. Now you're focused on the game right now. Can you give me 2 minutes advice for starting to learn to code? Elgaz, I think if you look at a Python tutorial on Code Academy, that's a pretty good place to start. And Purple Florple, I have PM2 installed in both places, locally and globally. So when you run PM2, just by typing PM2, that's calling into the global version. But then the test does require PM2 to be installed, which is why I wanted to list it there. What was I going to do? Yeah, okay, so I don't know where this would finally start to work. I think if I went into... So first of all, yes, I could probably run this command, and I'm going to do that in a sec. But first I want to check if I were to go into here, cd/d here, and then do NCU dash, whoops, no, not dash G. There. This is going to check everything. And think, hey, Racer. Wow, hey, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. How is your node programming going? And how's my back? It's doing better. It's not great. Okay, this didn't work. I don't care. Whatever, I'm just going to install it this way. Yeah, it's not great, and I'm using a heating pack throughout the day on my shoulder. I need to go to a massage therapist and then figure out what physical therapy to start doing. And I don't like how it's getting in the way of Botland. Like, I can deal with the pain, but I can't deal with the lost time. Make sure you upgrade to 1.0.0 locally too. That should have, oh man, come on, error, seriously? What failed here? Couldn't install optional directory dependency, unsupported. What? Okay, so how about I go back to here, I run this command, and then I try to remember what it is I was thinking about before this. I don't remember. Who needs Node? Oh, cool, Racer. I upgraded npm 3. I shouldn't have. I didn't actually run -u at the end of that. So if I type NCU, it'll show that PM2 or npm can be updated, but it didn't actually do it. Oh, whoops. I need to do the -g version of this. Let me take a look. Oh, good. That worked. All right, good. So that passed. And yeah, this is saying that it can put version 2.11.2 to 3.5.3, but it didn't actually do it yet. So I need to run -u for that. So, all right, I think I'm finally in a good state now. There's only one other problem. That problem is this. We got to do find /snip pm2 package.json. This should be in at least one place. At least one. Yeah, and it shouldn't take very long to do this. Wherever I just was, NPM3 was running and had those status bars. Uh-oh, where was that? Where NPM? Oh, I was running from roaming NPM, so it was running from there. Okay, no, that's fine. That's not what my particular node is running, I think. I was just in a specific directory that's not usually high up on my path. All right, here we go. So PM2, I want to search for, so it was in, actually, we need to do this. Find stir/v, I think it is, node modules. Does that work? I know, Lurker Mike, I had it installed locally and globally before. So if I look at the package JSON that I used to have here, PM2 used to be installed. It was just installed as 0.15.16. Now it's installed as 1.0.0. So I did have it both globally and locally. And good, yes. So everything should be fixed there. So now what I should be able to do is start to use PM2 intercom. Let's try this out. Also, what, you install it through PM2? Whoa. Wow. See you, freelancer. Hope you come back. Wait, so PM2 manages its own plugins now? Did it get some cool new UI? In-memory PM2 is out of date. Do PM2 update. Oh, that's so cool. I could just do PM2 kill probably. And then PM2 list. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. don't you facepalm me. Any reason you're still using Node 0.12? There's a certain day that we don't talk about, Maldian, that I tried to upgrade and it caused so much hatred that we don't bring it up anymore. I would like to upgrade. I just wasn't able to when I tried last time. I don't think some of my dependencies had been upgraded for PM4 or NPM. God, I can't speak anymore. Node 4.0.0, which is now what, Node 5, I think. They went from 4 to 5 over the course of like a week, which is not something people typically do. So I have the new PM2. Let's just try this out because this is just for the sake of a test anyway. I don't ever plan on doing this in the real game. Unknown module. Well, that was unhelpful. Oh wait, when they say greater than 16, do they mean higher than that? Wait, 16.0.0? They're on version 1.0.0. I don't know what they're talking about. Maybe they meant to write NPM here because PM2 doesn't have it installed, does it? It does, I guess. What am I talking about? What is this? What does this even do? It's got its own plugin handler? Where's the install function? Install, wow. Install or update a module and run it forever. Okay. Like Valentine's Day for Node modules. I don't know if I'm going to use this. So I don't know what's happening. I remember looking at you instead of your screen. You looked so devastated that day and the day after. I was pretty bummed those days. And I'm not totally sure what I should be doing here anyway. Like, I'd love to be able to use this. That looks like easy to use syntax. But then this relies on a package or a PM2. Yeah, PM2. And PMX. I don't know what PMX is. Forever. You can never stop. You try to shut down your computer and it says, no, you told me to run forever. Okay, well, PM2 -- version, let's take a look. This should be at, 1.0.0. So I'm not totally sure what this means by 16.0.0 because I'm pretty sure they didn't go up 15 major versions. And this is a relatively new package anyway. Well, whatever. Let's use what's here, because now that I have 1.0.0, I should be able to use this at least. So I connect to a process, and I do send data to process ID, and I specify the ID that I had there. So type process message, and then what's this though? PM2 bus on process message should equal true. Then done. So this is receiving a message from that process. And then in here, I just say process done on message. Okay, good. Yeah. So then whatever. I'll just copy paste this. We're getting there. Just update your nose. Should be a breeze. Ha. All right. Where do I call this? From here? Launch test process? Sure. Let's try it out. PM2 dot send data to process ID. Type process message. Data hello world. ID this thing. All right. Then this also takes in a callback. Error res. I don't know what this is for. In callback. I don't know. I guess it can. I don't know. Well, whatever. Okay, launch bus we don't want. And then we want to listen on the other side. So let's save that and take a look at their site. So process.onMessage function packet. All right. So here we go. We have process.onTest. So they wrote message. I guess I'm going to write message. All right, let's try that. This can't possibly go wrong. There's nothing that could, no bad can come of this. I can say that with 100% certainty. Now let's just run the test and be surprised when everything works. Second bit you copied is a Mocha test? Wait, what? Second bit. Did I screw something up? I'll have to look at this. Also, that's apparently how I install. All right, thank you, Meldian. Just wear a Kappa mask next time. Is this gonna work? No, this isn't gonna work. Hello world from race condition worker, and then there's a date. But what we didn't get is sending. Wait, undefined is not a function. Oh, I still have that process code in there. Oops. Wait, where is that? Here. Yeah, that should be gone. But then this should have worked. ID test proc ID, process message hello world. Yeah, that. I don't know what's gonna happen there. Did you run it as a cluster? No. I didn't. Allow your app to be clustered. Okay, exec mode. That's in start. So .start options. Allow it to be clustered. Exec mode cluster. Alright, so that still failed, but now we fixed it. We fixed it all. Oh wait, no we didn't. No, we didn't. PM2 list is going to show that the test worker's there. So you do PM2 kill 1. That doesn't work? Is it no longer PM2 kill 1? Oh, it's PM2 stop 1? So PM2 list should now show... How do you remove this process from here? Delete? Yeah, take that process. All right. Rerun. Wherever this thing is. Title this one. Will it work? That is the question. Well, that's never happened before. Node is just running. Is it the cluster mode thing? Undefined is not a function. I don't even know where that's coming from. I know there's a stack trace here, but it's past the point where I can actually use it. I don't think this is a good idea. Is there some other way I can do this? No, I need interprocess communication if I'm going to wait for this thing to be started and connected and then give it work to do. All right, let me read this page. So allow your app to be clustered. What is cluster mode? Scale your node application across all CPUs available and to update them without any downtime. Wait, I shouldn't need cluster mode for communication. What are you doing once it gets a message? It should be working. Well, this thing, okay, so to be fair, this thing just stops almost immediately. So I probably need to just put a delay in here or something, like set timeout, function console.log hello. I just want to make sure I have the arguments of this right. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so let's just set this to wait 10 seconds before saying hello. I don't know if it's going to... let's try it out, actually. If I just do race condition worker... What do I call this? Oh, it's in source. Source / race condition worker. Oh, it's in rest test. There. Yeah, so now this doesn't exit for 10 seconds. In fact, it shouldn't... I didn't want it to exit anyway. Yeah, this is going to fail. Cluster is required for process.on message. Okay. Did not realize. This is needed for process.on script reset. What happened here? Hello world from race condition worker. Oh, and that said hello. Wait a second, that second hello is this thing? No, it's not. Never mind. The in-test handler that I care about. Alright, I'm not sure what's happening. Let me go take a look at the code again. So I get the result from launch test process, which is what does pm2.start, and then I do send data to process ID. Type process message, data, hello world, ID is the ID that I just got, and then there's some callback that never gets hit. And that's that. But it never gets it on the other side. To connect, start instances 4. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. I could have just started 10 instances immediately. Well. That would have been much better. PM2 connect needs to be called. You aren't waiting for it to start. I think, so PM2 connect is to wait for PM2 to start, and I am waiting for that. I have PM2 connect called before everything. So launch REST server. That's where I call into PM2 connect, and then I do a bunch of stuff. I don't know if you need to call this multiple times though. Oh, apparently you do. Oh. All right, that's something. Let me try that out. Programs don't have shoes. Oh, this might not work actually. It might not actually start the process. In fact, that's probably what happened. Cannot read property process of undefined. But it's not coming from here. Haha. Alright, PM2 kill. I'm going to try running this again. I don't think any of this is going to work the way I have it written right now. And also, is there any way for me to get the co-error handler? Is there anywhere for me to get the stack that I want? Where's this stack coming from? Because I throw... Yeah. This is not helpful. I guess I'll try that. I think... Is this any different from what I had before? It is actually different from what I had before. Does this come from my code at all? No. No, it doesn't. So this is... Oh, wait, it does. What's this? PM2 send data to process. Oh, wow. Well, that's a much more helpful stack than what I had before. All right, so we know it's coming from there. PM2 send data to process. This is all the coroutine code that we had. And what is it saying? It's saying that undefined is not a function. Oh, so I don't have this? This is not even a function for me? That's something I probably should have verified originally. Let's try this out. So if I go into BL test node var PM2 equals require PM2, do I not have this function? I don't. Oh, wow. It says available in PM2 0.15.11. And my PM2 is invalid. What? When I updated this, what happened here? I'm sure the global PM2 is now 1.0.0, but it appears as though the local version was not. But the package JSON for, I looked at it before just pressing install right now, and it said 1.0.0. Okay, what is this going to show now? Now it's at 1.0. No, that was already the case. What about this? npm list PM2. Okay, so I don't understand that. I don't understand it. And I've never seen it be invalid before. I did this. I did all of this. What happened there? How did I even get into that state? Man. I wonder if the second connect is needed. I'll have to take a look at that. It's just silly. Oh, also that might have failed, but that might have failed for a reason. All right, what's the saying now? Cannot read property process of undefined, and that's coming from here. Yeah, that's totally fine. I don't care about that. Process, we just get rid of that. Go over to the other part of this code, which is not even there. That is, I didn't even do that right. So all right, so I still don't know if this connect is needed. It probably is. Oh, I should do this slightly differently so that it doesn't take a whole bunch of time. All right, PM2 kill. Let's try that again. All right, here goes. What did this fail with? Cannot read property pm2env of undefined. Where's that coming from? app.pm2env. Okay, so that means it did not start a process. It did not. Why is that? That's actually likely a different issue. Launch test process. So I guess what I don't understand is it doesn't even seem to get an error here. Is there something I'm missing from this? Function error console.log. I mean, it went into the then. I know for sure it went into then. It just didn't start the process, which I don't understand. Like, this would have thrown a different error if that was the case. Weird. And if it's not starting, why would that be the case? There's no reason to not start. Unless I wouldn't be able to start with my command line either, which I can. Whoops, it's rest test. No, I totally can. What's with the PM2 warning printing in console at the beginning? Was there a warning that I'm missing? I don't see a warning from PM2. There used to be a warning a long time ago in like the first run where it said, yeah, the in-memory copy is wrong, but then I just killed PM2 and it fixed it. So if I do PM2 -- version right now, it says that it's running the new one. But now I have that API. Now the problem is that it didn't start a process. Yes, in red at the very top. What the heck? I thought that had stopped showing up too. No process found. What's going on? Be sure to have the latest version by doing npm install pm2 at latest-g. So I already manually did all that. Yeah, so here's the issue I'm facing right now. It's just not starting a process. Like, I have this code here, launch test process. It sets up, it calls in a test worker startup script, but then this just doesn't start. So when it gets into here, it says started 0 processes. Yeah, time to take a break. Yeah, so there's another way of doing this. But I don't even think it's worth doing it any of the real ways. I think it's worth just getting these things to start and then scheduling them for something like 10 seconds from now. So you know what? That's what I'm going to do. We're just gonna pick a time, 10 seconds in the future, and that's when they'll all start doing what they're supposed to do. How's that sound? That sounds great to me. So when I start the process, we're going to launch it with, let's say, start time equals date.now plus. So what is the format of date.now? Number of milliseconds in some amount of time. So A is that. Let's do A divided, or no, let's just keep doing date.now. Is this going up by, yeah, so it's number of milliseconds. All right, got it. So then date.now plus 10 times 1000. So add 10 seconds, and that's when the child processes should start. Now, this is because we don't have inter-process communication reliably working. So what you're going to do? You're going to do things this way. That's what I'm going to do. Start time. Then we pass that in as the start time. Now, here's what we do after that. Watch this. Now we say, so we should have, I'm just going to close out of all these other things that don't matter. Okay, so we should have a start time. Var start time equals process.env.start time. Then what we do is set timeout 10 var timeout interval equals null. Timeout interval equals set timeout. So here's what I do. I make a function that says if date.now is greater than start time, then I call my real function, execute. Otherwise, I'm done. So function execute. Oh, and also what we should do is say timeout. What's it called? Clear timeout? There's set timeout and there's something else. It's not timeout, it's set interval and clear interval, I guess. Set interval ret ID. Yeah. Okay, so set interval. Clear interval. And then set it to null. Great. Then we call execute. Execute is it's going to do something. So for right now, let's just say console.log running the test. And that's where we will put the test code eventually. Actually, I'll just comment this stuff out. So this is not going to know how to do any of this stuff, or we could also say that this is not defined. If start time equals null, console.error, no start time environment variable was set. Process.exit1. Exiting. Great. PM2 kill, and then run all this stuff again. All right, let me try that. Oh, see you, Zans. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to see all these processes start, and I think they say something when they start. Maybe they don't. But anyway, they should all print out at the same time because they were given the same start time, and they can have access to the system date too. Because that's not happening, I imagine something went wrong. Yes, something did go wrong. What is this? Can't read PM2M if undefined. This is the same error I had before. What? App? Does app not exist? Is it not PM2M anymore? Maybe they changed where this thing is located, which would be a real bummer. Because I don't even know where to go for the documentation anymore if this isn't it. All right, well, here's when we start going crazy. Let's do this. So, oh, this got screwed up. What are you using for your command window? It is conemu. All right, so first app dot. Yeah, let's just do this. Underscore dot keys first app. Yeah, it looks good. Let's see what's in this thing. Because PM2 list isn't going to show anything, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not. So this will still fail, but now I'll have some insight into whether I still have access to PM2M, which I would expect to have, because otherwise my other thing would fail. Oh, right, no. There's not going to be any keys because it didn't start a process. I don't know what happened here. Some failure happened before this, that means. Why can it not start this? Let's stop cluster mode. I don't think that has anything to do with this. What I know for sure is that I didn't change anything in here and things started failing, but I did update PM2, so that could account for that. But then the problem is, okay, if this works, then it should start a process down here. Okay, now it's working, and now all of these processes should print out at the exact same time. Oh, that's not good. Cannot read property start time of undefined. No, did I capitalize M wrong? How is this supposed to be written? Am I just a dummy? Do I even take in environment variables in here? Apparently not. Okay, let's go take a look at init database, which definitely, yeah, it's lowercase. I'm an idiot. Well. If we rerun this, this should work. Let's try that out. Okay. So here's what will happen now, because I think I might have gotten this to work. In fact, I probably should have tested this before just doing that. But this is the test. So I should start my 10 worker processes, and then 10 seconds after the first one starts, all of them should print something. I don't remember what. Running the test. Yes. And I don't know what that last part was. What were all those other windows? Still not killed, retrying? Huh, okay. Well, that worked out decently well. So we just need to say start time equals some time even farther in the future. Or let's just start only 5 processes for now. All right, so now we have our processes. Now we need to run the real test. God, this is a huge waste of time. A huge waste of time because I don't know if I'm even going to keep this code. But now what they would need to do is try to make a bot for a random user. So they would all need to connect themselves to the REST server, which means they need to make use of a lot of the code that I already had there. So let's just put this in here. I'm going to get rid of all the code I don't need from here, which is a lot of it. Does this even need to be... I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Dist, staging, test, source. No, this one. Yeah, there's race condition worker. So I can use ES6 here. That's good to know. Did the API change in the upgrade? I don't know. Cluster mode stopped working. So maybe something changed. Or maybe cluster mode, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what happened. Okay, so to run this program, yeah, I don't need to know that. Babel polyfill would have already been called into, right? Because we're in, no, but it's a new process. We might need this. I'm just gonna put this here. Okay, then who knows of this what I will need. So let's just get all of it, I guess. Yeah, all right. So we need PM to connect because we need to launch, we don't need to launch a REST server, we just need to connect to it, which is what we use request for, I believe. Yeah. REST client, that's what we need. We need a REST client. Okay. Where do we make it? We make it right here. Okay, REST server host, process.m.rest server host, process.m.rest server port, and process.m.supertoken password. All right, great. Look at that. All right, so we don't need any of this stuff. And we probably don't need any of this stuff. Let's just hold this button down until I feel like I've cleansed my soul. All right, I'm done. So I'm going to copy paste code from here and yeah, I think I should be much better off. Well, this is our execute function, which should be here. Okay, got it. So we fetch a super token. Done. And then instead of creating a user, the only thing we need to do is, where is it? Try to make a bot for a random user. So we should know how many users there were. We don't actually need to know that though, do we? Is there a way to select the count from MySQL? Select count from user. I don't. That doesn't make any sense. MySQL count rows. This is. Where's this one? Yeah. Return the number of rows in the result set. So I want to know how many rows are on a table. MySQL count rows in table. Is there a better way to do this? Oh, just count star. Select count star from users. Oh, thank you. Okay, I was only off by three characters. I knew I'd seen that sort of thing before. All right, so we know how many users there are. We actually probably should get their IDs. Yeah, let me do it that way. Select ID from users. This will return. Let's return everything. Okay, let's do that. So then in here, race condition worker. So what I'm going to do is let's go make sure. Let's do use this. Select star from users. All right, good. So here's what I'll do. We actually can do this before we've even started the test. And we should do it before we started the test. In fact, I will do that. Yeah. So let's get the super token. And let's get the number of users. Which, would they have already been added by this point? They should have been. I add the users, then I start the test processes. Yes, good. So then let's get const user IDs equals yield. Oh, there's no way to fetch this. Oh, I need all of the database connection info. I need to be able to call raw connects queries, or I don't. So here's what I do. Here's what I do that's way better than any of this stuff. I pass in the user IDs. Then I just make sure that that shows up there. That should be a comma. Launch test process down here. So we say the user IDs, except for it's a string. User ID string. Yes. Okay. So const user IDs. And then the string is equal to the user IDs dot join with a semicolon, let's just say, because that's a pretty reasonable way to join a string. Although this can't get to be like thousands of characters long, because environment variables screw up when that happens. So let's just say assert user ID string dot length is less than 10,000. How long can environment variables be? Node environment variable length limit. I'm pretty sure there's a limit to this. I just don't know what it is. 1024. Oh, that's much shorter than I thought. All right, how about this? We're creating users sequentially. So let's just pass in the maximum user ID number. That sounds like a great idea. Const, and if any of these fail, it's fine. All right, so there we go. Now we do this equals, oh, that can't be a const. This equals math.max user ID max user ID. Great, perfect. So we don't care about that stuff. We just want that. We go to this function now. We put max user ID. Done, 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 and done. All right, so there. Max user ID equals process time dot max user ID. What failed? Unexpected token on line 36. Have I just not closed something yet? Oh, there's a yield there. Oh. I'm not in a coroutine, that's why. Okay, well, fine. So, start interval. That's this. And I guess this could just be here. All right, so now I have start interval. Where do I make the REST client? Where do I make the REST client? Here. So I can get rid of this stuff. Right? REST server PMID request. Do I need request? I do need request. I have no way of getting that. Is REST server running? Oh, goody. I love to code. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there with all this. It's not that far off, actually. So what am I holding around here? I need to do this. So I make the REST client. At some point, I need to say this dot then start interval. All right, but before we even get there, we get to is REST server running, which ensure it runs in a retry loop. I don't think I need to worry about that. I pretty much just say request this, and if it worked, then it worked. Yeah, let's take that code. All right. That's not bad, right? This isn't terrible code or anything. right, now where's the unexpected token? This is turning into some real programming, throw things together until... Well, that's what I set out to do. I said I'm going to butcher this code, and I'm going to butcher this code. Let request equals null. This is an unexpected token? I think not. Is it? What is this plugin? I can't even read this text. Message. Oh, I can't read the message either, apparently, unless this is the message. Unexpected token on line 55. It probably is this let then. Let's change it and see what happens. Wait, what? What just happened? That didn't even work. Is it still spewing the same thing? I don't... Oh, that means I forgot to close a function. Oh, whoops. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, let's just close this. Ah, that was a real error. Okay, good. So we have creating user here. This is going to be changed entirely. This is going to change to creating a bot for that user. So let's go into the REST client, and this is something that we have here. So we want to go into... what kind of REST client do we even get? The game server is one. Oh, create bot bay. Create... I don't even have a create bot. There's no way to do this. Ah. All right, we got to fix. We got to fix for it. Create bot bay. Look at that. Look at that right there. Right there. Yeah. We're gonna do this. I got this. It's in the bag. Now we just go back into this function. So we go to bays with a user ID of a random user ID. All right, let's just pick one. We randomly chose one to make this slightly more random. Then we get the bay response. We don't even really care about that. Yeah, we don't care about that. All right, and then I don't care. All right, run test. So here's what's gonna happen. This is really bad. So I'm gonna start 5 test processes. And let me just run this, and then it won't work, and then I can complain about why it doesn't work, and then eventually loop back around into what should have happened. So I'm gonna create 5 test processes. They're all gonna randomly choose the number 1. And that means that it's actually possible there's repros right now. They're all going to try to create a bot for the first user, but there's only... Yeah, I didn't think that would work. User ID is undefined. All right, well, this is much easier to fix because of that. All right, so, yeah. They're going to try to all create a bot for user 1, and we'll know if it failed because it'll say that the number of empty bot bays is negative. So this might actually successfully test this. Oh, except for that it can't launch the process. All right, let's just smile stupidly at it. Oh, it worked. Wow. Now it's killing all the processes. Probably should have had to wait before doing that. Because I don't think I had enough time to do anything there. Okay. So yield promise dot delay 10,000. Waiting 10 seconds before continuing. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. All right, let's try that again. All right, this time for real. For real. So we select star from users. Num empty bot base is 1 for all of them. Actually, it's going to get wiped out, but it doesn't matter because it'll look indistinguishable from before. All right, we got it. We got it. Oh, did the test fail? Something go wrong here? Econ refused. Oh, kill me now. Just kill me now. What happened here? Undefined is not a function. This is probably promise.delay is not a function. Of course not. Because that's not how you use this, is it? But I did this in something else. The connection manager. Yes. I did this here. Promise.delay. It was a function here. This is a Bluebird thing. I probably just don't have promise. All right, so let's go into the test code. I do have Bluebird. I'm just not using it. So connects.promise. I don't know why I did things this way. Oh, so stupid. Xdoc says, what are you trying to do? So that's a great question, Xdoc. What I'm trying to do right now is I have a race condition. So I'm not sure how technical you are, so I'll explain this in possibly two simple terms at the beginning. So I have something that checks, do you have an empty bot bay? If so, you can create one. Well, if so, I guess just create one, not you can create one. So I have code that looks like this. Do you have an empty bot bay? If so, create one. What happens is if multiple programs run this, if this runs multiple times concurrently, it's not like it's just this is going to happen. Oh, do you have an empty bot bay? If so, create one. Then some time passes. Do you have an empty bot bay? If so, create one. These can interleave themselves. So it can say, do you have an empty bot bay? Yes. Do you have an empty bot bay? Yes. And then create two of them. And it might be that the second one should not work. So that's a very, very simple explanation of what a race condition is. So what I'm trying to do is just test to make sure that I have this race condition, that I know that I have. So if this test framework finds it, then what I can do is then fix the race condition and then run the test again to make sure that now I don't have it any longer. So anyway, let's take a look at PM2. And that's fine, actually. I could have deleted them all, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so let's do Gull press test. This may start to work. So what this is all doing, I delete the database, I start up a REST server that communicates with the database, then I apparently do something wrong. It started 0 processes again. I wonder if this is because I have to run PM2 kill in between instances of this program. Are you making multiple threads just to make multiple DB connections? I'm making multiple processes. I'm not necessarily making new threads. I just wanted to start up like 5 of the same script, and that's what PM2 is for. I guess I could have had this all just run inside one process, but then I felt like this was a more real world scenario. Okay, so now what should have been happening here is, oh, cool. Okay, let's check it out now. Select star from users. Empty bot bays is still 1. How is that possible? This said generating a super token, then it finally said running the test. So it did get into here, which should try creating. So let's do const random user ID equals. I always forget how to generate random numbers because I use a library function for it. So yeah, let's just take this function and put it into here. All right, good. So this is lower bound and upper bound -1. So we're going to take a random user ID between 1 and max user ID. But I think it has to be max user ID plus 1. Yeah. And then we make use of that random number. So here I can say console.log creating a bot bay for user ID, no, random user ID. Now, if this fails, we will not get anything caught here. So we need to say catch function error, console.error, got an error creating a bot bay error. Now what I'd like to do is be able to throw that error, but I don't think that would do anything. All right, let's try that. So this is going to show 5 stopped work. No, it won't even do that. Weird. All right, let's try running this again. Underscore.random is the thing? All right, well, I probably should just use that. Man, after programming in a statically typed language for a while, I threw something together in Python and it felt so weird. Yeah, it almost feels wrong at first, doesn't it? Like, shouldn't I have some more checks? But if you haven't heard of duck typing, I suggest you look that up. It's a pretty interesting concept. Basically, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then just treat it like a duck, even if it isn't. So it could be a human that's just quacking away. But what do you care as long as it has a function called quack? So did that work? Got an error. User token is not defined. Oh, good. That's actually a reasonable error because this should have been super token. All right. So here's what's about to happen. This can't be here anymore. This needs to be somewhere else. We need to say const super token equals null. Is this, that failed? Do I already have this defined somewhere? Super token password. Just say var super token equals null. Yeah, because it would have had to be a let. It would have, whatever, let. There, great. All right, now I'm going to run this again, but I'm also going to go use the bathroom. So let's start up both of these processes. The bathroom process. And then I will be back really soon, and I'll talk about, I'll just answer what chat's been asking me. Okay, so yeah, let's go. All right. What did I miss in chat? Xdoc says, what's the purpose of this entire program? Oh, so it is Botland, and I linked a video just there, and it's a game. I can tell you more about it if you've watched the video and you have any questions. Well, Seagull was, I mean, it wasn't in depth enough to really even need that. It was just a 10-minute thrown together program to rename some music files. But yeah, it just felt wrong. All right, so did this work? We will soon find out. Running the test. Creating a bot bay for 64? For 34? Oh, I know what happened here. Then it says hardware config is not defined. Okay, yeah, so a couple of real issues. I'm going to fix them both. One is that I did not parse this as an int. So then we do assert underscore dot is number and not is not a number. Needs to be a number. And then the second thing I need to do is make sure that hardware config actually exists. So we set this to lasers1 and we're good. So that shouldn't have worked for anything, but now it will work for everything. PM2 list. Close this out. Good. Let's run the test. All right, here goes. So earlier today, what I'd said is that if I got done with a certain amount of my to-do list, I'd be happy. I don't think that's going to be possible given how long this has been taking. Just cleaning up this code and making sure it looks good would probably take an hour at this point. So we can see all of these are collecting up their tokens, and they try to run the test, and it says JWT malformed. Oh, this probably has to do with how I'm saving off variables. Okay, fine. Super token. Let super token equals null. So why did that fail? JWT malformed. Yeah, that's not right. Oh, right, this is a promise. I can't do that. Unless there was a yield there, which there wasn't. Oh, well. Server rest client fetch super token. Yeah, we resolved the promise with the token. Yeah, that was dumb. Dot then token super token equals token start interval. Got the super token. All right. I think we're good. I think these will work. Finally there. All right, good. It's starting the processes. So I think I need to give this a little bit more time. Oh, something failed. What failed there? What was that? Central server. Got an error in create bot bay. Error lock deadlock. Deadlock found when trying to get locked. Try restarting transaction. What? Oh, I just realized how stupid everything I'm doing actually is. Oh, God. Oh, this is so dumb. Oh, I made a terrible mistake. First of all, I'm surprised anything can deadlock at this point because I never did anything other than the transactions, which I thought, oh no, because this is all coming from one connection. All right. This was a big mistake. Oh, and thanks, XDoc. You can actually play it now if you want to play it. If you want to play it, type that in the chat. Okay, so here's where I made a fatal mistake. And this is bad. So what's happening right now is I start one REST server. That server communicates with the database. I start 5 test processes. Those communicate with the REST server. So the problem is there's only one connection to the database that's been opened, and that's the one that I set on line 2 there. What I intended to do is start 5 connections to the database. I started 5 connections to the layer above the database. The reason that's a problem is because only one transaction can run at a time per connection. So this will never work. Like, just never. In fact, it should have only not worked because 2 things picked the same ID. Hopefully, no, that doesn't even matter, does it? Done creating a bot bay for user ID. I don't really know how to read this. Test worker 1-2, test worker 0-1. I'm guessing these are PIDs after, and then the before is what I wrote. So then 2 of them did pick the number 10 and then got screwed up. And then the ones that didn't pick the number 10 all worked fine. Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, okay. XDoc. Got it. Hey, Glenn. Things are going okay. Not any better than okay, though. Oh, man. All right. How am I going to do this then? I would need to start multiple REST servers. And then call into... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's figure out what I need to do. So what I need to do is create multiple REST servers and ideally not have to create clients for those servers. Maybe I do. Maybe I create multiple REST servers and then multiple clients. Or client for each server. Okay, so if I didn't create clients, I need to mock rec slash next entirely. And if I did create clients, then I just need a whole lot more code to manage. REST server should do the locking for the clients. No, I agree with that. So what I set out to do here is write a test framework so that when I eventually fix the race condition, I have a way to test it. And I guess maybe what you're responding to is what I wrote here. I guess what I'm getting at is that the REST server just so happens to be the layer closest to the database. So what I could do is I could write clients for them that just trigger the calls that have the variables set correctly, and it's much more real world because I'm not making mock objects. Or I make mock objects and then just have the REST server call into itself, essentially. Either way, I feel like this is not an easy undertaking. So there are a couple of things I could say at this point. One is, I know this is a problem, I'll fix it later. The second is, I know this is a problem, I'll fix the problem and not be able to know whether I fixed it because I don't have a test framework. And the third is, just write a test framework that's proper. So if I were to write a proper test framework, the issue is that one, I need inter-process communication so that I know when I'm starting things and if they're ready and they're all good to go. Like ideally, what I'd say is create REST server number 1. So now this goes and spawns a new process. The PID is some number, and it's REST server number 1, and it finally needs to communicate. Tell master process I'm ready when finished setting up. And it needs to do this times 5. So it needs to start like 5 REST servers. So now there can be 5 connections to the database using this API that I've already written. And I guess I'm actually inclined to just ignore this for right now. Like, there pretty much can't be a race condition in the next month that's so severe that it causes me to reevaluate that decision. The only race conditions that can happen are people end up getting more bots than they really should get, and I just say, okay, that person hacked. Just delete their account for now. Because I think this is going to get in the way of my whole see if Botland is fun campaign. Xdoc says, this may sound stupid, but I know very little about coding. But when you hit a problem like this, how do you know what steps to take next? So I don't think it's stupid. I think it's sort of like how you know what to do when almost anything else happens. You have a general hunch of where you should start. You go investigate that. If that's right, then you were right. And if not, then you maybe do some searches or you figure out where should I go from here. You ask other people for help. So in this particular case, I thought I was doing something correctly. I eventually found out that there was an error. And now to know how I'm supposed to proceed, if I want to do exactly the right thing, is kind of straightforward. It's just do it the right way that I should have done it the first time. And again, I might run into errors with that, and then I fix those problems too. The bigger question I had was, do I want to do the right thing right now? I necessarily have to do it at some point, but that point does not have to be now. Can't you just use flat files in the file system, something easy? So I need to test the real database at this point. I need to make sure that the database software I'm using will lock this all correctly. Flat files don't typically have any of those guarantees. Yeah. Actually, I don't know what they do about transaction isolation with flat files. I imagine it doesn't matter much with a flat file since you can't expect durability. I would just make a test folder with a different database and just test the concept. So I guess I have a test folder and it already is using a different database. And yeah, I think I'm gonna bypass this for now. So I think I copy all of this stuff out of here and I write where I left off with this, just like I've been doing with everything else. So race condition tests. I'll say where I left off with this. I had started to write the framework, but I accidentally wrote it so that I was creating multiple clients to the REST server, not multiple clients to the database. So there was still only one transaction allowed at a time. I need to fix it so that there are multiple REST servers. Then I need to figure out whether I want to mock rect/rest/next, or if I want to, I don't even know how hard it would be to mock those. I'm sure there's a whole lot of different frameworks out there for that. But then or if I want to spin up clients to the REST servers. Requests are real. I wonder how long it would take me to make something like that. I'd say at least one full day. Like at least one full day. Probably longer. Anyway, where I left off with this. So then the reason I'm deciding not to tackle this now is because it's not top priority, despite that it's the highest possible severity bug. I think at a minimum you have to assume you always want 2 REST servers anyway for redundancy. Yeah, I think I will probably have that. But for the sake of testing, I don't necessarily need to mimic that exactly. +1 for just a file with 2 connects.connect runs. Then in one wait, the other one run the test, and it's done. Well, so yeah, maybe I should simplify things by doing that. What I wanted to eventually get to with this framework, though, was that I'm testing the real code. So if I write my test such that I connect directly to the database and then put a delay in there, like I'm sure I'll hit a deadlock, or not a deadlock, a race condition right now. I'm sure of it because of how I have written the code. When I eventually fix it, the race conditions won't be found via code analysis. It'll probably be found via sort of like fuzz testing almost. Just hit a whole bunch of APIs with a whole bunch of valid data and then see were there any errors of things you wouldn't have expected afterward. And having the test framework would help for that. Yeah, I think I'm going to fix this later. I want to get to the point where there's an inventory and everything. Stuff's all going to be screwed up. Oh, no, and I wanted to concept test the fix that I'd have, but I don't know. I'm going to move on for now. Yeah, the reason I decided not to tackle this is because it's not top priority, despite it's the highest possible severity bug. I will need to fix this at some point, but I don't think it's worth delaying the 2/8/16 deadline. Are you using a pool of database connections for your REST server? Yes. or at least I should be. Wait a second. Let me take a look at that. When I start up Connects here, what happens? I don't even use Connects here. What am I talking about? Database wrapper that uses this. I'm pretty sure this uses a pool by default. I'm not sure what the size of the pool is though. Pooling, here we go. Has a default setting of minimum 2, maximum 10 for MySQL and PG libraries. Yeah. Wait, but then... Wait, each connection is only allowed one transaction? Or each... I don't know how this works. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's actually something else I should look into. Maybe with Connects pooling it wouldn't have been a problem. Had pooling on by default. Yeah, I probably can't rely on that. So one can be involved in a transaction and others can be doing other things. Yeah. Yeah, that's how this should be working. I don't know. So where's the deadlock happening? The DB is in a transaction and something else is trying to write and it's hanging forever. Shouldn't it just wait? Oh, so the deadlock is happening now. I had two different clients were hitting the REST server trying to do the exact same transaction, and that failed. And I don't care. That's not really a problem in my mind. I don't mind if that deadlocks even in the future, because that shouldn't happen in the real world. So if someone's trying to hack it and it just throws an exception saying, hey, I couldn't have access to this object, then fine. That's okay with me. What is a problem is if people get to do something in the game that is not allowed, like creating 5 bots when they were only allowed to create 3. So this is something I'm going to have to fix. And like I said, I just don't think now is the time to do it. I think this is the kind of thing where even if I decided it was highest priority, now still wouldn't be the time to do it because I'm not in the right mindset to do it right now. So at the very least, I'm going to put it off till tomorrow. But most likely, I'm going to put it off until February sometime. So anyway, write test to verify. So this is the thing I have not done yet, and I'm putting this off for now. So let's figure out the rest of this. Bug, the test framework spews errors. So I'm going to leave my code in this state, I guess. I don't know what else I can do about this. Thankfully, it only modified test code. And this is something I can just check in as is. I don't think I need anything. I can just say updated some node dependencies. Most notably, PM2 is now 1.0.0. Yeah, 1 transaction per connection, so you have a pool of 10 transactions at once. Yeah. Okay, I'll write that down here too. Everyone says 1 transaction per connection. So a pool of 10 connections to 10 transactions. All right, well, we'll come back to that. So the other issue I'm having, and I don't want to really fix this either. I want to get back to like decent things to work on. So this issue, where if I save anything in here, it's going to spew an error at me saying it doesn't know how to read JSX, which is this. So it fails on this particular node, which is not valid JavaScript, and I know that, it's JSX. So how would I get Gulp to know how to parse JSX? Gulp JSX. Transpile JSX in Gulp streams. Oh, is that it? Maybe that's it. I have a feeling that deadlock should be avoided. Like MySQL should return an error when you try to access a locked table, and you should be able to catch it. Oh yeah, so that's what appeared to be happening here. If you see this code, it said got an error in create bot bay, error deadlock, and deadlocks aren't very hard to identify at an OS level. I think it's basically I need to acquire a resource, some synchronized mechanism that the OS provides, a lock, a semaphore. I need to acquire this, and I see that it's not available. So you just throw an error immediately. Xdoc says, well, it's 12 a.m. here in England. I'm off to bed. Good luck. Oh, thanks. And yeah, see you, Xdoc. Though with a single REST server, locking the whole table for a transaction is probably going to end up poorly, at least if those read-only transactions happen often. Yeah, so the only sort of locking mechanisms I dealt with before were when I had some sort of like in Java, for example, you have synchronized and you can say some object here and then run on that object. Or, you know, you have some OS function that you use to get a mutex. I haven't done this with database stuff, and that's where I need to do a lot more reading and I need to do a lot more testing too. And for some of this stuff, having a retry in my code, I'm fine with. When a user tries to create a bay and it says it failed, and it just says maybe you should press the create button in another like half second. Oh, that's a weird error. It should just retry for you, but still. Anyway, I gotta move on. Okay, how do I run the tests? I run this the same way I run everything else, right? Watch all, server watch. So the very virtue of server watch means it should not be a client watch and it shouldn't have to parse JSX. But let's try it. Maybe this is going to be super easy. And if it is, then great, because I need that right now. Let's cut this down to the smallest possible repro. So let's make sure I have not modified the gulp file. I haven't. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut this down to just the client JavaScript folder. Does that make sense? Client, public, JavaScript. Now let's just use, is main in here? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Let's cut out all of these. Don't want that, don't want that, don't want any of that. There. Now let's close out of this and try this out. So set, whoop, how did I get this dot connects there? That was weird. Okay, and then we cd test gulp server watch. So this will 100% definitely it'll fail if it's running on the files I think it is. It's going to fail with the same errors that I saw before. It's probably going to spew a bunch of notifications into Windows. That's fine. All right, yeah, there we go. So unexpected token on 1341. In fact, you know what we can do? We can make this even faster. We can just say main.js here. There, that's all we need. Now when we run this, it's going to fail. So let's go try fixing this by putting in gulp JSX. So I'm going to do blt install save. All right, and then we require it in the shared version. Darn it, I can't do that. Shared gulp file. Oh, I have JSX. I don't even need that. Well, let's remove that then. Why don't we? So all we need to do is pipe into here. Do I need React for this? Maybe I don't. Okay, well, let's try this. For all I know, this is going to work totally fine. Server watch. This calls this server build task impl. And we just pass it into, wait, it calls it into Babel. Shouldn't Babel have code to handle this? Babel JSX. Does it have code to handle this? Plugins. It does have a JSX plugin. That's it? That's all I need to do here? It's even easier than I thought. Finally, a win for Adam. Except for I'm speaking too soon. It's not a win for Adam until I complete this. Yeah, I saw that, everyone. There was a link from there that, what was this? Something like there are 300 million Americans and there are, I'm just going to make up a number, 117 million something. So someone said that means there's 300 million for everyone in America, and someone else, it was this, do you know what I'm talking about? It was this Facebook thread of people arguing over math, and in the end, the guy wasn't like, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. He just kept asserting that, nope, this is how math works. And I don't know, it was just, That stuff baffles me. Like, why not look it up? I saw it twice on Reddit, okay. So I've got this. Now we just use the plugin, and I guess I'm done. And if that's the case, then, like I said, score 1 for Adam. Otherwise, back to score 0. So here's all we do to verify this. We saw a message here before. Now if we don't see a message, then we're fine. Oh, except for I forgot to include that. Whoops. Or, no, maybe I didn't forget to include it. Do I need to include this? Where does this come from? No, I don't need to include this. Long and short scales. What is this? Okay, this is much longer than what I can read on stream. So, what is this? Property name of JSX opening element, expected node to be of a type JSX identifier or JSX member expression, but instead got member expression. All right, what? It doesn't even give me a line number for this. And my code works. Is there a... It only allows it to parse this syntax. If you want to transform it, then see transform react JSX. Do I want the transformation? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Maybe I just pipe it into that JSX. Okay, I don't know. Okay, let's just try things. I'm just gonna try everything at this point. There's no reason for me to come up with what I think is the perfect answer, only for it to be torn asunder by Gulp, Babel, JavaScript, everything that hates me. All right, let's try that out. I think the transform should work, so it just turns into JavaScript. Yeah, so that I'm going to try that too. I'm going to try this, which is just running gulp JSX, and then I'm going to try running the transform. And, oh, that worked. Well. Score 1 for Adam. Adam 1, gulp 572. So if I cause this to run everything, it should be running now. So if I do, I don't want to revert this file, but I'm gonna anyway. Git revert. You can't revert a file like this. Oh, great. Well, let's just do it through the UI. There. So it has been reverted. Let's delete this entire thing and try this out. So I go into dist, delete, yes. What was that? Were there like 700 items in there? Did I read that correctly? Oh, one was a... Oh, darn it. Why? One was a symlink. That didn't delete the real thing, right? Better not have. Okay, good. It didn't. Okay, so then we need to figure out how to do this. Make link /j. I gotta do that. There. All right, so now it should be building the client, right? Is it working? I don't even know. No, I screwed that up. Yeah, so almost there. I don't know where I put that folder, but this is probably not the right place for it. It should have been in dist. Yeah, no, that's wrong. All right, but this should have piped out client files by now. Yes. So we're gonna go find out if that worked. How did we even test this to begin with? Something used the client. something. I'll need to read through Git logs. But then also, I need to put this in the staging folder here. There needs to be a symlink. So cd dist/staging. Are we there yet? All right, let's try this. BLT dist staging, and then we make a link here. All right, let's just try running the test now. Let's see what happens. Issuing git reset-hard via GUI. No, it was only on one file though, so I don't think that's that unsafe. Otherwise, I would have lost all my test code that I'd written. Okay, that test passes. Now the other test won't pass unless I go modify it heavily, because yeah, this should never run. And then this should run. So now we do gulp rest test. And if this works, then I'm happy. Now let me read my git log and figure out why I did this in the first place. Where did I put this? It was something that happened today, right? So I just got to read from today. Server on empty bot base, doesn't matter. Fixed a bug routine, doesn't matter. Server side modified run.cmd, doesn't matter. Fixed a bug, yeah, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, this right here. Committed some terrible programming sins in order to get the test framework to run again. I had broken it once I'd removed Babel core. So test main could not be understood since it had ES6 in it. To fix this, I included the client code as a dependency. Wait, how did that fix it? No, why did I not write down the how? Why would I do that? What? Oh yeah, because it needed to be transpiled. Yeah. There's no way to amend that, is there? No, there isn't. Okay. Well, no matter. We have now fixed everything. Take that, Jan tests. So this is no longer needed. We can just get rid of that. And yeah, I'm gonna put I'm just gonna not talk. Let's do this. So we need to parse JSX so that the test code, which makes use of server watch, can include the client code, which it needed to do. Wait, I forgot why I needed to do that already. What files does it use from there? Oh, it had always used files from there. Arena test. Yeah, because it just needs to be able to include everything, basically. Shared client and game server. Yeah, where do I do that, though? There's arena test, ECS test. Maybe it was for that. Nope. Util buff test, hardware slots, software validator. Where did I do any of this? None of these use client code. The only way to verify this at this point, as far as I'm concerned, is to do find stir. No, it's gonna be hard. I need to search for this and start.js, pipe it into find stir/v node module. There, that's what we do. Gotta go grab some sleep. Good night and good luck with bug fixing. Thanks, Maldian. Do you want to see? I don't think Wouter would mind my showing this. So there is a suggestions list, and in the suggestion, wait, this is gonna load in a second. In the list was Dmod Walshy. Only 8 days in the channel. Does not need to have anyone's trust. That was a suggestion that I got. So I think it's a sore topic. Oh, this does exist, but only here. And then the arena test framework. I need a client server router. Why? Yeah, whatever. Okay. So which it needed to do for the simulation server and something else. I guess the client server router. Which, does it really need that? Arena test framework? Arena test framework. Serve router. Oh, only because it needs to make one. Yeah, salt indeed. Hey Dennis, I am working on fixing up some bugs, but the game itself is a strategy game, and you can find out more about it by reading that, well, I guess reading the IM, but it links to a video by going to the video. So we need to parse JSX so that the test code, which makes use of server watch, which makes use of the server watch task, can include the client code, which it needs, e.g. the simulation server, which is needed by the test. Without this, there will be multiple errors coming from JSX tags. All right, so that should be a pretty straightforward change. If I look in the shared gulp file, it's one line of code spread out over like 7 because I have a comment. It's one line of code there. None of this matters. And that's just a small comment. So, fixed the programming sins from earlier today. I am now parsing JSX in gulp in the shared gulp file. So that there are no longer any errors being spewed whenever I save a client file. Okay, great. Yes, I am programming a game, and this is JavaScript. It's ECMAScript 6, so if it doesn't look like JavaScript that you're familiar with, that could be why. All right, let's close out of this stuff. That bug is fixed. Hooray. Put in handling for empty bot bays, creating and deleting. That is now done. So what is this here? Go verify that bot bay is bay empty and is editable. It's still valid. Okay, fine. Editable. Does that even exist? It does exist. Is floating bay or is bay empty? So it's editable in those cases. Yeah, that makes sense. And is bay empty? At least the comment is valid. Okay, so that's fine. True if this bay has nothing in it. Yeah, looks good. Think about how to change the code and create bot bay so I don't have to worry about throwing to my own catch. I'm going to defer this for later. Well, until later, I should say. So you do it as a hobby or you work on a software company. So this is, I wouldn't say this is a hobby. It's my own company. I'm not working at what you might consider to be like a normal full-time job. So this is not making income. So I just don't have income because this is all that I do right now. I shouldn't need sent response. This was really created something like what's the date of my last day I streamed? Oh yeah, Wednesday, so the 6th. So the 6th, saying it was at 4:23 is fine. I don't really care to look into it any farther. Whatever happened to streaming under the creative category, I think you'd need a lot more viewers and then need more mods. I never actually decided if I was going to stream under there. I do see people wandering in the stream from just a game development channel. Also, one of the things that's kind of a benefit of streaming in this channel is that there aren't that many people. So I'll usually be in like the top 3 channels or something. And if someone's going to wander into a stream, they're probably going to wander into some of the top channels. In creative, I think they have a lot more viewers, which again, could work for me, could work against me. I'm not sure. You studied informatics. So I studied computer science, but I don't think it really matters what you formally study. I think all that matters is that you try learning whatever it is you want to learn and you put in the practice for it. So if you want to learn just programming, you could start today. If you want to learn something about graphics or networking, yeah, it's totally, I think you need to learn some programming for that. And then you could start today. Game development is probably better if you have a lot of code on screen like you do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how chat would change if I started streaming creative. Because right now a lot of people ask, how do I get started in programming? How do I make games, etc. And in creative, they might say like, what is this? Who watches this stuff? Or just who knows what. All right, so we're good there. What else do we have here? So this is done. Rename floating bay to research bay. I need to do this sooner rather than later because this is only going to pervade the rest of the code base. Game development is probably better. I'm learning at school, but just the basics with Java. Java Kara? Java Kara. What is this? Never heard of this. I shouldn't watch this on screen. I don't like taking views away from... Oh, hey, this is actually pretty cool. Except for whatever video I went to was recorded in 2010 and is doing the typical type into Notepad instead of actually just saying something. That's not acceptable for 2010. Botland's actually kind of similar to that interface. So if I go to... it's probably running on my own computer. I'll just go to the local version. So the way Botland works is you... Should I connect? I don't know. Anyway, you make bots. So I can make like missiles, let's say. Missiles and let's do landmines. And then you can just drag code snippets on here. So I can say if my missiles will hit, then fire missiles. Otherwise, let's pursue a bot. Otherwise, I will lay a landmine. And otherwise, I'll just move left. Let's try that out. We'll call this the Dennis bot. Dennis. Doop, doop, doop. So here are my bots. You can see Dennis laying landmines because there's no enemies around, but then it finds an enemy and it moves over and starts shooting missiles at it. So yeah. So that's how Botland works. It's a strategy game. You have to get as many kills as you can in 13 minutes. It's red team versus blue team, typical like team deathmatch setup. There are a lot of different strategies you can come up with, a lot of different bots you can create. But you can see the actual code I wrote was just this, and it took very little time to create. So it's not targeted at coders. If you wanted to code, you could open this up in JavaScript, and you could say like if can lay mine and percent chance 20. So now if I were to kill these, which I can't even do, there's no way for me to show you this. But yeah, it would be updated. Oh God, typing in Notepad, unregistered hypercam too. I know, I remember those days. Now almost everyone has a microphone of some sort, so for them to at least, even if they're like, so guys, I'm making this video to show you. I hate it when people spend like 2 minutes talking about what they're about to do in YouTube. It's the Wadsworth constant all over again. Bot Kara. Dennis says, how can I support you? So monetarily, there's no way to support me right now. I don't have donations. I don't get any ad revenue or anything. But if you want to just follow the channel, that's great. And if you want to, I don't know, make a post on Reddit or something, that'd be awesome too. Other than that, just, hang out and chat. I don't know, you can learn things here, and I don't mind answering any questions. But I do appreciate the support. So anyway, renaming this. So this is the whole, if you guys remember this that I linked earlier, this is what our bot bay is. And then I talk about floating bays. Well, now I'm going to change this word all over the code base to research bay. So floating bay never made any sense. Mineaholic, you got it spot on. Bubs Siegel says the worst possible thing is when they mess up one word, delete all the way back to fix it while you can hear them breathing into their mic. See, this is something, I'm in a very different medium from YouTube videos right now. I mean, it's similar, but given that it's live and that I'm making a product and not showing one off, it's different. So I sometimes do that on stream, but I find it funny that someone would do that in a YouTube video. Let me give you guys one example, and then I'll stop talking about this stuff. So the last YouTube video I recorded was yesterday or 2 days ago, and it was a recap video for Botland. So there it is in chat right now. This thing took like 7 takes for me to get right. But that's the beauty of YouTube, is I didn't need to release those 6 terrible takes. And some of them were like, I just didn't like them. Or I said the one wrong word like at the end of the video, and I thought, God, I don't have good enough editing skills to fix that. So I'm just going to re-record the whole thing. And it's frustrating. Like, I'd like to not have to do that, but I also want high quality videos on YouTube out there, so I don't know. You mean you guys didn't learn programming for some 13-year-old YouTuber? Even the robotic sounding text-to-speech is pretty much gone. It's all the more natural sounding voices. Anyway, let's do this. So floating bay to research bay. So I need to modify this everywhere. Let's just search the code base for floating. I'm not going to do a blanket find and replace. I do want to take a quick look at how many matches there are and how much other things I'm going to have to fix. Actually, this isn't so bad. 33 matches? That's not bad at all. Huh. Okay, well, let's find out. So, floating bay. We're going to change this to research bay. In fact, let me put that on my clipboard, because I'm going to need that all over the place. Alright, is floating is going to be is research. Is research. Maybe that's not a good term for variables anyway. Maybe I should say modifiable. Yeah. Is modifiable. Can be modified. Which one is fewer letters? Can be modified is modifiable. I guess this wins by 2. I don't want to go with something like editable because well, no, they're pretty much synonyms. This is computer science problem number 1, naming things. Number 2 is cache misses. Okay. Yeah, I want to change this. Is research. I think just is editable. That's the shortest thing. Can be changed. Is editable. Yeah, is editable. Adam, you need to up production quality, get a green screen, and then when your light goes green, you might disappear. That would be kind of funny. Alright, is editable. Yeah, this will only be true for research phase. I'm going to write that down. This will only be true for research phase, but I don't want to say is research bay here, given that the word to describe it might change. User can edit. I think is editable is fine. Hey, Total Diesel. Adam should wear completely green clothing. So I do notice on other streams, people who are coding or playing games, they typically will cut out the background. So they'll have a green or blue screen or something like that. For me, since you guys can play with the lights, I thought this would be more interesting. But yeah, maybe at some point I'll switch to that. Keyboard cameras, fake light doesn't change. Yeah. The white balancing on this camera over here is much better. If I were to, this is probably going to screw everything up, so I probably shouldn't do this, but if I were to just point this at me, you'd see it is the same room. You can kind of see it changing colors. I don't know. There. All right. Okay, there. Those are done. What next? Is floating. So we're changing this to is editable. I gotta modify this one in the entire code base. I don't think people care too much for a coding stream. I think people care a little bit more when it's a gaming stream and you don't want a big rectangle covering what could be important UI. But I try to be mindful of where things are on the screen. So hopefully I'm not blocking something. Like if I said, I'm already pretty aware that if I were like, hey guys, look at this, and I point over here, I can see on my left monitor where this ends. And now here you can't see the arrow anymore. I don't know that there are channels like this on Twitch. I'm happy to find your channel. Well, thank you, Dennis. Yeah, and there are a lot of channels like this, and I do urge people to go seek out all of them. I like having viewers, definitely, and I like having people who are here every day. It's nice. It makes me feel like I'm part of an office or a family. But yeah, I think it's good for viewers to go watch as many people as you can, figure out what you like and what you don't like, and then you can always tell me how I can improve my stream too. So we're going to change is floating to is editable. That's what I said, is editable. Yeah, let's change that. And the only places where it existed were in valid places, so I think we're fine doing that. Can you also hack other PCs? So I'm not using correct words and not very trustworthy software. Can I hack them? Like me specifically? I mean, I could probably learn some more common techniques and maybe try it, but there are people who hack for the sake of hacking, just to figure out, can I do something? There are people who hack for the sake of exploiting the hacked machine, and I think there are people who hack to learn. So I don't really do any of those things right now, but I wouldn't hack to exploit people if that's what you're asking about. And yeah, hacking tutorial on YouTube that I have. You got the guy that streams Kriya? What is that? Kriya. This is not. I'll have to look at what this is afterward. And I'm in Washington State. Anyway, let me finish working on this. So, still got to change floating everywhere. Black hat's white hat. Top hat. Alright, so is floating. I guess we'll just change this from is floating to is editable. Not allowed to delete a research bay. I'll just say that. Yeah. Alright, what next? Set bot bay. Here we'll say is editable. Good. Since an editable bay. Yep, also good. Is floating bay we change to is editable. Oh, but then we have is editable here as well. So I guess we change this to disabled as like I don't want to say this. Is empty or editable. Yeah, let's change it to that. And then here we'll say is bay empty. No, is editable. And we'll just swap the order of these things. So let's put this here. That way it matches what the function says. He gets like half your views. He's a developer for a game called Kriya. He codes Python though. Hey, Argogino. I actually might have watched that person before because something came up on YouTube, but it's very hard for me to tell whether this is the game or not. It was like a Terraria clone. I'm not sure. Alright, let's keep searching for this stuff. Oh wow, Mr. Banks. Guess you shouldn't make users like that. So is editable. Why do I have is editable bay and is editable? Oh goodness. Is editable bay. Oh, that's what it should have been. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to the find results. So I'm probably just breaking everything. That's totally cool, right? Is editable. I'm just trying to replace the word floating everywhere. I'm going to rename here to research and rebuild. No, wait. Bot. No, what? Where's the markdown? Yeah, floating. So floating changes to research. Floating point. Yeah, I don't need to change that stuff. Great. So floating bay ID. We're going to call this, I guess, editable bay ID. There, floating bay. Yep. Cool. All right, that should be everything. So now the only instances of floating in the code base should be in reference to floating point numbers. And yeah, no, Dennis, I said I'm in Washington State right now. Move fast and break things. Yeah, break fast. All right, what's next? So now we run all the tests because got to make sure I didn't break anything. And then all of the database is going to be totally invalidated. Yeah, and then I said deploy, and if I get to this point, I'd be happy with the progress. Well, unfortunately, I got to this point by cheating. So I don't know if I'm happy with this. Oh well, let's delete this. I don't watch any sports games. So I went to a restaurant yesterday with my wife. It was like lunchtime, and there was one other person in the restaurant. And I said, is it normally this empty on a Sunday? And the person's like, oh, the game is on. I didn't even know what game she was talking about. But I said, oh, yeah, I heard something about, actually I had heard something about that. I did kind of know, but I don't follow any of that stuff. So it's always a surprise to me. What are the points for? The points are only for two things right now. Getting access to pre-beta, which currently is free, and I'm about to change in about like 10 minutes, and Lunch BRB. So that's it. Everyone finds that funny. That I'm a total idiot. Do I know Silicon Valley, the movie? Oh yeah, a TV show. I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. I need to upload this thing now. I'm going to turn off my keyboard camera for a bit because I'm going to have to type in passwords at some point. So let me connect to my server over here. I've got to upload whatever that thing was. Botbase.html. Yeah, this. So let me open this. Where does it go? I think into here. Yeah, okay, so now when you reload botbase.html, this page, it should say research bay. It says floating. There goes research bay. Yeah, I should watch that show. It's on my list of things to watch, but that list has a lot of things on it. Okay, next I gotta commit, and I gotta make sure to commit everything correctly because I have a lot of code I don't want to end up committing. In fact, let me try one other thing. How do I do this? I think I close all of these things. And this, and this, and this. Yeah, I had way too many things open. Okay, so let's do drop database botland. Good, and now let's figure out how we recreate the database. I did this somehow. Oh yeah, run DB. And this hopefully won't have any problems. Yeah, good, it didn't. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's try connecting. See if this works. Connect. Did I work on Windows 10? I worked on Windows 8. I didn't work on Windows 10. And I did not do a whole lot in Windows 8. Windows is a huge team of people, so I don't think any one person did a lot. The point system is really cool. The point system is thanks to PhantomBot, which I actually did not code. And yeah, the pink lights are thanks to whoever just set them to pink, which was not me. Who did that? That was Total Diesel. All right. Well, I'm now sitting in a pink room. I'm using Windows 8 only because I don't see much of a point in upgrading to Windows 10. I upgraded on my laptop and I'm kind of struggling with it a little bit. So I'm not sure if I want to possibly screw up the stream for days because of an OS upgrade. I'll probably end up upgrading at some point. I just don't know when. Okay, so I updated that. Let's finish updating the rest of this stuff. Or checking through the updates, I should say. So that stuff's all fine, that's fine, that's fine. I wanted to test this too. That stuff's all fine. This is the only part that's not fine. Yeah, and I gotta be careful about how this stuff works because now there are two different kinds of things written in there. So let's test this out. If I go over to here, I hit connect, and I type in lasers1 update. And here I type in, actually no, now I should be able to change it. Let's go test this out. So go to MySQL, I say select star from bot base. Yeah, this broke. Oh, I'm using the wrong database. Use botland. There we go. Yeah, we have lasers1. Okay, it didn't break. Oh, but that might have. What happened here? How did that get canceled out of? Weird. Cloaking 1 commit. Yeah, this thing keeps getting deleted. Oh. No. Alright, I gotta fix that. What kind of PC? Yeah, it is a PC that I made a while ago. Huh. So I guess I screwed this up, huh? Commit, that works. Why did this thing get deleted? Missiles 3 update, delete this. Oh, this is a big problem. All right, I screwed up the code. I'm not sure where. It must have been in one of these two files. So what did this used to say? Is floating bay is now is editable bay, and is floating is now is editable. Okay, good. So then this function changed too. So what did I used to have is editable here? Is empty or editable? Is floating bay, is bay empty, and is editable bay. Okay, those are all fine. What else do I have here? Is editable bay. Yeah, that code should be fine. Not good at all. Not good at all. That mouse died on me, by the way. I sent it back and bought another one. Wow. Yeah, I was wondering, by the way, how did you configure the shortcuts on it? Did you try to use my thing as a template, thinking that I intelligently designed it? Because I've been through a lot of mice like that. This could have always been a bug, and I'm only just now discovering it. That's possible. But I think I need to just look through this and make sure I modified all these correctly. So is editable instead of is floating. All right, that part's fine. This is also fine. Simple change. Wait, did I type that wrong? No. Is editable. That was a blanket change, actually. That shouldn't have ever been a problem. And then this is the only thing that I would have been worried about, but I looked through it and it all looked fine. Yeah, I don't know. This must have already been an issue. But then I should just be able to fix it now. I don't play League of Legends, no, nor have I ever. Okay, yeah. Got it, everyone. So I added a profile yesterday for something. It's the first time I've added a profile for one specific program. But then I found myself wanting some shortcuts from my old one and some shortcuts on the new one. And I find it's easier to just use one profile. Okay, so that works. If I press update again, lasers1 update. So that works. Then I update this one, cloaking 1, and hit commit. And then the first one gets screwed up. It goes back to its original form. Oh, because it might not have changed. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Okay, well, I'm going to write this down as a bug, and that's what I'm going to tackle next. Bug repro 1 from new user account, edit the floating bay to lasers 1. 2, edit to missiles 2. 3, commit the second bay with cloaking 1. Expected, the floating bay says, I should start using research here. The research bay says missiles 2. Actual, it says lasers 1. So let's just verify that this is actually what's happening. I'm going to log into a new account. What's the links to your lights I'm following? Oh, what is a link to your lights? Felix, you only get it the first time you follow. Although I can just give it to you. I don't mind. All right, there you go. You should have been given a link. Loner says, what language are you using and what program? I'm using JavaScript, and the program is Sublime Text that I use to edit it. But there are actually probably, so people have asked about all sorts of programs. The one on the left is Conemu here. This program for posting and getting and using all the different HTTP verbs is Postman. And there's probably some other stuff I use that you might be curious about. So feel free to ask. Lasers 1, update. Now I say missiles 1. And now when I commit this is going to change. In fact, I think there's an even easier repro for this. Yeah, I think I know what it is. We do this. We just say lasers 1, missiles 1. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we can get rid of this. Since that's what it said, the page was loaded. I see. Also, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. Well, the bug I can fix in another commit. Renamed floating bay to either research bay in comments or editable bay in code. Yeah. So that's that. Now, like I said, I got to keep my keyboard camera hidden for a little bit because I've got to type in a lot of passwords here. Got to get a lot of code pulled in, got to run a deploy. Yeah, let me deploy that. And let me deploy the other thing, whatever that is. What is it? Deploy rest. But then I need to do gulp pre-deploy. Is there, did I make something for this? There's deploy.cmd. This deploys. Okay, fine. All right, yeah, here we go. So this stuff's starting to work. It's going to take a long time. I'll need to wipe out accounts and everything. So let's go take a look. Is anybody online right now? This should fix a lot of different problems. Join game. Yeah, good. Nobody's online. And yeah. Catch you later, Dennis. Have a good night. Hey, Merlin. Yeah, so this is going to take some time. You know what? I'm going to take a snack break then. I'll go use the bathroom, get a snack or something, come back in a bit. Because this is going to take some time anyway, like I said. So BRB, snack attack. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. And then I'll be back for an hour when I get back. I'm streaming for an hour longer than I normally do. So usually I would have just ended the stream right now. But yeah. All right, I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. And yeah, Loner, the game is currently in pre-alpha. I'm actually about to make it start costing points. It's been free for the last couple of weeks because of all the technical hiccups that I was facing. But I think the game is going to start stabilizing. Not to the point where it's like incredibly playable or something like that, but to the point where I can start charging again, make it more exclusive. By the way, this is a heating pack that I'm stuffing into my hoodie. I've had a lot of back pain over the last couple of weeks. All right. So I believe these deploys should be finished. That one is. Now the only one I need to do here is a, what is it? Gulp deploy rest. All right, so botland builds is finished. Let's see what's in here. This is taking in map files as well. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like it. Okay, let me take a look at something. In botland builds, do I already have map files for everything else, and that's why it's not commenting on this stuff? Constants. No, I don't. It's only for the server. Oh no, I checked in some of these. I should get rid of those at some point. All right, let's take a quick look through this. What did I do here? Oh, no, didn't want to do that. All right. I don't care about the map files. So this was the team ID fix. I know for sure that was in here. This is a refactoring. Did anything meaningful change? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, so fixed team imbalancing. And the reason I'm saying probably made this more compatible is because this is a deploy, like a blanket deploy of code, and since it's to a test server right now, I'm not too concerned with getting exactly all the things that changed. Eventually what I should do is write a good summary of all the stuff that's included in that. So there's that. That is now done. I would only need to pull it from the other side, which I'm going to do soon. And then here, there's a whole lot of stuff that changed here. Let's take a look at what some of this is. Oh, this is the transpiled code. It's slightly harder to figure out what happened here. Oh yeah, this is the whole bot bays are now configurable. And there are some issues with that. So we'll work on that. All right, next up, I'm going to have to do this part off screen, I think. Let me take a quick look. So I'm gonna stop everything. The client, the server. I probably need to, I guess I could do some of this stuff on screen. Let me get it to a point where I'm able to do that, because I also want to kill the server. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to go into here and do a git pull. Okay, I just want to make sure it didn't show my password. Okay, cool. So that's been set up. Now, I don't know if any node modules changed, so I'm just going to do npm install production in all of these directories. So in the client directory, not found. Do I have MVM? MVM use 0.12.5. Okay, good. So client directory, that's the first thing. Don't know if that did anything. Next is the server. Okay, next is shared client and game server. Does this have a package.json? Yes, it does. Where is there? There we go. Nope. All right, CH Birdman. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people from Europe who watch me, and it's getting to the point where all of them should be asleep. So, yeah, I don't usually stream this late. I'm going to be streaming for another 55 minutes or so. I'm going to finish up the deploy here and maybe work on another task if I have time. So I did the shared, I did the server, I did the client. Server has a shared folder in it? That doesn't seem correct. What happened here? Server shared. What is this? That does not seem good. All right, I think this is probably broken. I shouldn't be deploying the map source maps in Git. There is no point on the server. And then also, I shouldn't be deploying. How did this work? Botland game server. I put a shared folder into here. I don't know about that. I shouldn't be deploying a shared folder inside of the game server. Do I have any experience in GameMaker? I do not. It's 2:05 in Sweden right now. Wow. Wow. That's late. All right, so I think this is everything. We can try running stuff. And oh, this won't work until I go fix the REST server. So I'm going to drop the entire database first. We're going to go into MySQL. So let's see who we had. Select name from users. Yeah, so I had 52 people sign up for the game so far, and I'm about to wipe this all out. So everyone who had access is going to lose it, and they'll need to pay for it again. And before I do that, let me make it cost the right amount of points. So if I go into this, I'm going to first change it from 0 to 1E9 so that no one can buy anything. Then I'm going to drop database Botland. I'm going to go back into bash here. We're going to go into the, that's strange, database. Node-e init. I think we just say require this. Node not found. Init database is not defined. That's right, because this needs to be /. And I didn't have quotation marks around it anyway, so that wouldn't have worked. Database user is not a string. Oh, right, I can't do any of this on screen. Whew, that almost got really bad really fast. So let's do this off screen. Node-e require init database.js. Right, there we go. Connects, migrate, latest, and development. That didn't work. Oh, it's migrate : latest. All right, I'm almost finished, and then I should be able to run this. How do I even start this? Oh goodness, I don't remember. All right, so the central server has started. Let's go start up the client. Sorry, doing things off screen for a minute since there are passwords involved. Yeah, I'm gonna be done pretty soon here. Okay, client has started. Server has started. And the REST server started. Okay, cool. Everything's all set up. So let's go fix this part now. So that I should be done doing things off screen, so I should be able to start this up. Let's set this back to the point totals it used to be, and then I'm going to start by trying to make an account. So let me go to play.bot.land, and if I go to connect, this should fail. Good, user does not exist because I don't. And now I do SHW botland bot game. All right, cool. So now I pasted in my password, hit connect. Account server appears to be offline. Try again later. Uh-oh, that's not good. Let me go take a look at this. User does not exist. It tried using my password. What? Wait, something's wrong here. I paste my password in here. I hit connect. account server appears to be offline. User did not exist, and it says my password is there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. No, but this successfully worked. Something's... that's not right. Something is very wrong here. Someone connected with the correct password to add pre-beta user. Hitting URL. Name equals Adam13531. Okay, I gotta figure out what's going on here. User did not exist. It's one of these two things. That's weird. User did not exist, new password? That should have never been the case. It should say username. And then there's one other place, user did not exist or was not valid. So this is printing out the password and not the username. That's not good. But then the other thing is, it should exist. So yeah, what is that doing? We take in a DB user and then a username and points required. This is for adding them though. Yeah, so when I try connecting, it's not actually doing anything. That is definitely not good. Yeah, this isn't printing anywhere. Okay, well, I have screwed up. Oh man. How did I screw this up now? That's the problem. All right, let's do this. I'll try hitting the real database here. Oh, except for in order for me to do that, I need to know the password. Do I know the password? I don't. I could just reset the database after doing this. Nah, this is not a good idea. I should figure this out later. But I should also figure out why I'm not getting any error right now. I'm only getting one on the client. The account server appears to be offline. Try again later. Oh, I just realized what's happening. Okay, this is a client issue, which means the client might not have been updated. How does that work? When I connect... How does that work? I'm getting a token every single time. Weird. In fact, I can show you guys the token. No, I shouldn't do that actually. Never mind. All right, authenticate to REST server. So we call fetch token. That part is working. But then something's failing. Let's take a look at some things. It could be that the environment is... Oh, that's not good. Failed to load resource. The server responded with status 405, method not allowed. Okay, there's the problem. So I need to fix this. So I hit connect. And I don't know if I can look at this on screen. It is an options for getting a user. This is what's failing. Oh, hey, Grottenby. So getting a user by ID is not allowed. Let's take a look at the server. Wait, did I ever do a git pull here? Maybe I never did. Oh, I never did. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. All right, fine. Let me delete this whole thing. I'm sorry. I think this was a waste, a total waste. Drop database botland. Then in here, I gotta close out of this. Git pull. Oh, please commit or stash your changes. Git diff. Oh, okay. All right, that's why things failed. Got it. Yeah, all right. I expect things to start working pretty soon. Hang on. I'm almost done here. Man, this is pretty tough to get everything working correctly. Database root password is not a string. I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry. I'm going to fix this. And I had to do this off screen, unfortunately. Database root password. Then we run that. Set server. Weird. So you have to buy your account every week or just once? You have to buy it every week. So the details for that, if you go to bot.land, you can find out more information. And yeah, here it is. So what is this about? It says, how do I join? On Monday, it costs 100 points. And then it goes farther and farther down because there's a reset every Sunday. So that on Friday, it'll cost 50 points. So when you have enough points, just whisper botland, bot the word game. Make sure you have whispers enabled. So I am in the process of fixing this right now. I had just screwed up a couple of things, and I changed things too, which is why this had started to break. So I think what I need to do is this, set rest server, and then I should be able to call into this now. Nope, database root password is not a string. How did this not work? Database root password is a string. I just don't see how that didn't work. Oh, source. You need to run source, not bash. Oops. In fact, I could probably... Nope, I screwed everything up. Okay, great. Oh, that sucks. We're getting there. I'm almost done. Migrate latest M development. All right, I think I'm good. Let me try this out now. Now, how do I run this? That's the last part I need here. Excuse me. Yeah, central server. So I got the command to run it here. That should be it, and then I should be good to go. Yeah. All right, let's try connecting now. I deleted my entire account, so I gotta go do that. Loner says, bye Adam, I'll be back on the stream sometime soon. Oh, never mind, I'm going to say. Why do you have a bent keyboard? So it's an ergonomic keyboard. Is it a different layout? No, it's still QWERTY. Okay, so check this out. Now I got to whisper, I got to spend another 100 of my practically infinite points. And I'm going to get a new password. And when I try to sign in with this new password, it worked. Perfect. Things are back in business. So now here's where this UI is not final yet. And I could type in something like lasers 3, missiles 2. I can zoom in on this. Oh, that just got deleted. That was weird. What happened there? Lasers 3, missiles 2. And when I scrolled, it got deleted. That's strange. That probably happens in every text box in the game. Like if I never thought about that. So if I type something in here and then I scroll, no, that doesn't get deleted. If I type in here and I scroll, no, that doesn't either. Well, why does that happen here? I type anything and then I zoom in and it gets deleted. What? Okay, that's a really weird bug. Typing anything into any of the bot bay edits and then zooming in on the page without updating / committing will cause the edits to disappear. The edits contents to disappear. Alright, well that's weird. Let's just do this normally then. Lasers 1, cloaking 2, missiles 3, regen 1. Update. Alright, so that should have worked. Now if I go back into the game, I hit connect, there's my bay. Great, cool. So now if I were to modify this and I say like cloaking 2, hit commit, yeah, we're good. And then I can delete it if I want. Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, okay, everything's working. It's just the weird zoom in doesn't work. Not sure about that. Other than that, joining the game, everything is pretty much the same. You join, you can make bots. What I need to work on next is so that the only bots you can make are the ones that you'd specified in the bot bays on the previous screen. So if I wanted to, I could make a bot. No one's going to be here playing the game with me, so it doesn't really matter. But there's my bot. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Hooray. Okay, now the other thing I should not do, and I only just realized why this is happening. Let me try connecting to localhost. I'm going to write this down up here too. News. The game, and let me write this over here. Update the wiki commands. So the game now costs the full amount of points. Run a giveaway or 2 today. Alright. So the game server. When you connect in the connection manager, I believe I'm doing 2 lowercase everywhere. Yeah. I don't think that's the place where I do it, but I'm pretty sure I'm doing this in a player's name. I shouldn't be doing that. It's a very bad way of handling things. Yeah, I'm going to write that down on the to-do list. It's not for right now. Somewhere in the game server, I'm setting a user's name to lowercase. I want my name to show as Adam13531. Yeah, the lights. Yeah, that was something I've had for actually quite some time now. It took a lot of work to get that up and running so that you guys can control it. But yeah, I'm happy with how people have been enjoying it. All right, so what's next on the list? The real list, which is this bug. Yeah, this. I am not sure why this is happening, and I imagine this is happening here too, right? I type lasers1 update, then I commit this bay. Oh, I apparently, wait, what? No hardware config found. Yeah, semicolon is easier. Okay, so why is that happening? Let's find out why. Client main, I go and I do store.dispatch set bot bay here. So I set a bot bay and I imagine what's happening, and I don't know this for sure, and the only way for me to really find out about this stuff is to, I gotta drop the database, then I'm going to reform the entire thing, run db, there. So actually this has been deployed. Did I already mark that as done? Yeah, so bug with floating research bay. All right, so I broke everyone's account. Time to go fix things up. So I go into sources, I go into bot bay. And I think it's here where this is happening and it's breaking. So I set this to lasers1 update. Then I just hit semicolon commit. What happens here? The hardware here is nothing, and the ID is 4. That's not good. Dot is editable true, yeah. Yeah, so that's why this is breaking. I don't know where this is coming from. Like, presumably it came from main originally. Yeah, over here. Oh, set number of empty bays is actually doing this. Oh, that's not good. Wait, bay ID isn't -1 though. Bay ID isn't even defined. Oh, that's a problem. Hey, Derpy Whale. Wait, how is this not defined though? Huh. Something peculiar is happening here. Do I have original bay? I don't have any of this. But that's strange. I wouldn't expect that to get hit. So only if bay ID is -1. So that must mean... We need to, okay, I know what I have to do. Oh, wait. No, bay ID is -1. Never mind. That's not a problem. This is the problem. So it's set num empty bot bays. So let's go take a look. Is that really what's being dispatched up here? Dispatch. Arguments. It's an object. It's a listener. I don't care about that. I care about the action. Set num empty bot bays. Yeah. Okay, so that's where this is coming from. Actual. So the real problem is coming from client main. From here. Hey, has Alpha Kenny Buddy 3 been in your stream lately? I don't know. No, apparently never. Why would this cause this to fail? Num empty bays. Set bot bay reducer here. Set num empty bays. So all I do is change that. That goes into botbays.js. We get this here. I push an ID 1 fewer. Bot bays should have been set there. All right, let me try this out. I go into botbays.js. That's not botbays.js. This is. I put a breakpoint here. Okay, let's try that. Oh, I see. All right, connect as Atom. So I should have 3 empty bot bays here. Do I? 0. No, I know why that's happening. Never mind. That doesn't matter. None of that matters. Just hit play through all this stuff. Okay, so what I've got to do, I set lasers 1, update. Then here I just set this to semicolon and hit commit. So now what is going on here? Bot bays. There is 1, and its hardware is nothing. Why? Why is that happening? Oh, I know why. It's because of this code right here. Set bot bay. I've got to do the same thing here. I just didn't do that. Yeah. The research bay. Okay. Bug solved. I think the bug should be solved. So where is the client code here? Whew. Finally going to fix this thing. This actually didn't take too long. I'm not upset with this or anything. I think there are some other bugs that have been kind of annoying. But remove all breakpoints, hit the play button. Good, everything's working. I connect as someone who I haven't connected with before. So it's either 2 or 3, but I don't remember which. Let's go with 2. Oh, perfect. That worked out pretty well. All right, lasers 1, update. Cannot read property ID of undefined. That is not good. That means that this is not defined right here. That's not good. All right, let's go find out what's happening. Botbay.id. That means update botbay is not returning a bay. Not good. Not good at all. It's undefined. Yeah. Hey. There we have it. Client rest client update botbay. That is it. Resp. We actually do care about the response here. So return resp. This is a botbay. In fact, I don't need to do anything there, I guess, but no, that's not how this would work. It would work like this. Yeah, that was stupid of me. Yeah, okay. That's how this should have been written. Okay, this is going to fix the problem, I think. The only other issue is that it built without me having the code in there. So now I have to wait. Groton says, your game is a really cool idea. Are you planning to open source it, freemium, or sell it? So you can find out about how I plan on making money on the game there. The game will be free to play, though. It won't be open source. All right, let's test this out again. Actually, no, let's just delete the whole database. All right, so now when I connect as Adam, there will be nothing in the account. Loner says, I'm going to go now. I'll be back. If I see you have a stream online, see you. All right, see you, Loner. Okay, cool. Lasers 1. Update. All right, did we get something? Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now when I commit this, it should not delete Lasers 1. Good. Bug fixed. Let me... This thing... Stupid heating pack. These things lose heat so quickly. Although my shoulder is pretty toasty now. So I guess it lost heat to me. Haha. All right, this is all set. Bug done. Good. 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 And don't care. All right. Fixed a bug where editing the research bay would not correctly update the Redux store. So committing any other bay would delete the contents of the research bay. So that's that. I also fixed a bug. Whoops, wrong button. I also fixed a bug here. Connection manager. Fixed a bug where I was logging the wrong property of a user. Fixed a bug where I was logging the password of a user instead of their name when they did not have a pre-beta account and one was created for them. All right. So that's done. Okay, in the REST client, it says hitting URL with token on the command line, and probably shouldn't be printing that. Maybe it should just go to logger.verbose. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. So do I want to change all of that? Okay, so here's the only problem with this. The only problem is when I hit something like this. When I get a user and I want to use their token, I actually specify the token directly in the URL. Then I print it to the console. It's not a huge issue. Like, you shouldn't be sharing your console logs with people. Actually, logger.verbose wouldn't even fix this. It's still going to print to the console. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, well, I either log it or I don't. If I log it, well, this is in the game server, so if I log it here, get user by token. Single player doesn't even work right now, does it? Yes, it does. This code should never be called from the client. So I think if I said hitting URL, I could put this in a verbose log. I don't really want to fix this right now. I'm just going to put this on the other to-do list. And I'm going to backdate this to the 6th at 4:33 p.m. There. History is written by the victors. All right, when you attempt to join a game and you don't have any bot bays, we should provide an error. Yeah, this should be done afterward. Hey, OJ. Do you have a patching and deployment strategy after you go live? Doing updates to data, restarting the server and such. I haven't solidified that strategy, but I do know that it's going to be different from what I'm doing now, which is very ad hoc. In the future, I'm probably going to be using something like, I don't know what these things are called, Jenkins or Vanguard or anything like that. I'll need to look into it more. And I think this is, so part of the issue is if I didn't have to do anything with multiplayer, or if I was continuing multiplayer in the same way that I had been doing it, where you just connect to a user's machine and there that's it, this would have been such a simpler game. Like, it would have been so much easier to code. There's a lot I could have just cut out. I could have focused on the game itself, and for the last entire month and 4 days, I've been focusing on the back end, getting things working, and everything that I do still needs to be solidified. So, yeah, it's a lot of work. All right. Anyway, this is the next major step. So right now, what happens in a game? You join a game, hit join game. These things should have gone away, so that's a big problem. It's actually a really big problem. Why did those not go away? Oh, man. The game is basically unplayable if I don't make those things go away. Why are they still there? Botland app. Show post auth buttons. This is not even what this should be called anymore. Set it to true on connect. No, but then when you join a game, it should be set to false again. Here, on join game. Yeah, why wasn't this set to false? I have a game server running on my machine, right? I do. Let me restart this. Let me restart both of these things. I don't know what's happening right now. Right there. No, this must have just been a bug because of something I just fixed. That's the only thing I can think of. I hit connect, and I hit join game. This stuff should all go away. It didn't. Is this happening on the server right now? Nope. It's broken in both places. So is on join game even being called? Let me take a look at that. Show post auth buttons. Is this being checked? If it is true, then show this div. Otherwise, show null. Oh, it showed join game. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Darn it. That was stupid. That was really stupid. Bot-based-state.is showing. I need to fix this. Oh man. Alright, did I write something for this? Actions temp. Set bot bay is showing. I did write something for this. I just never used it apparently. Or maybe I did and I don't recall any of this. Client main. Did I make use of this? I did. Authenticate to REST server. Oh, that sets it to true. I never set it to false. Oh. This is stupid. Authenticate to game server. So where does this finally get called into here then? Remove all players. I guess get rid of this stuff too. Yeah, I'll just put this here. So we set this to false. There. Bug fixed. I wish that there was a bit more IntelliSense for JS. Yeah, there's something you can set up called turn, and there's a Sublime plugin for it. I haven't used it. I do think it'd be helpful. I frequently find myself forgetting the names of variables I wrote in a file like 3 seconds ago. So even for just that, it'd be helpful. What I do like is having both a smart autocorrect and a dumb autocorrect. They definitely have their uses, especially for writing comments. All right, so if I connect, I hit join game, that should go away now. Good, perfect. All right, that's something I'm going to want to deploy. Was that even a bug on my list, or did I just find that right now? I think I just found that. Fixed a bug where the bot bay editing UI would still show after you joined a game. I can't type. Yeah, memorize your variables. It's an annoying issue. Okay, so here's what I wanted to show off. Here's what I wanted to show. Here's what you do. You hit connect. You're now on the central server. You're not on the game server yet. And here's where you're given your bot bays. Now remember, you can't edit a bay that you've committed. So 2 of the 3 bays you're given need to be committed, which means they're then uneditable. It has no impact until you have an inventory. But once you have an inventory, it's really, really important because you're committing items to these things. That's what the commit button means. When you put lasers1 on this, right now you're just copy pasting text. Eventually you'll be taking it out of your inventory. So your inventory might contain lasers1, missiles1, and you have your research bay, and you have your your static bay. Static bay number 1, static bay number 2. So when you put something in a static bay, it's gone from your inventory. When you put something in a research bay, you can at any point say, I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to take this out, and then instead I'm going to put in, well, let's say artillery was in your inventory, I'm going to put in artillery instead. So great, you can always change all the top stuff here. What you can't change is the bottom stuff at will. You'd have to delete it. So if you did put something into here, and you said, okay, I don't like this bot, I really want to change it, you need to delete this. So now missiles is gone, you don't have it anymore, and then put something else in like lasers. And then if you say this is bad, then lasers is gone and you don't have it anymore. Now you wouldn't do that. What you would do in this case, since you had 2 bays, is you just use your 3rd bay in that case. Or you'd say, all right, let's just ditch artillery for now, and instead of having this here, anyway, this is probably getting confusing, so I'm just gonna stop there. Anyway, right now, so you configure your bays. You have something like lasers1, missiles 2, you hit update, then you join a game, and now the only bots you should be able to use are whatever I just said, lasers1, missiles 2. So that's one of the bots you should be able to use, and then anything else you configured. So you'd have that bot, and you'd have like your cloaking bot. And that's it. That's all you configured, so that's all you can use. So that's the next step for Botland. I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight. I don't think so. And I also found another bug as I was messing around with this stuff. So, bug, updating / committing. Updating or committing any of the bot bays when you have unsaved edits in another bay will wipe out the unsaved edits. I think this is a good starting point for tomorrow, and then getting work on the inventory. In fact, things might really pick up as long as I ignore any major bugs. No, really though. Today, there's a pretty major issue that I didn't get to fix. And I honestly think it's a valid programming technique to just totally ignore it for the day or for the week. Because knowing that when you go back to it, you're going to be so much more frustrated that you won't make progress on it. Come back to it when you have a fresh mind, you've taken a weekend off or something like that, and then, yeah, totally fix it. And make sure you don't deploy buggy code. But I know this is a bug that exists, and I just so desperately want to get to, where is it? This. This is actually already done pretty much. Anyway, I so desperately want to get to these things. Inventory and salvage. And I guess that means, yeah, I put crafting here, which is buying and selling. This is going to be so cool to do. And I hope it doesn't take absolutely forever to do it. So we'll have to see how this works. Anyway, I think that's all for today. I stayed for an extra 45 minutes. I don't know what my uptime is. It's probably close to 9 hours. 8 hours and 49 minutes. Yeah. I think that's good for today because I'm going to be on for another 8 or 9 hours tomorrow. So thank you everyone for watching, staying with me right up until the end of the day. I know it's very late for some of you. I'm going to get back tomorrow. I'm definitely going to work on this and bot bays and making sure that you are using only the bays that you'd configured. So I'm going to get going for now. Take care, everyone. Good night. Bye.